Test. Alright, for some reason my audio wasn't working. This is, by the way, not us playing. This is the IGN gameplay footage that was put. We just have to fix the audio. Apologies. Let's see, audio output capture as well for the headphones. And then there we go. That should be good. So, as some of you may have known, or it has been discussed on the forums already, the creators got a new patch. We took a bunch of notes, and we have a bunch of kind of updates to give. We're going to go through the list. We're going to be answering questions. And so probably go for as long as people are interested, this type of thing. I guess we should plug this. We just, should always be plugging this, but if you were going to pre-order the game and you wanted to help support the channel, you can, of course, use our code Generalist in the online store for the Paradox official store. It won't give you a discount, but it will send 12% of the sale our way. So with that said, let's catch up on chat real quick, and then we will be off on our list. Rip Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's dead? Wow. Okay. It's crazy. Is he confirmed dead? Jesus. Alright, well. Okay, probably don't want to go down a rabbit hole just at the very start, so let's get into some of this. So, first of all, there's extra maritime proximity cost, but it appears that there's some sort of reduction for naval infrastructure. I don't know exactly how it works. The tooltip's a little bit unclear, and so this is going to be something I look into more. Second, bailiff was hugely nerfed. It went from 30 proximity to 20 proximity, and also, if something is not incorporated yet, that is, if it's just a newly conquered province, it will give now minus 10 control. And so if you have a bailiff on a newly conquered province relative to before, it's going to have 20 less control. So that is a pretty big decrease in terms of the amount of control you can get. And also, bailiffs cannot be built overseas. So now there's... Before, colonial subjects were never worth it to make. We would just do it for the RP, and now colonial subjects are worth it because before you would just build bailiffs in overseas territories and that would get you more income than having colonies would. Now, if you do that, you can get a little bit of control just from the flat amount you are getting from something being a core, but the core is only going to give you plus 15. You're probably going to lose at least 7 or 8 to satisfaction. And if something's under, we have the math for it, but if something's under 15 control, you actually generate more income for being underneath a subject, so this type of thing. And so, yeah. Next up, we have buildings now cost upkeep, and the upkeep is either 10 or 20% of the cost of the goods required to maintain them is now paid by the state, instead of... I thought it was getting paid by the location, but it might not have even been getting paid by the location. The UI is really opaque in terms of the exact tax-based breakdown, but now the state has to pay for it. And in particular, armories are really, really, really expensive, and stand out as being a really, really expensive stuff. Stuff like universities, bailiffs, I guess if you want to build them, and libraries and this type of stuff don't really feel that expensive, and it feels just kind of worth it to keep building them. You're just going to get slowed down. But the armories specifically do cost a lot. And also, armories, the amount of manpower you get scales with control. And so, because the armories are really expensive, and because manpower scales with control, you're probably going to only want armories in really high control areas. Otherwise, you're paying a lot for manpower, or the manpower scaling is going to be particularly bad. How much time do you have to show us the gameplay? This is on loop. This is a 2-minute thing on loop, so I'm just going to keep showing this to you. I'm not showing you actual gameplay that I've played. This is the IGN thing. So if you're a Paradox and you tuned in just now, I'm not breaking any rules. This is public footage, but we're just having it on the background because I'm not showing anything. Although we do have our handy dandy mega thread if we do want to show some things. So the economy video. Is the economy video for Paradox coming the 11th? I don't know when they're doing stuff. Because you're getting info, we can know the numbers. I can't keep up. Info as well as if we can know the numbers already. I can't keep up. Oh my god. So, okay. Next up. Let's see, we have everyone... Just double checking that the Twitch is live, because I forgot to check that. Okay, we are live. Next up is levies are actually really strong now. They're stronger than regulars early on, and they scale and get negative scaling throughout the ages. So every age they'll get like 10% less combat ability, and they really, really hurt the first 2 ages, and I think the 3rd age as well. And so now regulars save you effectively on pops. You're going to be losing less pops to regulars, and also regulars allow you to they act as more of a supporting role, it feels like, whereas the brunt of the fighting is maybe being done by the levies. In particular, you can use a lot of cavalry to get high initiative, to get a lot of guys onto the front quicker, and then your levies kind of act as meat shields, but overall their combat strength is a lot better than the regulars. And so this power spike of getting to handgunners really, really quick is basically non-existent anymore, or it's significantly diminished. It's nice to be able to inject more guys into your army, but it's not the case that they are just way stronger per unit, because they're just weaker per unit. It just allows you to get more units onto the thing. Do characters get new clothing as age progresses? I don't know. That sounds like some big tweaks. There are some big tweaks. Basically only check EU5 through you. I don't know the other videos covering them anyways. It feels like you're doing this all on the screen. Well, we are not, because hands. Do have a sock up there. That's no good. Okay, so next up is building/harbor capacity. What does that mean? I'm not even sure what that means. Building/harbor capacity. I don't know what that note means of mine, but okay. Next is Diplo capacity. Diplo capacity is actually a resource that matters now. You don't, subjects, having a lot of subjects really pressures your Diplo capacity. It's hard to have a lot of subjects. Right now we're probably going to put a support ticket in for this, because you can circumvent it by feeding subjects to your subjects, which I think increases their cost a little bit, but not by as much as actually owning them. And so the strategy now is to feed a bunch of subjects to your subjects and kind of keep doing the same thing. But we'll probably put in a ticket for that. But now your Diplo capacity actually matters as a resource. In most of our runs where we're not trying to feed our subjects to subjects because we think it's a little bit exploitative, we have noticed that we are using the Diplo reform, government reform, just for the extra 1 Diplo capacity. And so because expanding via subjects is so good, and you effectively can't really do it that much anymore, which is great, subjects are just going to be, yeah, a lot more like that. Flag control in general has been nerfed. A lot of sources of flag control are now gone. Legacy of Ottoman doesn't give, I forget how they handled it. Maybe it gives +5 control, maybe it gives control per month. But Legacy of Ottoman got nerfed. The kind of ubiquitous, universal serfdom, which would give 5 control in rural areas, now gives 33% crown power, so it's still really strong. Where's the game footage coming from? This is IGN's exclusive gameplay from Gamescom. So, yeah. That is where this is coming from. Oh, you guys can see it right there. Anyways. So we just have this on loop in the background while we talk about the game here. Because I figured you guys... If it's a distraction, though, we will be able to do stuff. Or we will be able to do something else. So no more mogging AI by rushing professional troops? Yeah. Leftists are celebrating on Blue Scale right now? Yeah, I want to get through this before we talk about Charlie Kirk if we're going to have some random tangent, so... I wonder how much play workers' worries will change now. You can ask him. His mood seemed overall... He seems overall happy with the changes, but I'll let him talk more about what he thinks. What are your opinions about the added maintenance cost of buildings? I think it's really good. I think it slows down the player more than it does the AI. Well, that's another thing is the discount you get from collapsing prices is now, the floor is -50% instead of -66%, which is really, really big because the AI wasn't very good at it. The player, you could be very good at it. Since you're only getting a 50% discount instead of a -66% discount, you know, stuff is effectively for you, the player, like 50% more expensive than it was otherwise. What about colonies? Colonies, you have to do more now. We haven't gotten to see how much the AI colonizes. The AI's eco is a little bit better. We'll get to that. We'll talk to that about that as we get through it. The AI is a lot more aggressive, it feels like, but maybe this was just the runs I was playing, because some other creators are taking a look at it. They think that the AI might not be declaring war, so maybe that's just the fact that I was playing Venice. So that note might be incorrect. Diplomatically annexing someone now gives a relationship hit to neighbors. And so if you are diplo-annexing a whole bunch of people, you're going to have a bit of a hard time in terms of how the neighbors feel about you. Hey Gareth, how's it going? Portugal will be the first country. I think Portugal's a good one to play. Are we back to sliders? We're back to values. Did they fix the AI fort spam? Yes and no. The AI seems to build less forts early on. The AI can now do maintenance at 0, and a lot of the maintenance sliders are now, you can put them down to 0. And so what they do is they put fort maintenance to 0. And I think this is a bit of a problem, but the AI effectively, the forts don't cost them anything when they're not at wars, so in terms of the calculation, they're thinking that forts cost 0, so the AI builds more forts, but now the AI thinks the forts cost 0. They still end up building a lot of forts. They don't build as many early on. It's not as bad early on. It's not as bad in Europe. It's going to be a little bit worse in these other areas of the world. Especially the ones that actually get a lot of money, it might end up being overall worse. But currently, because the AI pays 0 maintenance on forts and you're not stuck in on a minimum maintenance, the AI does better economically, but also you can blitz down forts at the start of a war. So we already put in a ticket for this, but the forts will have 0 people in them. So if you deck the war and you put your guys right on the border, you can just run across and just like assault down forts. So now the forts are kind of like paper mache, but you can choose not to abuse that if you don't want to. But that is something we left a little bit of feedback on, like, I think this morning. Can you make the music a bit more silent? Is it too loud? We can make it a little quieter. I feel like usually... Is it cool if I post notes on the forum, or would you rather we not do that? No, you could do that. You could do that. Do fortifications work in the same way as EU4? I don't know exactly how they work in EU4. You can't barrage in this game. I know that's different. Do they make forts more useful instead to delete them? No, you should still just delete all your forts. Well, actually, you can put 0 maintenance as well. So the forts are not as expensive for you, the player. So I guess you shouldn't delete them. I like keeping my forts at like 25% maintenance and then deleting really aggressively, but that might be incorrect. Trash waifu, hello. That is a bit of a thing. We already talked about price collapse floor. In the 5th and 6th age, your colonies get huge income bonuses to you. You get like plus 50 and plus 100% income from colonies. And so colonies should actually really pop off at the later phases of the game. The AI is better at eco by quite a bit, it seems, but it also seems inconsistent. Like, some of the AI is really bad at eco. Aragon and Hungary stand out. But what will happen is the AI will... instead of like just stalling out and like doubling their economy over the course of like 200 years, now they can like 5x their economy in 100 years, but depends on the AI. Some AIs are better at it, some are worse at it, but overall it does seem better. No PoE content until EU5. Fair enough. Did they fix the AI building too many forts? Not really. Can you explain grander concepts like markets? Like why you want one market in your country? Why would you want to be in control of a market? Yeah, we can explain stuff like that. I think we're gonna get through the list, and then if you ask it again in like 5 minutes once we're through the list, then we'll do that, because the people on the forums are gonna watch this back and they're gonna want to make a list, and we'll try and put have it be more information dense at the beginning here. Yeah, we already mentioned 0 maintenance on forts. That was a note for us. Cities now require 50,000 pops to upgrade instead of 25,000. which makes the East a lot better than it was before, because cities really allow you to push industry quite a lot with the extra building cap. Just because of how the math works, we won't get into it too much, but cities are a big deal. And a lot of places in Europe will not have 50,000 pops in them, and a lot of places in the East will. And so you're throttled on cities. Cities are also, their price went from like 5,000 to like 10,000 or something like that, or like more than doubled the upgrade cost of the city, I believe. So cities are a lot harder to get. You could also now have negative liberty desire, which is a really small thing, but it's quite nice because there's one parliament agenda that requires you to, or it gives you negative liberty desire, and when liberty desire is at 0, it doesn't do anything, and so now that does something. Although I didn't check to see if negative liberty desire did anything, or if it was just a placeholder where you could do something that gives you liberty desire and have it not affect you as much or at all. Antagonism now decreases by fighting enemies. I think antagonism is also a little bit higher. The Parliament CB now doesn't give you a 25% discount. Instead, it's 25% more expensive, but it might be a little bit bugged and only making it 10% more expensive. Food now really matters, and part of this might just be us playing at Venice, but we were looking at other markets, and other markets were struggling in food. This might just be a Venice experience. We have to test out a little bit more, but it seems that food is a little bit more important now than it was before, and it's easier to starve, which I think is a good thing, because food was kind of free. And then we had one last note, which is there's still a lot of forts, but not as much early. So, what music? I don't hear any music. Yeah, so we should turn this back up. Have you interacted with pirate content? I have not. For a second, I thought you were talking about, like, sailing the seas pirate content. Well, actually, no. As Korea, we have gotten, raided a little bit, before, but it's not, we haven't interacted with it too much, nor, like, the specialty pirate content, just like the generic pirate content. What are the best ways to increase development? So the increased development cabinet action is still going to double, like, it's going to double your dev income if you already are doing everything else, but the big one is getting to max prosperity as quickly as possible. Is this newer live gameplay? This is old gameplay from IGN. We just have it on in the background. Are there harem mechanics for the Ottomans or Yuan/Ming? I believe Yuan/Ming, you can change your laws to have up to four wives, and Ottomans can have 4 wives, I think. Or can change it. Do they improve performance? Performance seems roughly the same. What about banking nations? We played as a banking nation a little bit, and it didn't feel like there's too much to do. Like the play pattern is you taking well, so here's the thing, is like loans. The play pattern is like you taking on other people's loans, and then taking loans yourself to cover loans, getting extra interest rate, building a bunch of buildings in other people's countries, and then you could recruit missionaries, and that's kind of like what you have available. And so overall, I played a little bit, and I didn't think the gameplay was that interesting. Did they buff the loud cars? Always. Has the Pope stopped conquering Americas yet? We haven't really seen too much, but I imagine the Pope's still going to do well, because the Pope is getting a lot of money. And that's like an aberrant type of thing from the Pope just having tons of money. Someone asks if Dennis is here. Not having access to live footage sucks, feels like Fiend. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could show it, but I can't. Now you have to redo your resources tier list? Yeah, I mean, you could just bump food up. The good sources of food, you can just like bump them up 5 to 10 sections, something like this. Are you on your new rig? Not yet. There's something I need to complete, and I don't want to mess with my computer until it's finished, just in case something goes wrong. So it should be better though. Happy for you. Should be getting so much better on the beast you're getting. Yeah, it should be a lot better. Do they change anything in regard to religion and such? Nothing comes to mind, but that's kind of a hard thing to speak in an overarching way. I assume that, because they went out of their way to decrease flat control modifiers, I assume that Jewish doesn't have a flat control modifier anymore, but it might still. When does your new PC arrive? I have the parts in my garage, I just have to put it together. What do you think is the best country for a first time playing? I think that, it depends how big you want to be. I think that Portugal's, I think that Portugal is maybe reasonable. I think that Portugal starts with their own market now. I think that, or I think they do. I think that generally you want to be in your own market, or have your own market, and be the only one in that market, and also having gold and silver are really, really nice. So maybe actually even someone like Serbia, but Serbia, once the game starts going longer, is going to feel rough. Same with like Hungary. They don't really scale super, super well. But I think you could get stuff done as most countries. It's more like what countries shouldn't you play than I guess what countries should you play. Something like this. Thanks for all the videos. You're so very welcome. Like Brandenburg to Prussia, don't play Brandenburg. Brandenburg giving -20 control to all your locations kind of sucks balls for like a first-time experience, I think. Is the new update up to date with what the devs are testing, or is it older, stable version? I don't think I'm allowed to discuss where exactly it is relative to the dev version. So I'm going to not. But it is way more up to date than the previous creator version. Do you get advances from accepted cultures? No. Given the dev diary today, have you played as a pirate nation? We have not. What specs did you get? We got, I forget if it's AMD Ryzen 7 series or 9 series. It's like 7800 X3D, and then we got a 4700 or a 4700 Ti graphics card, 64 gigs of RAM. That's kind of what we got. Is Naples a good first run? Naples probably feels pretty good. Did you check if the Spanish building stacked control with the generic one? Well, now the Spanish building can only be built in overseas territory, and bailiffs can only be built in home territory, so you can't ever stack those just in terms of the mechanics. And the I think the Mint building got changed to only give 5 flat control. So flat control just in general was super nerfed, but the one that used to give 40 proximity now I think gives 5 flat control. Which, to be fair, is still really good. You'll still build it in a bunch of places, but it's not invalidating control by giving a proximity source. The best you can do for proximity sources is, yeah, going to be that overseas building. To be fair, that overseas building, though, might make it so if you're Spain or Portugal specifically, you don't actually ever want colonial subjects. What do you mean by scalping? You mean expanding routes, population RGOs, or something else? Like, for example, how is Hungary worse than how's Hungary worse than Portugal at scaling? Well, Hungary, I think what's going on, this is my suspicion, Hungary doesn't slot in a lot of estate privileges. They don't get a high enough satisfaction to be able to tax people a lot, and their expenses and their income are almost equal. And so what I think happens is then you're just entirely reliant on what the estates are building to scale up your economy, and they just never really get going and have any sort of escape velocity, it feels like. But in particular, though, like the thing that's really obvious is the AI's lack of building roads. It seems like they're building roads more now. I have to keep a closer eye on this just in general, and them not building like their gold and silver, because there's a bit of a catch-22 where they won't want to build a road to their gold because it's not a lot of tax base, and it's not a lot of tax base because you don't have a lot of control. It's not a lot of base tax base because there's only like one level of gold, and then they don't want to increase the level of gold because it's not going to contribute to the tax base because there's not a lot of control there. So it's a bit of catch-22 where they don't want to do, or I'm guessing this is kind of the way the AI is thinking, they can't evaluate the long-term ramifications of doing two things in concert, both increasing the control and increasing the investment in the RGOs. Right, so they just look at it and each of these things in isolation when in fact they have multiplicative efficacy with each other. And so I think this is why the AI struggles. But if they're building roads more, then eventually they'll get control out more. And if they're getting control out more, eventually they'll be doing well. Also, I think the AI doesn't calculate or even consider building goods for the purposes of trade. So like if the RGO has 0 control and you build gold there, it's still really valuable because then you could export more gold. And I think the AI doesn't or isn't aware of this at all. Maybe I'll leave a little bit of feedback on it. How long till someone leaks it like Vicky 3? I don't think it's gonna get leaked because they have a bit of a tighter lid on things. But yeah, 4070 is pretty good. Yeah, the next upgrade up was just really expensive. Have we played any land-focused nations recently? Yeah, we were working on Austria, so we played a little bit of Austria on this newer version, and we played on the older version as well. So I think we might do an Austria AAR sometime soon, and probably a Venice one as well, and maybe a France one. I'm going back to some of my older runs and kind of replaying a little bit further and a little bit deeper on this new patch. Any plans for the Denmark Tinto flavor? Have you played them? Oh, we missed the... Things have just been super busy. I haven't played the Denmark Tinto flavor, so we couldn't necessarily do an AAR, like, on top of it. I guess we could just boot it up, but now it's starting to get old in terms of the news cycle, because they're doing... I still have to do, like, the Tinto talk for today. I'd probably rather do that than cover the Tinto flavor. Did I miss something? No. Is the AI more competent? Yes. The AI is a lot stronger, in my opinion. They're still, like, the thing is, the spectrum of strong for AI is just varies widely, and they're much closer, in my mind, to something that is, like, good/acceptable. I think back on, like, Victoria 3's release, where the AI did, like, actually nothing, and so, like, depends where you're setting the bar for, like, how good the AI is gonna be. I don't think it's, like, doing as well as a player. Like, at the time it takes the AI to, like, double or triple their economy, you can 10x their economy or something like this, or maybe, like, 5x their economy if they're doing particularly well, so... Whether or not the AI can actually do well with their economy is just really polarized, though. So there's just factors between nations that are making differences that they shouldn't. I think one of them is how many privileges you start up with. Did the attack culture setup change? I'm not sure what this means. Someone asked me about performance. Yeah, it's about the same. Have you tried Lithuania? We have not. Did they make any changes to Parliament? They made quite a few changes to Parliament. So now, this is... overall, Parliament got nerfed. And I'm not super thrilled with Parliament changes, but what happened is... so the biggest one is estates. Their recovery no longer operates on an equilibrium, it operates on flat in terms of their satisfaction. So now, events that give satisfaction hits are really going to matter because you recover satisfaction really slow, except when you're in Parliament where you recover it a little bit faster, but it's now flat recovery. Also, when you give away an estate agenda, it gives you a negative hit with all the other estates that is proportional to their power. So if you have a really powerful estate like the nobility and you give away an agenda to the burghers, it will give like the nobility like -8 satisfaction, which now recovers like 0.2 a month. So the time it takes to recover from that 8 is like over a year in terms of the satisfaction. So you're going to end up having a lot more rebels and stuff. And as a consequence, now in Parliament, you really don't want to click agendas that aggressively anymore because it's really effectively expensive. And also, the amount that agendas give you scales with satisfaction. So as your satisfaction gets tanked, the agendas are going to give you less and less. And so it's really a lot harder to get multiples of 50 for the purposes of clicking a lot of Parliament buttons or succeeding in the Parliament. So there's that. And so generally speaking, Parliament's worse. In particular, I really don't like the gameplay pattern of hosting a Parliament and then looking at the agendas and realizing I can't click any buttons because clicking any buttons would be bad, and then just being like, okay, well, I guess it's bricked for 5 years, and then going on. I really, from a gameplay perspective, I don't think it's bad from a simulation perspective or a balance perspective, but from a gameplay perspective, for me, that's a really unfun experience. I really hate it when that happens. But to be fair, that happens more when you have one really powerful estate whose agendas you don't like the nobility, and so maybe that's fine, and maybe that's a good thing. Parliament, also the CB got nerfed significantly, which may be the question you're asking about, where instead of giving a 25% discount on more score, now it's 25% more. But we have been playing like a different metagame for some time now, where we're not even really using that CB very much at all anyways. What we've been doing is, like, as Portugal here, what you might do is you deck on Morocco, and then you get just one piece of territory from Morocco. Also, now you don't need to own territory to grab it in a war. So this makes having to siege down all the forts way less painful. But you grab one little snippet of territory off Morocco, and then you use it to release, like, Fez. Any releasable works as long as they have additional territory. Then you just wait, and your releasable will eventually make a CB that's equivalent of a Reconquest CB on Morocco. And then that'll be a 25% discount. And you just use that, and then you just use a network of co-CBs, co-belligerate people, so that you can eventually get that war to be on the person you want. And we've been doing this for some time anyways, instead of using the Parliament CB to get a CB with 25% war score discount. So it's not going to really affect the way I play all that much, but the Parliament CB is worse. Getting stuff going initially is a little bit worse because the Parliament CB is worse, but you still just need, you just take a little bit of dirt so that you can release a country as a subject and then use the subject CB. So maybe 5 minutes past. Could you expect a grander concepts like market? Like, why would you want one market in your country instead of multiple? And why would you want to be in control of markets? So, the more people who are in the market, the better prices are just generally for making stuff profitable. So if we have, like, a market that has a lot of tools, is making a lot of tools, we actually want the tools price to be high because then those tools contribute more to the tax base. But let's say that market doesn't have a lot of iron, and right next to it we have a market with a lot of iron but not very many tools. Well, the problem is the iron price will get depressed because there's a glut of iron, so we'll be getting less to the tax base there. Also, the tools will be less profitable because iron is an input for tools. So overall, it would be better to have all the buy and sell orders in the same market in order to make stuff more profitable, because the the tools buildings would be more profitable because the tools would end up being more expensive because there's now more buy orders, or the buy orders are now in the same market as the tools, and the inputs would be cheaper because now the sell orders for iron are now in the same market. So overall, it will positively affect the prices of things for having a better tax base. The flip side is that market access throttles your income by decreasing your tax base. It does it in two ways, and we won't unpack it like in a complete, or it does it in two ways. One, on RGOs, it just decreases the amount of money you get from the RGOs, and on buildings, it makes the output of the good and the input of the good less. And so if you have 75 market access, you'll only output 75% of the goods, and you'll only use 75% of the inputs, and this scales multiplicatively with all other modifiers. So there's no way to stack modifiers to abuse that. What you have is this tension between wanting market access for having more output or more tax-based contribution, and wanting all your goods in one market for better overall price profiles for all your industries. And so that is the tension, and I actually don't know the answer. And one of the things is market access improves dramatically with roads, and so what I think the metagame might be is actually you want a lot more markets early on and then fewer markets later on, because your market access gets a lot better as time goes on. But deleting markets is really expensive, and so it might not be worth the cost of deletion, because deleting a market is just like well, I think they nerfed it down to 20 stab, and it only costs 20 stab now, but it's still expensive. I beg of thee, hover over Georgia even for a split second. This is not game. We are not in game showing the game. We are showing IGN's gameplay footage. I can comprehend number buffs from the voice, but I have to play it to get the feel of the numbers. Yeah, absolutely. I want to be excited, but by Paradox games usually suck on release. This is another thing, is strategy games in general have like weak releases relative to other genres. And I think that EU5 is going to be really, really good for a strategy game, but also like depending on like what people's expectations are, they might be like unsatisfied or this type of thing as well, just because it's really hard to nail it. Every strategy game that released in recent time that I could think of just had a super balls release, and I think it's just the nature of the type of game where release tends to like be rough around the edges, because it's really hard to be updating. So one of the things that we've seen, at least, or I've seen from having much more of an inside track on this development cycle, is like a lot of times you do balance changes, it fucks up the AI. And because the May AI still probably had more teeth because it could afford more stuff, and they've dramatically slowed down the eco. So now margins matter a little bit, a lot more, and the AI is a bit worse at getting margins, and also doesn't know how to really deal with it all that well. So it's really hard to be doing updating things in parallel and then just hit it perfectly on release. Especially with strategy games where there's a ton of moving parts. Like, it's much easier to get the balance right on an FPS game or something. And usually if the balance sucks on an FPS game, it really doesn't matter too much for, like, if one gun's way better than the other ones, it doesn't make the gameplay worse or something like this, really. Can you effectively project control into far overseas areas like India? No. How feasible is it to play as a small tag, which does not have access to food RGOs? Well, you'll have access to within the market food. But yeah, running out of food is a bit of a vibe now. It's really hard to have zero access to food unless you're talking about playing in like 1 to 2 locations instead of a single province. I think playing in 1 to 2 locations will be miserable. Playing in, like, 1 to 3 provinces is still really doable. But you have to understand, like, the map feels absolutely enormous. So, like, just taking a look here, playing out of 1 location is just, like, insane. So just playing out of Avis. But if you played out of, like, here, that's 1 province. And that's almost every province that's over 5 is going to have at least 1 food RGO. Can Pop still only migrate within the same market? Yes. Generalist Charlie Kirk is dead. Someone did mention this before. I don't necessarily have too much to say about it. I mean, it's tragic he died so young. I wasn't exactly a fan of Charlie Kirk, though. I'm not, like, happy he's dead, but, like, it's also not something that, I'm not experiencing a huge feeling of loss knowing that he's gone. But yeah, I mean, I hope his family's doing alright. And that, yeah, that's a bummer. I don't have too much to put in. You should put Gamescom footage in big red letters so people stop asking about the gameplay. Maybe? I don't have a setup right now where I could just put letters over my overlay, I don't think. It's also, it says Gamescom footage right down here, and I know this is visible to you guys. So, can you effectively project, no, we cannot. Is Sweden will be overpowered like usual? I think Sweden's actually kind of weak. Is the pre-order still coming in? No, but, like, not too much. We do have a code, Generalist, if you do it on the website for the game, or on Paradox official website, if you use code Generalist. It won't make anything any cheaper, but if you're going to pre-order anyways, this is a good way to support the channel, because we will get 12% of the sale. They're still trickling in here or there, but not a lot. But over 300 of you guys used my code, which, kind of paid for the new computer, or did pay for the new computer, which is, if you guys were not using my code, I would not have upgraded the computer, I don't think. So, I'm very grateful. It makes a really big difference for me. This is easily going to be, last month, because of that, is easily going to be the most I've ever made in a month, just like, period. Are the Balkans still consolidated into 3 classic blobs? No one wants to see Serbia, Bulgaria, and Eastern ERE share Balkans every game? I don't know. I don't feel that the Balkans were consolidating to 3 blobs every time, other than they kind of start as 3 blobs. Like, Serbia is big and Bulgaria is big. The Eastern Roman Empire almost always just collapses. And so I don't think I agree with this. I mean, Greece is usually fragmented, and has been fragmented in most of my games. So I don't agree that it was 3 big blobs before. Other than sometimes you get some expansion from Bulgaria, and then I guess if Serbia expands too, then yeah, there'll be big blobs. Have you upgraded the PC yet? No, we have something we need to finish, and I don't want to upgrade this PC and then have something go wrong and be stuck in between PCs. But I think we're going to do it next week, and I think we're going to do a video, maybe even a stream, for building the PC. Can we comment on when we can see new gameplay before launch? I cannot. Since performance feels the same, but there's are more buildings, doesn't that mean performance improved? Maybe. Someone who would be better at answering that question would be OPB, because he was doing tests where he's like timing stuff and this type of thing. Somehow the game looks older than EU4. It's because the menu doesn't have a lot of frills, but honestly, like, when you're looking for information and there's an information-dense, like, menu, I kind of low-key hate there just being a bunch of, like, frilly, like, aesthetic stuff. So I actually like the simplified menu look. Although, like, I think it's not the prettiest UI. I'm pretty satisfied with it, though. Have they changed the frequency of rebels? Rebels are so frequent now. A big part of it is the changes to satisfaction not operating at an equilibrium for the positive gain, but instead flat. It actually creates this really, this play pattern I really hate. I left feedback about it, though, where the amount that you tax doesn't matter as long as you're trending towards an amount that is above your current satisfaction. And so if you are at 30 satisfaction and you're taxing them, to an equilibrium of 32 satisfaction, you'll have the same gain on your satisfaction than if you tax them where you're trending towards an equilibrium of 60. And so what this means for you as the players, if you actually want to tax the perfect amount, you can't just click the automate tax button, you actually have to update it like every month, which is super obnoxious. But you also just can click the button and just suffer getting less tax income. Yeah, it's not like a huge margin, but it's annoying that the perfect way to play involves a ton of micro. We haven't been microing it too hard unless we're really poor. If we're poor, then we micro it. If we're not, then we just kind of whatever about it. Do you think making your own market in the first year is a must-have? Yes. I think Portugal now starts with the Lisbon market, I think. Or the AI makes one. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, generally speaking, having a market quickly is really important. So, like, as Brandenburg, I think fighting the Lübeck and stealing their market back to Berlin is really strong. I think making a new market works in a lot of places. It like works in really well for Austria. Here, we can maybe pause this and take a look at here, let's maybe get the soundtrack going in the background. But let's take a look at the Germany original Tinto map here. And I hope that they have the markets here so we can really show what we're talking about, but they might not be up-to-date markets. But when you take a look at the markets, so see here, you have Venice, Pest, and Prague. Like, right here is the capital of Austria. And so what happens is if you make a market center here, you'll literally double your tax base. And so for some countries, it's really important. For others, it's less important. Like, if you are playing Verona just right next to Venice, it's fine. It's not ideal, but it's fine. Eventually, you might want to steal their market, but it's not, like, going to be the end of the world. Solar, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. So, yeah. Let's double check that no one's done, don't know. Yep, okay. What are the CBs you have access to at GameStart anyway? Just generically, like, none except the Parliament CB. You have access to, like, some CBs that you can create, but it's really conditional. It's not like Universal can create CB. You can create, like, Religious Wars CBs from a spy network. Is there an option to make a claim? Yeah, so when you make a claim, you do have to do it through a spy network still. So even if you have the ability to make a claim, like a Religious War, you still do it through the spy network, but those aren't available in most contexts until you'll have to use the Parliament CB. Did they adjust the subject CVs so that it doesn't get abused? No, and that's how we've been expanding. That's how we've been expanding for some time. And so this is one of the reasons why we didn't really care about the Parliament CV, because we just haven't even been using it because I don't even think it's like ideal. And I also like a world where Parliament is strong, and I think Parliament was really nerfed a lot, and I'm not very happy about it from a gameplay perspective. From a balance perspective and a simulation perspective, I think it feels fine. But like, I would look at the. I do not want the Parliament to feel like super milquetoast, right? I want, if it's a mechanic I'm supposed to engage with and think about and like be concerned with, then it should feel impactful. And so I think making it this mechanic that just feels super like not impactful is like not fun from a gameplay perspective. I really like Parliament being strong there. And now it's a bit weaker. I'm kind of okay with the ways in which they weakened it. I just wish it felt more impactful and also not so high variance. Because as it stands right now, depending on your parliament setup, you can just roll a lot of parliaments where like you actually just shouldn't click any agendas and you should let your debate fail. And that feels really bad when it comes up. And it comes up like a decent chunk of the time. So, especially if you have really polarized estates where one's really powerful. And you roll a bad agenda with them, that's something that you can't do. And so that I am not a fan of in terms of a gameplay pattern. But from a balance perspective, I think it's fine. At simulation perspective, it's fine. It's just that. Do you ever actively get institutions spawn in your territory? Yeah, you go out of your way to get a bunch of trade. Is it worth the effort? Absolutely. Is the upgraded building from the bailiff also nerfed? Yes. Now I think it just gives flat control. Does the HRE quickly become a blobfest? We haven't noticed the HRE be a blobfest. I guess a little bit of integration, but it didn't seem super blobfesty. Nothing like the main version. Is there less access for larger markets? Access is really dependent on terrain quite a bit. So you can see here in Cologne, the Cologne market, there's a lot more access over here. Or, well, terrain matters, roads matter. This will affect the size of the market. And generally speaking, markets can't get that as big as easily unless they have a lot of access elsewhere. I remember hearing the Religious War CB is plus 25, so it's basically the same as the Parliament CB. The base Religious War CB, I believe so, but then if you get Deus Volts, it gets discounted, I believe, is how that works. I'm not 100% sure. Is it still expensive to change laws? It's expensive to change laws, but you can change laws through Parliament, and this is one of the better uses of Parliament. And it just takes 50 support to change the law, and it doesn't give you any negative stab. Other than that, changing a law is like 90 stab or 60 stab or something like this. It's a really lot of stab, so it's not worth changing laws through any way but Parliament. Mixed reviews on release 100%. I think it'll get positive. I don't think it'll be overwhelmingly positive, but I think it'll be positive. I love that pearls, silk, gems, silk, gold, silver RGOs are they good? Yes, they're extremely good. I have on my YouTube channel, I have a tier list for RGOs. Considering how different it is from EU4, it's definitely going to be mixed. Yeah, so if there's a bunch of people like downvoting it because it's not EU4 too, then I guess it could be mixed. I think that would be the context in which I see it get mixed. But did they change Parliament CB? Yes. Wait, you got a new patch? Yes. I'm looping IGN footage. Yeah. We could go back to the footage though. I mean, if you guys would rather stare at a map while we talk, we could also stare at like one of these. I assume you guys would rather see IGN footage of the gameplay, but yeah. I'm playing with Ryukyu Islands, and I'll still have her with my 3 locations. Good luck. They nerfed Parliament, yes. Best not to speak about it? Yeah, but I stick my face in a lot of best not to speak about things. I think that it annoys me when a creator will just completely dodge something. And I think they're a little bit spineless about it, but at the same time, I don't want to talk about it that much. To clarify, we're talking about Charlie Kirk's passing. Just because I don't have a strong opinion on Charlie Kirk, other than I know I disagree with him on a lot of things. So yeah. Is it possible to war with landless countries as a bank? Yeah, and you can get mercenaries. I don't know if you can take land. I don't think you can take land. I think you can just do other stuff. Pre-ordered on Steam? Thank you so very much. Or pre-ordered then canceled to use your code. I appreciate it, my man. Is genocide modeled in game? Not well. unless you mean cultural erasure. Cultural converting is technically like a form of genocide, so I guess you actually get to do a lot of it. So there's that, depending on how you want to count it. Azue, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Yeah. Give me a shitload of data, not a stupid golden painting border that serves no purpose. Alright, alright. Rotund guy, lean shitlib. Hey, we got a hater. Sky might be blue. You don't deserve the feeling, you do deserve this for feeling that you had to mention that. You know, yeah, I mean, just classic, like, troll on the internet. I guess we're gonna, maybe it's the classic, who is it, Mahmoud, the guy who was ban evading for forever. Because this is the opening salvo, right? It's the opening salvo, this. I've never chatted before and speaks in and do this. No, it's not. Close, though. Joined 6 years ago, also. But, okay. Yeah. I mean, I probably... If you're the average guy, I've probably spent more time in the gym than you have, but... Are there taxation sliders for vassals like the estates? No. Just some dev on the forum said you could do an interaction to like increase taxes, but we never use it. Some dev on the forum said they have tons of dynamic flags. Yes, like Great Britain. When we formed Great Britain, we got a flag other than the Union Jack and the Union Jack one later. It definitely feels like there's a lot. Can we attack the natives? No. That he didn't like him with a smirk. Nothing major, but it's a tasteless thing to do for something that lost in the ballot box. The like say I don't like him and then move on. Tasteless smirk is far less rude than than your comments. It's just like the classic like projectionism that is like very, very common with the right about the left being vicious when the left is relatively civil about stuff, and then you have like you know, the current leader of the party, unless you don't want to consider him the leader, being very, very like aggressive in terms of rhetoric. But I don't like him and I don't want to talk about it that much. Big problem. Is there a difference between no CB Parliament and CB in terms of antagonism? I think you get antagonism when you deck with a no CB. I forget how much we don't ever use no CB, so I forget exactly how much it gives. I think it gives, like, it might be plus 100%, which is a lot more than plus 25. What exactly CB does the Parliament give? It gives, like, dubious claim or something like this. I think it might give you, I think the name might vary, but it's plus 25%. What if parliaments are only good with the strongest states in the country? That's kind of how it feels. Like, right now, with the Venice run, it feels super caked up with the burghers being strong. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Nikos, how's it going? What situation, why is that situation happening? It's not worth it to click on any agendas. So, let's come back into here. So what happens is, you get a, now, when you click an agenda, you get a really big satisfaction malice, and satisfaction now does not increase based on an equilibrium. Instead, it increases based on a flat amount, and that flat amount is really small. So that means the satisfaction hit is really painful, but also that satisfaction hit decreases the amount that all the other agendas are going to give you, because agendas scale with satisfaction. If you have really high satisfaction estate, they'll give a lot when you click on their agendas. So what ends up happening is you get to the point where you have like plus 10 on two of them, and then like plus 0 on another one, because the commoners never give very much, and then you have one big estate that's like plus 50, but it's a bad agenda that you can't click. And you can't click the plus 10s enough to get an additional plus 50. And so it's better for you just to not click at all unless there's an agenda you really want. But in terms of actually being able to hit a threshold of 50, it's not possible unless you take the bad agenda. We can't show the game. We're showing IGN footage of the game. Do you see the new Polynesian tags in the new Stinto map? I didn't. I kind of don't have that big an interest of playing in Polynesia. Someone saying it's the day the Civil War started. I kind of doubt it. Why are the Mamluks so strong? They start out with a ton of pops and a ton of money. They just have, like, everything. Is it about the food and the pop? I mean, they also have a ton of money. They have really good RGOs. Their pops are all crammed into one location, which is really good for building tall. They are really well located for trade. They get good bonuses. They have like a 20% tax efficiency bonus. They have, although their trade efficiency bonus got nerfed, they have access to like pepper from India, and then they can sell it into the Mediterranean. They'll have the best access to the institutions out of anyone in the game. Because they have enough trade range to hit Italy, but then they also have enough to pull meritocracy from the east. There's just a ton of going on where the Mamluks are really good. So I'm an atheist, but I liked him. I assume you talk about Kirk. Why are people bringing up Kirk here? People want to drop in and talk about it. I generally don't shy away from this type of stuff, especially because we already got through, like, the meta update. I did put it off, but, like, it's like I don't have a strong opinion about Charlie Kirk, and, like, I don't wish anyone ill, but I also don't care that much. It's, like, not moving the needle for me in terms of, like, I'm not gonna be, oh, this is tragic for, you know, the world on, like, a massive scale. It's obviously tragic for his family. He was assassinated? I'm unaware of the context of his death. I did not know he was assassinated. Also, if he's assassinated, he's still passed, so, yeah. What's the biggest bird you could take in a fight? I would not want to fight a bird. Birds have these huge-ass talons, and they go for your face. They'll fuck you up. I would not want to fight a bird. I mean, I think I could take a bird in a fight because they're really fragile, but they would, like, mess me up, too. Ottomans are doing really good in the game I'm playing right now. They have consolidated most of Anatolia. I'd like a changelog, too. We kind of discussed it at the beginning a bit, but we don't have a changelog. Maybe we could do a write-up, but, there are people who are already aggregating, like, stuff on the forums, so... Changelog was not released for game. The game's not even released. Have they changed Shogun Daimyos at all? No, they're still... Well, I haven't taken a look. I'd have to take a closer look. Can you comment on how pirate rating works? Dev Diary didn't discuss it. I don't know how it works because I haven't played one of the pirate nations. So, yeah. The left just assassinated someone. I think saying the left as the generalization for the entity that assassinates, like, another people is just, like, deeply misplaced. Like, individual people, like, assassinate other people. If the guy who went for Trump, who was conservative, it seems, succeeded, it would have been inappropriate to say the right assassinated Trump. And so this broad stroke, like, generalization towards the left is, like, a very tribal way of looking at it. I don't know the ideology of the person who killed him, but, like, even if the person's ideology is, like, left-leaning, it doesn't mean that, like, the broad stroke generalization is just, like, not, like, intellectually, it's missing the mark. Do you have a comically large water bottle today? Yeah. How much did they nerf the Parliament CB? 50%, because it went from minus 25 cost to plus 25 cost. We say this game is more like EU4 or Vicky 3, EU4. You follow an agenda given by an estate with no control from your side. That estate is giving the agenda unhappy. What? So if we have an agenda which is one of the things you click to give up concessions to get more support in the parliament. If we have an agenda and the agenda is burghers, when we click it, we get a massive satisfaction hit for everyone who's not burghers, proportionate to their power. So if the nobles are really strong and we click a burgher's agenda, we'll get a huge hit with nobles. So what ends up happening is if you're clicking if you have really powerful nobles and you're clicking a lot of non-nobles buttons, you'll get nobles revs all the time. The shooter was a registered Democrat? Yeah, that doesn't make it the left, like this broad... That means a Democrat did it, not like the left in terms of a broad generalization. Scornweed, thank you for the $10. Any advice for playing Hormuz and Arabia in general? Import a lot of wood. You're gonna need a lot of wood, you gotta import it. It's gonna be important. That is kind of the biggest one I can think of. Hey Tarkus, how's it going? He's playing EU5 chat. Tarkus stirring the pot. Shooter's a registered Democrat. Tell me about who's more vicious again. Yeah, so the one individual Democrat who did that is vicious. If you want to look at like what is it, crime per capita and correlate it with like what party you're like registered with, or even what party like an individual state leans versus like crime statistics on violent crime, you're more than welcome to do that. That will move the needle for me. But like saying this one guy did it so they're all vicious, like, is just like this gross like oversimplification and like very like simplistic way of looking at things that's not informed by information but rather by like individual events. Like, you can cherry pick information if you're just looking at anecdotal evidence to kind of construct any narrative you want. It's harder to cherry pick statistics. You still can, because sometimes there are confounding variables and stuff like this, but like if you're trying to be like intellectually honest about something, like using one person as holding it up as evidence that the entire the entire thing is rotten. Generally speaking, mass shooters tend to be more conservative. Not always, but mass shooters just tend to be more conservative. That doesn't mean, like, I would blame, like, all, like, conservatives for, like, what mass shooters are, because mass shooters are a tiny, 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 tiny proportion of the population. It's just inappropriate and not intellectually honest. Try to make a paid question, but keep getting errors. It's just me. No, Scornweed got one through, but what was the question? Did they increase the amount of farmland in England compared with the latest maps on the forum, and did they get rid of the sparse in Norfolk? I don't know about Norfolk specifically. That'd be hard for me to answer. I didn't take a really close look at England. I could probably take a closer look at England. Maybe we'll play a little bit more on our England game if it's compatible. Are colonial subjects profitable? They get a huge bonus in the 5th and 6th age of 50% income and 60% or and 100% income contribution. So I do think it's going to be a big deal. Can the Mamluks collapse? I don't know if they have a mechanic for them specifically to collapse, but you can easily, like, pass them up and then, like, go after them if you want. Mamluks seem just generally very strong. They have a lot of control. Like, almost all their pop is in one area. I think Mamluks is one of the strongest starts. This is EU5 live now. This is, Gamescom video footage. But I'm sure someone updated you. Does Italy blob a lot? Italy is actually one of the areas that blobs a lot, but that's because the Ghibellines and Gulef's journal entry. Or not journal entry, situation. I don't know why he's talking about politics after a guy got blasted, because people keep bringing it up. No wonder he's popular on Reddit. Definitely got the tism. Alright, anon. I think you could take a penguin generalist, probably. Gamescom gameplay, yep. They haven't found anyone. Stop spreading misinformation. Even if they found anyone, it doesn't, like, it doesn't mean the entire, like, left or right. Like, one of the problems in the United States is just tribalism in general. So, yeah. You're awesome, dude. Thank you. I could take a Canadian geese easy. I would not want to fight a goose. Goose are freaking mean. The goose isn't gonna run away. The goose is gonna fight to the death. Like a duck would run away. An osprey, they're running away. A vulture, they'll be like, smell you later. Not a goose. Goose fights to the death. What if council members had a random chance to die when estates are pissed? Interesting. Like they fell down the stairs kind of die, or what? Do you feel that England has no chance in the 100 Years' War with the levies buff? Wait, what? The levies buff favors England. The levies buff makes England way better. Bro, I could destroy a pigeon, but I need prep time. Yeah, we talking prep? He was killed by one of the 3 later agencies. That seems unlikely given who's in charge of him right now, but I don't know the details. Has the fort spam changed much? It's not as bad early on. It seems just as bad later on, and right now the forts are paper mache because the AI pays 0 maintenance on them, and now they're allowed to pay 0 maintenance, and so they have 0 troops in them, so you can assault them the second you get into them. So it's like they don't exist for the player. The AI doesn't assault them all, so the AI will like siege them normally when they have 0 troops in them. Instead of walking in the front door, they just patiently wait outside for all the people who aren't in the fort to starve to death. Generalist said generalization. Everyone take a shot. Target's great review today. That DLC is ass. How is control calculated for core return provinces? Do they get treated like general conquests? Core return provinces. I think that they start integrated, and then if there is enough population for them to be made into cores, they get made into cores. I'm not 100% sure, though. We don't know who even assassinated them, Lamau. What? Yeah, I don't know. I literally don't know anything, because people brought up Charlie Kirk, and I haven't read any news on it or anything like this, other than what people in my chat are telling me, which is not really generally a good source of information, so... But people are asking me about it. People are asking me about it and then ripping on me for talking about it. Actually, that's not true. I don't think the same person who asked me is necessarily ripping me or the same too, but I don't know. Denmark gets -1 proximity cost through maritime as an advance in an age of traditions. That's big. That's huge. Flat proximity decrease compounds. So if you travel through 7 sea zones, that's going to be 7 more control at the end. So that's actually huge. Oh, that's big. Man, mate, we might have to play Denmark. That's actually super caked up. How many historical flavor is there for 100 Years' War? There's a lot of DHEs, dynamic historical events associated with it, and a lot of stuff to keep you going. I know there's if France starts losing real bad, they could get Joan of Arc. So far, we haven't seen England beat France. Maybe this is what the person was referring to. AI England, I think, has a bigger problem, logistically speaking, getting all of its troops onto bringing them all to bear on France in a timely manner, and that's why AI England performs badly relative to like the notion that England is weaker. I think England is stronger in like an objective sense. You shot in the neck by a guy? Yeah. I haven't seen any of this, so. In general, I have a strong dislike for political violence, even the people who I do not like in politics, so... you're a sheep generalist? You're not even playing the game? You're watching some NPC play the game? Shake my head. Not like this. How hard has it been able to blob? Blobbing still feels kind of easy. But you're just abusing co-belligerize along with using a subject CB to get -25% more score cost. We haven't been blobbing that aggressively, but like I think it's still kind of not really that much harder. It's probably a little bit harder, but it's a lot worse because having conquered territory is not as useful and bailiffs aren't as good. So it's less that it's harder and more that it's like worse. So yeah. Will we actually have a chill Vic 3 stream that's actually about EU5? Today was a good day. Will we actually have a chill Vic 3 stream that's actually about EU5? When will we have it? We'll have probably a Vic 3 stream for the release of Anbanar, and then definitely have a Vic 3 stream for the patch. So we ain't gotta talk about man, Dominus, you're asking me if we're gonna not talk about something when I haven't mentioned it once in this thing. So you're the one who's bringing it up, like, and wanting to like bait these political discussions and then get upset with me when I give you my opinion, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like, if you don't want to hear my opinion, don't ask. Or like, you're asking what it is, I'm telling you what it is, and then you're acting like I shouldn't talk about this other thing that I wasn't talking about, and then bringing it up and now talking about it in regards to cop violence, right? I thought it was an older man, but they let him go when they found out it was not him, yeah. Yeah, the Republicans that tried shooting Trump means that the right is vicious, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't. The actions of individuals who are generally not that stable, because that's usually what people who do mass shootings and like assassination attempts are not reflective of the general population in the slightest. And like, if you think there are, then like you need to learn what a representative sample is. I don't know. Yeah. Ban the guy who's clearly trolling? Yeah, he might be, I don't know. He might be, what's his face? I don't think he is, though. So, I'm generally have a relatively high tolerance. I think Dominus has been in... Is he just baiting arguments every time? Wow, a lot of messages are held for review? I don't know. Join Paradox Stream, politics talk? Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to redirect, but I'm also trying to answer questions. We know it's a Latino dude? Yeah, we don't, though. Any tips on smaller countries like Croatia or Bosnia? Bosnia's got some really caked up resources. Let's take a look. Bosnia is actually, like, Bosnia in our game is actually doing the best out of any AI. We subjugated them, but in terms of their ability to run up their economy, they're actually doing better than any AI at this point, so... let's take a look. Oh, we didn't want to do that. We want to keep our mega thread open. But Bosnia, son, is got a couple, it's got like 1 or 2 silver. It's kind of tightly packed in. Really, really rough terrain, which I don't like. I don't understand exactly why the AI Bosnia is doing so well, but maybe its capital starts right next to a silver, and that this is why it's doing really well. Something like this. But taking a look here, so Bosnia is up in here. Do they even have the silver? There's a silver here. There's another silver like right here, I think, for Bosnia. So they have some pretty solid resources. I don't know why they're doing so well, though. That's kind of a curious one. But any tips for playing smaller countries like Croatia or Bosnia is you're probably going to want to eventually... so for Carpathia and the Balkans, to take a look, because they don't really have the market map mode for a lot of these, you're probably going to want to really, really prioritize taking over Ragusa yourself as Bosnia, to get control of the market, to get everything in the market. So if you can fight Venice at some point, that's going to be really good. If you're further south, like down here, or like this is like where Serbia is, if you're on the border between 2 markets, you almost always want to make your own market. But Bosnia is close enough to the market center that you maybe want to just conquer this, but also maybe you want to bring it back to Bosnia proper, and just have the market here. But then eventually, long-term, you're probably going to want to get to the coast, because pushing control through this mountainous terrain is rough. So you either want to, like, make your nest here, or play to the coast, and either one of these is probably going to be pretty good. Why are the Dems and lefties disavowing violence when every Republican glitters and gleam? When something like this happens to the Dems? Not every Republican does that. There's a lot of Republicans that just deplore violence in general. What gets highlighted in like Western, or sorry, not Western. Mixing left and Western. What gets aggregated and like reshown on the left is the people on the right who are like that, but that's not a representative sample either. It's not representative of all people on the right. There's a lot of people on the right who aren't like that. What are your political views? I'm a libertarian. Yeah, I want to hear about the game. Are there gun control laws in EU5? Someone's asking the real questions. Can we confiscate the muskets? There are no gun control laws in EU5. Anything goes. What's playing Brittany like? Brittany actually looks really cool, because Brittany, I think, is a good place to make your own market, and I think Brittany can play pretty well. we always think about when we're playing someone other than Brittany and we like conquer Brittany, we're always like, oh, it's almost good to just being a really good market here, but then we don't do it. There's good resources in Brittany and they have really good natural harbors. I think they will play really well for colonization, but if you're like making a market out here, I think that will work decently well, or you can really push control out of the tips because of, did we click the feedback or the France? No, we wanted France. Not the feedback, because we're kind of on the edge of the Paris market. So, but taking a look here, you do have a lot of woodlands, but it's woodlands, flatlands, so kind of okay. But you're really pushing control navally, anyways. This is not what the resources look like, but you see you're on the edge of the Paris market, so it's kind of a good place to make a new market. I think that also when you're playing England, I know there's an England enjoyer chat, having like a market here, a market here, and a market here, where you can push 100 control to out of London is really nice, I think, from the perspective of having areas that have 100 control and 100 market access. Will they collapse naturally, like the Mamluks? Generally not. We haven't seen it. Glue lefts. There's like an L in there. Egypt's strong and needs to be nerfed. I think Egypt was really strong during this time period, so I don't know that if they need to be nerfed, but they're really strong. They don't have a lot of what's like absent for Egypt is that they don't have a lot of like late game text, so they don't scale like super hard. Like a lot of the Europeans have really good late game advances, and this is not something that's present for a country like Egypt. Something about smelling like Australia. Wait, what? Finding an MP game with EU5 when it comes out, and France and another player is England. What's the meta to beat strat to beat them? The meta is probably to evolve a lot of mercs, but the real meta, if you're 1v1ing, it's to merc up. If you're not 1v1ing, it's probably to find a peaceful solution that doesn't involve you guys sinking your economies to fight each other with a bunch of death wars. Is it easy to win the 100 Years' War as England? It's easier as England than it is as France, as the player, but the AI wins more with France. A vulture would also vomit on you. You might win, but at what cost? Yeah, that bile also would just wreck you. Dominus is just swallowing speculation. Yeah, maybe. Andrew Tate tweeted 2 words. I don't care about Andrew Tate's opinion, to be honest. Also, that would be like kind of the edgy tweet that he would give. The AI is still bad with forts. Yeah, but it's not as bad for them, and it's not as bad for the player experience. So I guess it's not as much of a struggle. The thing is like the forts are now paper mache because they don't have a minimum maintenance, and since they don't have a minimum maintenance, the AI doesn't get super eco-punished when they're at peace with them, so... When new Vicky vid? Probably not for a hot minute. We're probably gonna have some Vicky streams sometime soon, but we'll see. There's gonna be at least 1 or 2 Vicky vids with the release of the new DLC, but really I'm trying to push 1,337 hours of EU5 before release. So, they change bailiffs without anything to do with propagating control. They can't be built overseas, and they only give 20 proximity instead of 30. Mods, ban anyone who types in chat. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. We kind of don't want to discuss the politics that much, or actually it's overwhelming that the other chatters don't, so I think I'm going to probably stop responding, just because that's generally what people want to... kind of the direction people want is to focus on the update. I think we're going to try and catch up on questions as well, so we're going to cycle through pretty quick, and then we're going to go through the meta update things, because we have a lot of new people, and so we'll talk about the new stuff. Let's see. Apparently, cassowary is the most dangerous word. I know magpies will swoop people in Australia. Best advice I can give you is evade talking and politics on straight. No, I know that that's better. I just choose not to do it, because I think being... like, honest and open about stuff is just something I would prefer to do. But I don't think I'm disguising my opinion here. Regardless, like the other person, I respect you, and even if you disagree on some things, for being frank and happy to be a part of your community. I appreciate that. Is this just degenerating? Maybe we have to do some moderation. What did they change to conquered territories? Conquered territories now, instead of giving 0 positive or negative control, give -10 control, which is huge. So conquering a territory and putting a bailiff on it, you'll probably have around 5 control, which is basically nothing. So you have to integrate stuff if you want to make use out of it. And so the just uber bailiff spamming everywhere and conquering a bunch of territory stuff is just way worse. You're just reporting what I see on X. Yeah, but a lot of stuff on X is just like... just reposting stuff. It doesn't absolve you from you being the one expressing it. Like, you're responsible for what you express, even if you're just, like, cross-posting stuff. So, like, if you're cross-posting, like... you know what I mean? Like, you're still responsible. Not that I'm saying it's, like, completely out of line, but I don't think that many people here, like, are trying to, just in terms of the general chat, I don't think most people are caring what Andrew Tate has to say about Charlie Kirk. Like, because it's, like, super also left field, just, like, from... I mean, I guess some people care because it's timely in the news, but, like... it's a little bit less relevant. I'm kind of inclined to think that this might be Mahmoud at this point, but, how old is this account is kind of maybe the question. Because he's gotten timed out before. I don't know, I hate to ban people. What's this footage? It's IGN's raw footage. From what I thought you're playing. Yeah, I think a lot of people think we're playing coming in, but I think that this is actually just the best thing to talk over in terms of showing something off. While we're talking, because otherwise we're just like staring at like one of these or something like this as I'm reading chat, and I think this is a little bit more engaging for you guys, but maybe not. Maybe you guys don't want to see it. Is it possible to change the font or the way YouTube chat box looks when on Twitch? It's impossible to read what people are even saying about the game mostly. You know what? That's something I need to do. We'll make a note of that, update chat box. Because you're right, it is hard to see. That's on my end. I just probably need to, like, try and convince someone to help me out with something for a while. Source my weird Twitter, yeah. Can you explain research? What can you research? Is it a good system? Research is okay. There's trees that are throttled by institutions, and then you get kind of a couple flat modifiers, not a lot, and then you can get a bunch of percentage modifiers to increase research speed. Literally going to be the biggest driver of them. And so text costs like 25. There's actually a new change as far as research goes, is that every institution you don't have embraced is going to increase the cost, or every institution you have embraced increases your research speed by 5%. And now research is more expensive overall, so now you have to actually be a lot more selective with your research than you did before. And so research is a lot slower too. Let's actually put that in the notes. Research is slower. Because that is kind of a big difference. So now it feels less like you kind of get everything good and more like you have to pick what you want. Yeah. How did chill EU5 stream turn to politics? Because I have a high willingness to engage with most people. Say the word and he's gone. Yeah, I would like to get off of the politics discussion, just because in general, most people are not interested in it. I don't know why the loop didn't continue looping. Is it easy to win the 100 Years' War as England? Yes. You gotta moderate your stream better. I'm thinking we're trying to get off of it on a discussion, but I'm also okay, like, giving my opinion on stuff, but I think I've already given my opinion on it. So, let's get off the politics a little bit here. Unless there is a novel question that is not just, like, a baity question, I guess. Will the HRE nation be... What will be a good HRE nation for a beginner? I guess not Brandenburg is kind of the thesis right now, but let's take a quick look at, Germany. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't like talking about the Charlie Kirk thing that much because I really don't know that much. I've done like zero research, so it's literally just what people in the chat tell me, and like that's not a reliable source of information. So, I think that, well, first of all, the Italians I think will just generally be a lot of fun, because you have, in terms of situation density and situations just in general are fun. The Italians are pretty good. In terms of countries that'll have really straightforward / easy play, I think that Mason and Bohemia are pretty good. Austria's got like some weird, it's kind of like just in a weird spot at game start, but Austria's probably okay. Messing, you just have really soft expands to your left. I'm trying to think of who has good resources. Really, the best resources are really on top of Bohemia. So, Bohemia starts with Moravia integrated now, I think, but Bohemia is just really strong and easy and straightforward to play. You could also start as someone up here and look to form Netherlands. I think that that would be a pretty solid / fun type of run for a beginner. I think that's pretty doable. I would start as Flanders, which is not in the HRE, but you could start as someone else or something like this too. When do they let people start streaming the game? I'm not streaming the game. I'm streaming gameplay from Gamescom that IGN put up. And so that's what this is. Oh, Trash Waifu. Sorry, I didn't see the thing. One of the devs said that you can have your ruler marry Joan of Arc and make her a queen at the cost of legitimacy. It's kind of funny. Someone managed to get Martin Luther as their ruler. I don't know how they managed that, but that was kind of funny too. So yeah, you could get some interesting historical characters. Some historical characters have the trait that they can't be ruler though, so those ones will not be able to do the thing. Have you played Japan at all? I have played Japan several times, not on this last patch though. Do you think France would want to make a new market in Brittany? I think it's close. I think the answer is no, but I think it's close. I think if you're... See, one of the things that is bad about having a bunch of markets is migration. And I think you would rather have more tools available with regards to migration. Because here's the thing, if you encourage migration on any one location, having a really big market makes it way better. Because this increases your migration attraction by a ton, and everyone from everywhere starts pouring into the location. So you can like buzzsaw blitz up locations to 50. Like we were playing around with our France game, and we did this like recently where we blitzed a migration attraction from the line between Paris and the coast to make cities so that we could make pound lock canals, and so that we could push control over to the lowlands and also to Brittany better. And if Brittany's in a separate market, that means the market attraction cabinet action, which I think is now a pretty solid one, gets a lot worse. I think it's solid for Europe specifically. I think it's going to be a little bit weaker for the other ones. Let's love me some England. How is it to play the ABCs? Yeah. How would you compare playing France in EU5 to EU4? I haven't played EU4 in forever, so I can't really draw comparisons that well. Actually, I think I've never played France in EU4 anyways. How does it feel to centralize and develop? Playing France, though, or playing France in general, it feels like a lot of what you're doing is consolidating rather than direct expansion. And now you're super throttled by the capacity for subjects, but then once you start annexing everyone, you have more capacity for subjects than other people, so that's actually really nice as France. I think France, I think, might be the strongest. If you ignore that England can PU France and then just full annex them later, France might be like the strongest European start. You're playing EU5 on stream? No, it's the IGN footage that we're using here. I do think maybe we should stop using it. I think too many people are thinking that we're showing it, so maybe we'll just switch off of that. I'm not trying to mislead people. Could you take an ostrich? Maybe. Ostriches are really big. France is like 12 to 60 million. No way in hell it needs to be tripled. At most it needs to go like 20. Yeah, that's a lot of pops. But you have to remember, pops at game start get cut in half by the Black Plague. So... What happened to our music? What? Did I somehow mute it? Okay. Have you played a Peasant Republic? No, but we're playing as Venice right now, and Republics just look way better than Kingdoms. Like, it's not even close. As a government type, the techs are so much better under Republic than they are under Monarchy. And the government reform for Merchant Republic is just super cracked. We're going to be doing a AAR for Venice, but like they have a really rough start. But like the bonuses that it gives are just insane. And it's easily like one of the strongest looking reforms, other than the Ottoman reform before they nerfed it with +10 control. Thank you for letting us stay on topic. I'm trying mainly because most people object. If everyone was like on board, I don't have a problem with that discussion. But also, I think I've said like what I have to say on it. Thank you for the great videos. You're very welcome. Are you aware that Russia-Poland situation today? I am. That is a different topic. That's also somewhat inflammatory. They invoked Article 4. I'm a fan of them invoking Article 4. I think there's justification for having invoked Article 5. I think no one wants that, but I think that that's also, like, kind of the point, and I think Putin is just trying to... Putin takes another step forward, and then he looks around to see if anyone's stopping him, and if the answer's no, he just takes another step forward and then looks around again. So I think this is more of the same, sending drones into Poland, into the airspace. He's just following orders, yeah, basically. 50% of the chat are only here for EU5, and 50% are about what birds we can take. Basically. Is there any bird associated stuff in EU5? I can't think of any bird mechanics in EU5. Oh wait, there's one bird mechanic I can think of in EU5 that involves an alt and an F4. Yeah. Something big happened in the US? Yeah, you can look at you can just refresh Reddit on the front page, it should be on there. Is the game going to be filled with content or at the start of the game, or same boring paradox launch? Let's actually link Zlawik's video. I almost said video. I'm not sure I pronounced his name right. I'm really bad at the Polish pronunciations. But let's link his video. We helped him out a little bit with this. This is a comparison of all the content in EU5 versus EU4, and there's a big difference, and there's going to be way more content on release in EU5 than there was in EU4, and it looks like a very similar amount just compared to EU4 now. But he does a better breakdown of it, and so you can check that video out to answer your question. I vote for the ban. It seems like he's changing topics and asking about the game, so I think we're kind of okay with it, but maybe we're going to start timing people out if we talk about politics, because I think that chat overwhelmingly doesn't want to talk about it. What counts as overseas? Same continent. So that means if you are in... There's this weird situation where, like, Iberia has... Iberia and... Egypt are in a really weird spot because they have access to really easy overseas. Iberia has overseas just in North Africa and is literally just across the way. And Egypt has access to overseas starting here with Gaza, where this is considered Asia and this is considered Africa. And it's literally just a different continent. So Egypt, for example, can't build bailiffs anywhere over here. But they can build plantations, so I think that that's fine. Like, I don't think that that's a problem. It's just, it's a bit of a strangeness. When do we get long play footage? I can't talk about it. What's your favorite nation so far? I really, enjoy playing Mali. Yeah. Let's see. Tarkus, my man, indeed. Tarkus, someone was, someone was, saying that they liked your video, Tarkus, earlier in chat. I don't know if that was before or after you arrived. Do you use OBS? Yes. Have you experimented with massive cash crops in the New World yet? No, I've not. I think that, so here's the problem, is it uses the same amount of prestige, whether you're putting it overseas or not. And you're going to just get fewer RGOs than if you put stuff in the old world. So I think the incentive structure is really pressures you towards putting RGOs in the old world rather than in the new world. But I think the idea is that your colonial subjects will use the interaction to move a bunch of good goods to the new world. I just don't know if they're doing it. Are you going to try Anno when it comes out? The week after EU5, I believe? Probably not if it's the week after EU5. I think I will probably just sleep a lot and do nothing the week after EU5. I'm planning on doing, like, at least 5 days of 12-hour streams. If I get enough viewership, I will just keep doing 12-hour streams. And that will be after prepping a bunch of content so that I have, like, multiple videos a day. So I think I'll just be exhausted. Enjoying the stream? Thank you so very much. What were the biggest changes in the patch? Just overall a huge nerf to the benefit of expansion. I mean, I think that... So the Parliament CB was nerfed. I don't think that that's the biggest deal. But Bailiff reduced to 20 proximity and -10 control on conquered stuff is a big deal. Buildings now taking upkeep is a big deal. We'll actually just try and go through the next little bit quite quickly, and then we'll just go through the meta update list we have, because I think that people would prefer like a bullet point type thing. Shooter is Gustavo something, registered Democrat and far left activist. Sure, he might be a Democrat, not necessarily representative of Democrats as a whole. I put the guy in 30-minute timeout. Generalist said no more politics. I'm okay with that. No, yeah, that's fine. I was going to... I think I made it clear that I just didn't want to talk about... I think I'd already said what I wanted to say about Charlie Kirk, and I don't think I was dodging it, and at this point, like, I don't think my topic switching is dodging as much as just avoiding the stream getting derailed. If it's my stream, I'd ban him, but Generalist rule... Yeah, no, I prefer timeout there. Did you miss a Mahmoud? I'm not sure if that guy's Mahmoud or not, yeah. Generalist actually broke MDA to show us Portugal gameplay. Not like this. You like the little loading thing in the Portugal gameplay? You hear music? Yeah, I got it working eventually. Although now we don't want overlapping music, so we'll just pause this. How's the performance? About the same as the last patch. Do you think they should change... although we actually started struggling a lot in our Austria game, so maybe that's something that's noteworthy. But I think the HRE specifically is like, if you have your camera panned over the HRE, I think that's where you acquire a lot of pain, in particular in regards to performance, so... Is the Hanseatic League its own tag? Yes. I believe so. Or Hansa or something like this. Please don't try and fight an ostrich, they have big claws. I have no intention of fighting, like, any bird. I'm not that interested. Why do we care about overseas? We care about overseas because you can no longer build bailiffs in overseas, so that's what matters for, like, this break apart. Egypt's situation seems so gamey, I don't think overseas should count as, if there's a land connection. Well, technically there's a land connection between Africa, Asia, and Europe. Like, the entirety of it, so... You would have to come up with a different heuristic. You could do distance from capital or something like this, I don't know. But even then, that's kind of a bit of a thing. When it says his name, it's like Slavig, but given that it's a pretty poor job of phonetic, I don't know how if that helps. It probably helps a little bit. I'm really bad with just the Polish pronunciations in general. It's actually pronounced Slavik in Polish accent. True. How do you feel about the control buttons being at the bottom of the screen? I don't care. I just use hotkeys, and I like never click them. I think if you play without hotkeys, I think you're a psychopath. So I think that's one of the things that's actually going to be a big, like, gameplay learning curve, is, like, getting used to just, like, being like, bro, I need to use hotkeys. Do you think with the nerfs and balances, it's actually going to be a good thing for the game? Overall, yeah. Yeah. I like the balance changes differential. Review Jersey mics? I haven't had Jersey mics in a while. Or ever. I don't know. Messaging paradox context to show them we broke NDA? No, not like this. Trash Waifu, thank you for the $2. Why are there characters who can't be rulers? I don't know. I guess they wanted to eliminate some strangeness and allow some strangeness. I'm not 100% sure why. I know, like, certain, like, religious orders, like, for their characters of certain estates, they, like, ban it or something like this. Giga Chad Guide, getting your fellow... Yeah, how to get a fellow streamer canceled, Giga Chad Guide. It's called eliminating the competition, sweetie. I'd go distance for capital for bailiffs. The overseas thing seems really lame. The thing is you always want capital or bailiffs where you don't have a lot of distance. So it'd need to be like this band where it's far enough for the bailiff to matter, but close enough that it doesn't seem like overseas. Our nation's allowed to switch between republics. Not that easy. We haven't seen how you do it. But I think you have to probably intentionally run into a disaster and then maybe lose against a revolution or something. Sorry, K Blake, can you say the biggest changes in your new patch? We're just getting to the end of this, so then we're going to go through the entire meta update once we do. Have you attempted the Red Turban Rebellion in China? It, like, launches 100% of the time. I think meta is probably to build a bunch in Wu and just release yourself as Wu, and then as Wu, clap the other remaining guys and take over Yuan, something like this. Did they nerf bailiffs, or did they change how they work? They nerfed them, and they made it so that they can't be built on other continents. So no more is the meta for colonization, just to keep all the stuff yourself and put bailiffs down, which is how you do it before. Alright, so to go back through our bullet points again. First of all, maritime proximity cost is increased by 5, but you also have a bonus slash, I think it might be acting as a malice. Not really sure how it works. Where natural harbors, it seems they seem to be affecting market access, but I'm not 100% sure exactly how this works. The UI is a little bit unclear on this. I'm going to be leaving feedback. Bailiff was nerfed from giving 30 proximity to 20 proximity, and now can only be built overseas. You now have on conquered territories minus my note here says minus 15 control. Is it minus 15? I think it might just be minus 10 control on conquered territories, which means that relative to before, just conquering a territory and putting a bailiff down is now going to have 20 less control, considering what you were getting before is maybe like 25 or 30. You're basically going to have single-digit control in a lot of these locations now if you do that, which is probably net negative for your economy. It's probably going to pull your economy down by pulling down your crown power, so that's probably going to actually be bad. Did they nerf minting office? Yes, it now just gives 5 flat proximity and crown power, I think. And so it doesn't give like this 40 proximity like it did before. Do you think the tribal kingdoms will get a choice decision tree? I'm not sure. Kraft Heinz Company being split up? Interesting. Have you noticed any map changes this patch? Yeah, like a location got added in Austria, and so for our Austria save, like the location was unexplored and uninhabited. I'm not sure that how much changes there are. Can't be built in overseas, or can't be built. Can someone not be built overseas? You can't build bailiffs overseas in different continents. Buildings now have upkeeps. In particular, it's very painful with armories. This is going to throttle, to some extent, the amount of military you can get, and also going to make it so you generally only want armories in really high control areas, because control scales the amount of manpower you get, but the cost of upkeep is going to be constant, so you really don't want to be paying upkeep on like a 30 control area. Levies are really strong now. They scale down as time goes on. They're really strong in combat, and they get a combat malice as ages go through. They also have like a 10% discipline malice, but other than that, they just super, like, they hit like a truck. And so for the first 3 ages, they're probably stronger than regulars, but the optimum is probably a mix of the two, especially because you can get a lot of initiatives really good early on, and it's harder to get initiative on levies unless you're playing England. I have something about building and harbor capacity. I don't know what that means in terms of my notes. Diplo capacity now actually really matters a lot, so it'll be hard to have just like infinite subjects, which changes the expansion metagame, except for you could feed subjects to your subjects, which is how I think you're well, I think that this is an exploit. We're thinking of leaving feedback on that. But okay. You get flat control in general has just been nerfed across the board. Just sources of flat control basically have just been reworked into something else. A Legacy of Osman doesn't give flat control, I don't think. And then Universal Serfdom, instead of giving 5% flat control, it gives plus 33% crown power, which is still really, really strong, but it's not as strong as flat control. The AI seems more aggressive, but I could be mistaken about this. Diplo annexation gives you a relation hit with neighbors too, instead of just subjects. The price collapse floor, instead of being minus 66%, is minus 50%, which means that you will have... from the perspective of the AI was generally not collapsing prices, and they were maybe paying base price, so they get paid the same, but you as the player, instead of getting minus 66%, instead getting minus 50%, excluding other modifiers which are a thing, effectively, you're paying 50% more for all your buildings. And so this is kind of a buff for the AI relative to your eco. Just generally, in general, the AI feels like they have quite a bit more bite. They also seem to just have bigger armies and this type of stuff when you actually fight them. There's a huge colony income bonus in the 5th and 6th age, which makes colonies, I think, pop off during that time period. We don't have a big enough sample size. The AI is much better at eco, but it's somewhat polarized. Some of the AI countries are just still really bad at eco, and then some really pop off really hard, rather than all of them stalling out. So there does seem to be a lot of improvement in that regard. You can now do sliders down to 0. We'll maybe take a look at this video. A lot of sliders now go down to 0, because I think we see some sliders in here, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, the sliders, you can pull down the sliders more. This includes fort maintenance, and so you can have fort maintenance at 0. Right now, the AI is super exploited. You can exploit the AI really, really strongly because they pay for 0 fort maintenance, so there's no resistance to assaulting, and so you can just blitz down the AI. I've left feedback about this already, but I think this is why the AI is still building a lot of forts, is because they think that the forts cost nothing, because when they're at peace, they pay 0 maintenance, and they do cost nothing. And so, okay. Let's see. Cities now, instead of only requiring 25,000 pops, now require 50,000 pops to upgrade. Cities are really important for really getting the urban economy going eventually, and so this is a really, really big nerf to a lot of European countries, especially like Germany. Playing as Austria, like, we have a lot of locations that get down to like 10k pops, and then like they slowly scale up to like 15k, but getting to 25k is not that big of an ask. Getting to 50k is like a huge deal, so this really hurts the European and the low pop countries, especially with your ability to like really get your eco to pop off, which is way more important because now manpower costs a lot of money because the building upkeep is particularly acute on the armories themselves. So that is going to be a bit of a vibe. You also get it is possible to go into negative liberty desire, which is kind of an interesting mechanic. But this makes it so that one of the parliaments that was like previously useless is now kind of useful, because it would decrease liberty desire, but then you would be stuck with a bunch of guys at 0, so this is kind of a small thing. Antagonism now decreases when you're fighting enemies of someone, so the Catholics like it if you're fighting the Muslims and vice versa, or this seems to be the correlation we're noticing. This might just be virtue of us playing in Venice, but food now seems way higher impact, and it seems like pops are consuming more food. I'm not really sure. Previously, you just kind of ignore food, but this might just be an idiosyncrasy of the fact that we're playing as Venice, and so we're struggling there. But we've seen a couple of our markets really struggle with food. In particular, I don't know if this was present before, but now when you bring up levies, it decreases food output in those locations by 20%. So if everyone on the peninsula raises their levies, that's going to crush the amount of food that's coming in to Italy. So maybe that's what we experience, and really kind of death spiral, and then paying 50 ducats a month in food, and this is just a whole lot of money. And so sorting out your food issues does seem to be important. There's still a lot of forts, but not as many early, but also, as we discussed earlier, the 0 maintenance makes them kind of invalidated, and then tech in general is a lot slower. And so that's kind of the rundown of the bullet points we have so far. We're going to look to add bullet points as we play more, something like this, so that we can keep people updated in the changes, especially the the people who are aggregating this information on Reddit and the forums and stuff like that. That is kind of the list. Can we expect multiplayer to work well in EU5? That needs to get tested. We gotta get some content creators and kind of take a look at that. Chad, he said general again. I generally say the word. Have you figured out methods to mess with friends during MP games in the future? Any good methods? Force importing their food to deny food to their market might be kind of, if they don't notice it, it might be a really good method. I don't know. Honestly, the bailiff is probably the best thing I was wondering about the last time you mentioned it. Yeah, so the bailiffs are just kind of really stupid, or they were kind of really stupid. I think they're in a pretty good place now. And the bailiffs, specifically the real problem was bailiffs combined with any source of flat control really got out of hand quickly, and the flat control has also been just like extremely nerfed, and so we did check Dynam. Dynam still gets 5 flat control in rural areas, but like, okay, I don't think Dynam is a problem. The Ottomans, I don't think, get the 10 flat control, which was insane. One of the things I suggested was instead of getting the flat control, they instead get decreased proximity cost for specifically mountains, plateaus, and hills. So the Ottomans in their core territory would be much better spreading control, but not necessarily universally so. And that was kind of the proposal that we had put in for how to change the legacy of Osman. Rather than 10 flat control, our suggestion was, I think, 10 flat proximity, and then 15 proximity on hills and mountains, and 5 proximity on plateaus. And so in the aggregate, it would be a very strong modifier still, but it wouldn't give you this flat thing that's just extended out everywhere. And so I thought that was a good suggestion. Only one noticeable location has been added. One location in Austria has been added. They definitely are not going to go through any of the feedback from the feedback threads. There goes month of progress. None, like... That's Austria specifically that we had noticed. But, yeah, I mean, eventually they have to lock stuff in because you're changing the map bricks saves. And if they're trying to test and updating frequently, then you're not changing the map repeatedly is not something you really want to do. You only want to do it, like, very occasionally. So it might be the case that they're aggregating a bunch of changes as well, and then they're going to put them all in at the same time. Does market proximity get propagated by maritime presence? No. Just still control. It is just still control. What about having a minimum control requirement in order to build a bailiff in the first place as a method that would prevent spam in the New World instead? I don't like that as a solution, because you like the bailiff, particularly where you have no control. I kind of like the overseas condition. I think just overseas itself should maybe be a little bit different, and should maybe be anything that is more than 50 land connections from your capital, or counting naval connections as 3 more. Anything that is outside of that radius, you can't build it. Would be maybe a better way of going about it, but I don't know if that would be non-performative. If you can't get any control, then you can't set up a bailiff system realistically. Yeah, maybe. What are you drinking? We're drinking water with a little bit, not a lot, because we don't need that much caffeine, a little bit of diet energy from SodaStream, although it is not carbonated, is what we're drinking right now. He's drinking his own piss. Actually, this is the real truth. I sorry. I would like to apologize to everyone for my deceptiveness. The real truth is I'm drinking my own urine. Yeah. It's called recycling. You have the piss bottle, and then you recycle. What does bailiff only giving proximity mean? So if a location with a bailiff is really far from the capital, it still uses on the same continent, it's useless. So bailiff gives proximity, which is what you get when you're close to the capital that gives you control. If a bailiff's close to the capital, it actually does nothing. It has to be far from the capital, or to some degree far from the capital to do anything, but it effectively will give plus 20 control in locations. Sorry if this asked me before, but you talk about the fact that you played Kiev in another video. Could you give a quick summary if it has enough flavor? It doesn't seem to have a lot of unique flavor, if any. There's a little bit for your culture and culture group, and that's kind of it. I do think you have a couple DHEs, but it's like actually a couple. There's not a lot going on there. Like if I played UK and had a bailiff in Athens, I believe that's allowed. I believe that is allowed. I believe it's not against the rules to have a bailiff in Athens. It is very far, though. Or can you do a video where you talk about it? Maybe. I'm doing Venice right now. I think I'm going to do Austria and France video, and then probably Poland. 50k my future Norway run. Yeah, really rough in low pop areas. What do you think of the dynamic flags? Are they better or worse? They're probably better than Vic 3. How's your score? Well, there's a lot more flags, just in general. Maybe it's about the same? I'm not sure. The flags of Vic 3 are prettier, though, I think, just in general. Because they're bigger, but I do like the flappy animation. You see how it goes flappy? Flappy in the wind. How's your score counted in EU5? We haven't paid that close attention to it. Levies should really cost, for production, be influenced by seasons, so that's good. I do think that it has some sort of cost to have the levies raised. Also, the fact that manpower buildings, you have to pay an upkeep, and that upkeep is related to the goods consumed in there. That's not an inconsequential detail, because when armies are reinforcing and levies have military goods upkeep, this increases the cost of all your armories. So the cost of all your armies, which is already expensive, goes up when you're at war. How much could a ruler improve stats during their lifetime? I'm not sure. We haven't paid close enough attention to this. Playmaker said MP with lemon cake was almost impossible. This was on the last version, but I don't know if it's better now. So, glad they're making it harder to expand. Yes. Will Generalist do Movember? I'm not sure what that is. Why France so unified? I thought this game would actually slow down division in France. How's colonizing in Venice? We haven't gotten there yet. We're like 25 years off the next stage. I think we might actually do segmented videos, because we were doing a really much more detailed AAR, so already the AAR is like 40 minutes for just like the first 60 years or something like this. So how do trolls work? Tolls work. I was like, trolls? What a troll question. And for every trade route that passes, there's like an upkeep or maintenance cost to the trade route, just normally. And the way that it works is the same as the upkeep maintenance cost. If you pass through a sound toll, you have to pay the maintenance cost as the person doing the trade. And then for everyone who's paying the cost for each trade route, you receive it as the person who owns the toll. How do plantations work? They are... for the building, it requires 1,000 slaves, and it gives you +1 output. It's a building, though. It operates as a building, not an RGO. It gives you +1 output of the good, which is affected by production efficiency, and then it increases the output of that good by 10%. So, if you have 10 plantations in a location, what will end up happening is you'll also get +100% output of that good, so you'll have 200%, you'll have 20 output of that good. But if you already have 10 plantations and 10 RGOs in the same location, you'll have 40 output of the good, right? So it acts as like a force multiplier for RGOs you already have there. What do you think of the Playmaker playstyle? Do you think with the new patch, the way Playmaker is playing will be nerfed? Yes, I think it'll be nerfed. Regarding what I think of his playstyle, I just think he has a different metric for what he considers good or success in the game than me, just fundamentally, where it's just paint on the map, and I care more about income, tax base, and manpower, just as a metric of success. So, like, for me, the paint on the map doesn't matter, and so he plays in a way that's pretty efficient for getting his metric of success, but just for me, that's, like, not what I view as successful. Like, a lot of times you're blobbing more at the expense of your nation in a lot of spots, and not actually getting more powerful. And I think that's going to be really acutely true with the fact that now spamming bailiffs everywhere is going to give you way less returns. And so owning stuff with low control is going to be considerably worse, and it's going to be much more about having your stuff that's in your core areas a lot better. What happened to the one short? We were waiting on our computer upgrade, but there were reasons why I was having trouble, like, finding something I wanted to record in this type of thing. We might end up doing a shitpost thing. I still get to do one screenshot, and I'm not sure what I want to do as a screenshot. I kind of want to do the rivers map mode. I think the devs don't want to show off the rivers map mode, though, because it's, like, not really, like, complete, but it's, like, the one thing that no one's seen. I'll maybe ask them. It's not pretty, but it's like, it's one of the last things that people haven't seen. It's really more of like an internal tool for testing rather than something that's supposed to be like player facing. But I think rivers are really important, and so like I think you should care where the rivers are in this type of thing. But yeah, there's like I can't. Recording the short has some difficulties for me that like I can't explain. Or don't want to, I guess. Do they change levies respawning? I think it's a little bit better, but they still kind of respawn. I think it's better, though. Our experience was that we got a significantly diminished amount of levies, so I don't know at what rate they respawn, though, and their respawn might start at the point where you spawn them. So when you spawn them, they start revving back up, and so I think our experience, and this is like low sample size, I think our experience was if you lose the levies right away and then you immediately respawn them, you basically get no levies. But if you've had the levies out for a while and then you get stack wiped, then you can respawn levies pretty quick. So I think they start respawning immediately after you raise them, but they don't do it instantly. What's your thoughts on Scandinavian countries? Which ones are the hardest? Apparently Denmark has a super cracked bonus in that they get extra maritime propagation that's really, really strong, a flat modifier. How's your play with Venice going? Will you do an AR? I have about 40 minutes of AR recorded. I'm recording it in segments, so it's fresh and I'm taking notes, so it's going to be a much more detailed AR. And we haven't really gotten to the point where we're arbitraging, but we're getting a lot of trade income. And in particular, Merchant Republic government reform just seems like super cracked. So Ottomans can build plantations in all of Anatolia once they move the capital to Istanbul. That is correct. Very strange. Yeah. Yo, philosophical question. Why do we say updating but down patching? Or why not updating or down dating or up patching and down patching? So generally speaking, the way our brains work is not through like analytic logic, like necessary and sufficient conditions, if-then statements, this type of stuff, the way that computers think. We think through analogical means, where we compare something to another thing. And at the base root of all this metaphorical structuring of existence is like our own embodied experience. And we actually process most things through embodied experience and the metaphors. Generally speaking, if something is seen as positive, it goes up. And if it's seen as negative, it goes down. And this has to do with the way that our mood is correlated with like our own body language, where to go down is to be more inward and to like do this type of thing, and you feel bad when you're doing this. And to go up, in terms of posture, you open up your ribcage, you make yourself more vulnerable, you feel safe. You feel good, this type of thing. In terms of like its emotional charge, it is better. And so generally speaking, when we structure stuff both up and down in terms of metaphor, we are going to be doing positive to up and negative to down. And so that will generally hold true with all things that structure it in this way. So for example, you're feeling down today, you're really in the pits. The pit, of course, being something that is downward oriented. The way that we think of the stock market, you could have very easily had the stock market go bad is left and good is right, or good is down and bad is up. You could have done that any number of different ways, but it is very, very consistent, basically through all representation, that good is up and down is bad, in terms of like the metaphorical structuring that we use to process things. And so why do we say updating? We are getting to a better version, so it is an update. But down patching, I don't know why down patching is a thing. I've never heard that term before. But it would not be down dating, with the idea that the version that we are getting now generally tends to be better. But I don't know this, I've never heard this down patching term. But in terms of the way that we... there's like a ton of metaphors. I could get a longer list of metaphors. In terms of the way we structure it. So, more is up, less is down. Speak up, please. Keep your voice down, please. Healthy is up, sick is down. Lazarus rose from the dead, he fell ill. Consciousness is up, unconsciousness is down. Wake up, he sank into a coma. Control is up, lack of control is down. I'm on top of the situation. He is under my control. Happy is up, sad is down. I'm feeling up today. He's feeling really low these days. Virtue is up, lack of virtue is down. He's an upstanding citizen. That was a low down thing to do. Rational is up, non-rational is down. The discussion fell to an emotional level. He couldn't rise above his emotions, these types of things. And so this is very, very consistent in terms of the way that we like intellectually structure and process things, is through these eventual end embodied metaphors. Mustache during November to promote cancer awareness. Well, I haven't shaved the mustache yet. I guess I could just keep it on. If we had more of a spine, we would do no squatting less than 1 million pounds November. We tried doing that one November. We got a quarter of the way through it in a week. That was rough. It's on our lifting channel. Did they also nerf Iberian Lieutenancy and Voice Reality that gave 25 and 30 control? I don't think so. So I think those buildings are now really, really good, and I think that actually makes Castile. I said that I thought Spain was probably best earlier. I think if there's a reason for Castile to be the best, it's probably that building. Playmaker's an EU4 blobber. Generalist is a Vic 3 tall Chad. Except I'm a Vic 3 dirty blobber too. I just like whatever's making you stronger is like what I try and do. Step 1, build a bridge. Step 2, put a sock under each from each pair under the bridge. Step 3, wait. True, but the game isn't causing playstyle issues, then the game is failing to discourage that kind of play. Like, he can completely ignore the systems of the game with no consequences. Yeah, that's because the AI is completely feckless and has no money. But that has less to do with the systems, like, not doing something, and more that the AI just can't play through the systems. Like, if the AI played through the systems in an effective way, he would get punished more. So I don't think it's necessarily the case that the systems are entirely unpunishing, although now they're even more punishing than they were before. A big part of the problem is that the AI just like... Look, bro, if the AI only has levies and only has one wave of mercs, and that's all you have to deal with when you fight them, and they don't have regulars because they can't afford them, then of course you're just going to run through them. And then, like, you don't need as much manpower to be able to deal with them. And so, like, the way he plays maybe doesn't generate enough manpower, or less manpower, then, like, a bit more of a sensitivity towards, like, playing tall and focusing on eco and focusing on pop. But it doesn't matter because you don't need that amount of manpower. Are rivers properly impactful? Yeah, the stuff flows the correct way now. So you're better off putting the river or markets at an isthmus. It's kind of an interesting situation where markets are better placed at an isthmus at the base of the river, and then capitals are better at the top of the river. So the Mamluks with Cairo here and Alexandria here, they have the market in Alexandria and the capital in Cairo, and that's actually probably correct, which is a weird idiosyncrasy. It's also probably why Paris is a good capital, even if you were to move the market to the north of France, which this might be correct to do. Like, you might actually want to move the French market towards this. This is a location here that has good harbor capacity. So maybe the best location for the market is actually here, and then you end up making another market here, and that this is the way to play France, something like this. And if that's the case, I think you would not want to necessarily move the Paris, the capital, to the coast. But maybe it is better on the coast. The problem is you get some unique buildings, and you get them in Paris, and they give you bonuses when they're in your capital, so you probably do want to keep it as capital. Are you allowed to show gameplay right now? No, I'm not. Ever played Denmark? No, but apparently they get a really cracked bonus. North Sea Empire sounds good, yeah. Is there unique content for Zoroastrian? There is, from my understanding, but I don't know it. They need to figure out a system for both bailiffs and plantations that isn't on the same continent. Yeah, I mean... Look, as far as, like, where I want dev hours to go, that's just such a low priority to me, and I actually think that, I agree that it's weird from a simulation perspective, but I don't think it's super game-breaking, especially now that plantations and bailiffs kind of cancel each other out, because you suffer not being able to build bailiffs, but then you can build plantations, this type of thing. Do you think it's possible to become Muslim as Muscovy, Russia, by Russian Caucasus, Central Asia? How many Muslims do you need to convert? You need 40% of your pops to be of the other religion. You can also give away your own land to your subjects as a way of facilitating this. When you say the game is hard to learn for a European Universalis newbie, I would say it takes a while. I don't necessarily think the friction for learning is that high, or the amount that you need to learn to enjoy the game is that high, but there's a lot of interconnected systems, and the learning curve is a little bit steep. So I think you can have fun, but not really understand what you're doing, and I think that that's important, but I do think it'll take a while to figure everything out. The dude earlier said the right-wing America is violent, yet the left assassinates people they disagree with. Yeah, so there's people on the left and the right who both do this type of thing, and they're not necessarily reflective of the entire population, and that's called... Oh, what is that called? Oh, there's a special word for it. It's not projections. It's like overgeneralizing, but it's not overgeneralizing. I forget what it is. Happy Wednesday. Hey! Happy Wednesday, Trash Waifu. You've been in here a while. Did it just become Wednesday for you? Wouldn't an update come from an update 8, the opposite being predate? Yeah. Come from up to date? Well, up to date, you could have it be down to date, right? The fact that you are using the language of up is significant either way. The AI not being able to play a problem is the problem, though. I hope we don't forget that. That's true. If you are expecting the AI to be able to compete with the player on release, in a completely, one-to-one way, though, I think that's an unreasonable expectation. I do want the AI to be better than it is now. I think at this point... Or before this patch, I think it was roughly similar to Vic 3's AI release. But Vic 3's AI, on release, just didn't do anything. And so, I think that on release, there's also more important things to get right than AI. Because you can play a game with a really bad AI for a good chunk of time before it starts getting frustrating. Because you're just figuring the game out, you have a lot of novelty, you're doing the things. And so I think that... But yeah, I do want to see it better than it is now. But it is relevant. You said you played up to 1700 before? Yeah, early 1700s a couple of times. What percentage of your population was peasants then? I can't remember exactly. It probably depends on which run. Like the Vijayanagara run, I think we played into 1700s. We still had a lot of pops as peasants. And then we played into 1700, I think, as Netherlands, and we had a very low percentage as peasants. In fact, in the lowlands, we had, 0 peasants. We had run out of peasants. Who was the more recent... We played Mali into 1700s. I think we had a third of our pops as peasants, something like this. I disagree, he completely ignores food control, integrating pops, crown power, and doesn't have any consequences. It's just, it's not just infighting. I think you're talking about Playmaker still? I think if he plays multiplayer like that, and someone else actually, cares about these other things, that he'll struggle with the human opponent. I don't think it's the system just being... not having any sort of rewards or benefits. Playmakers said multiple times that pops don't do anything, but the amount of manpower buildings you can build in a location scales, after the first level, it just scales linearly with population. Because you can build multiple manpower buildings in a single location. So I think the fact is he's never needed to build more manpower buildings, so he doesn't care or he doesn't notice. If you're playing against human opponents that are maxing out manpower and really going after it, or if the AI starts to do it, then your pops really do matter, because it's going to affect how many manpower buildings you can get. It's one of the reasons people like vanilla EU4. The AI was honestly far better relative to optimal than today's AI in EU4. Yeah, there's so many more levers in EU4. And when you introduce more levers, it makes it harder for the AI. There's a ton of levers and complexity in EU5. It's really hard to make a good... it's hard to think of, in the last 5 years, a good strategy game AI that released that was good on release. I can't think of a really good example. I think strategy game releases in general have been rough the past 5 years. EU4 got 87 Metacritic and very positive on release. Yeah, but that's also 12 years ago. If they released EU4 again, though, people would complain that there's not enough stuff going on. Right? It's not, the more stuff you add, the more complexity you add in terms of decision-making trees for the AI, or weights. Way behind, but how much the Mediterranean coastline do you think a player could viably control? It depends what age. Depends on the age. I mean, like, eventually, like, probably the entire coastline, in the final age. Railroads are a hell of a thing. A combination of railroads and maritime, you could probably do pretty good with that. You just, like, maybe have the capital in, like, Sicily or Naples or something. I guess probably you'd struggle to get it all the way out to the Baltics, but... Given that communication and trade will be a two-way rather than unidirectional, it seems that upriver and downriver makes, a difference for control and market access, yeah. Shoehorse theory? Loud minority? Loud minority's relevant. A vocal... It's, like, somewhat similar. The thing is like, both the right and the left will echo chamber, caricatures of the other person. So, the people on the right will have, like, this, violent, lefty, Antifa, BLM, liberal, and they will hold this up as if it is a prototypical representation of everyone on the left. And then, the left will do the same with some sort of, like, violent, racist, fascist thug. You know, and hold this up like this is all conservatives, and neither of those are even, like, remotely accurate. I have been, but I forgot it was Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. When was the last time a right-winger assassinated a left-wing political leader and just based on what he believes in? Well, generally, the assassination attempts and mass shootings tend to come from people on the right, but this doesn't mean that people on the right are like that, like, in the aggregate, because people who engage in mass shootings and assassinations are exceptional representations. They are, as a population representation, they are such a small portion of the population. To act as if they are representative of the population as a whole is ridiculous. But, like, if you look at the mass shooters and you look at the political ideology in the US, like, the majority of them tend to be on the right. And the person who tried to assassinate Trump was on the right. The one who got closer, I don't know. I think the one on that didn't get as close was on the left. But the point is like, just in general, when was the time a right winger assassinated a left winger political leader? I don't know the answer to that question. I can't remember her name. The senator not too long ago, Gabby Giffords or something like this. Might be the last time. Yeah, 2011, Gabby Giffords probably. That would probably be reasonable. I think if you're looking at successful attempts, I don't know if I don't know the ideology of the JFK assassin. I mean, you could go back to Lincoln, where, like, the Conservative Party was the Democrats. If you want to talk about right and left wing, and say John Wilkes Booth, maybe. But, YouTube has a memory leak? Womp womp. Uh-oh. Huge fan of your vids and content so far. What system mechanic has been your favorite in EU5? I really like Control. I like Control. I like the fact that it makes you, like, want to keep everything condensed and creates pressures in, like, both directions. Really like this patch where the Bailiff, which I thought was kind of invalidating the importance of Control, has been hugely nerfed. Basically, for Playmaker, pops don't matter, because beating the AI is easy, even though without worrying about pops. I mean, I agree that beating the AI is easy without worrying about pops. When I say that pops are extremely important and, like, one of the most important things, it's assuming opponents that have a certain level of competence. I think what Playmaker's primarily focused on is, like, stacking war score cost reduction. And when I'm evaluating what's good, I'm not talking about that, because his orientation is towards map painting as quickly as possible, where that is the most important modifier in the game. If you're just trying to get as strong as possible in the abstract, and you're assuming strong opponents, even though there aren't any, war score cost reduction is much less important than modifiers that allow you to win the actual war. But what I'm talking about is a theoretical construct. He's engaging with the game as it is, and that's a different thing. Honestly, I think the games have too many levers. The games would be widely loved if they were simpler but had better AI. Yeah, so this is a problem where if you make the more complex you make the game, the more systems you have, the harder it is to make really good AI. AI for chess is real good. Chess is a very elegant strategy game because it's not very complicated, but it has an enormous amount of depth. But I think that people want complexity and levers as part of a simulation. I do think there's a certain elegance to having a bunch of things that like pull on each other. Gamer Panda, thank you for the follow, big nice. And so I'm a fan of seeing like complexity and depth in this type of stuff. And to see an elegant and cool system to me has its own value rather than just having an AI that's going to do well against me. If I really want an AI that's going to do well against me, I could just boot up chess anytime I want and just get steamrolled. You're allowed to stream the game? No, we are not. We have, this is IGN footage from YouTube. But we're streaming in the background where we're primarily reading something and not showing something. Although if we start showing something, we'll just come on over to like a Tinto talk that's relevant for it. Given there's a literal number attached to it, it would be nonsensical to overwrite the observable action for the sake of general language convention, and English is hardly very consistent regarding blood pressure. Okay. Minnesota governor assassination, latest comes to mind. Oh, the attempt. They weren't they weren't successful. Like Giffords actually died, right? Or was she just rendered like brain dead? I can't remember. More stuff and better eyes just increase the time until the game is solved, which one of them is prioritized. I don't feel it matters afterwards. Please form Portuguese Mexico. This would be epic. Portuguese Mexico. Mexico. What do you think about the value of conquering not to strengthen your nation but to weaken your rivals? It's less relevant against strong opponents. But yeah, this is a thing. There's extra value towards disempowering the strongest person in a region. But that's because it allows you to do other stuff later. But yeah, no, I agree that that's a consideration. And that makes it, the way you think about it, a little bit more complex. But generally speaking, if you're playing if you're swimming in a tank with a bunch of strong players, going after the strongest guy and going after it's often going to leave you in a really vulnerable spot for other people to dogpile you, just in terms of actual practice. The AI is not very opportunistic about when you leave yourself weak. And going after the strongest person is often a good way to leave yourself weak against strong players. I have some concern that the game has one optimal path every time in terms of gameplay, no matter the country, and that roads are better than clergy for literacy. Roads, clergy for literacy, max towns. Is this true, or is there more ways? Well, now, because of the way that satisfaction returns go, now being able to tax the clergy is actually useful, especially because satisfaction gets tanked in ways that are like less avoidable. But in general, and also the clergy get a bigger proportion of the tax base, it seems. So taxing the clergy might be kind of okay now. And also food seems more important, so maxing towns maybe seem not as important. But like, given any particular context, the best action is probably going to be the best action. But I think what happens is that things change in different contexts what's good, and so being able to identify what's good in a given context, I think that this is a healthy kind of gameplay situation. I don't have a problem with roads being extremely good all the time, though. I think that's fine. I don't think that that's an issue. I don't think that that's a playstyle thing. I think that's just like representative of infrastructure. If you want the simulation to be such that roads aren't always good, then I guess you could do that, but I disagree with that from a design philosophy perspective. Do you know, and can you tell us why the devs did not go with your excellent suggestion of merging forts and bailiffs to give more forts more importance and maintenance cost to the plus control? Well, now they do have a maintenance cost, but all buildings have maintenance cost. And I was a little bit active on pushing for maintenance cost, but I didn't know. I thought the game was operating a little bit differently than it was. I thought the maintenance cost was charged to the tax base. Apparently, it just wasn't charged to anyone, and it was just free consumption. And it wasn't tied down to anything, which is not something I'm a fan of. To be fair, the proportion of it that's not going to maintenance is still just free buy orders into the market, which is a little bit of strangeness. Yeah, I can't talk about exactly what the devs tell me, just like categorically, because I'm not supposed to. I could share what I've said, because I can just re-say it on stream. I'm not supposed to share what other people say in the shared Discord. And I think I'm okay to give just general kind of vibes-based answers, but nothing specific. Great to catch you live. Do you prefer your viewers watch on YouTube or Twitch? I get a little bit more if you watch on... I prefer you to watch on whichever you prefer, to be honest. I think I get a little bit more money if you watch on YouTube, but that so doesn't matter to me relative to, like, the user experience. Hey, dude, came from Reddit. Hello. Which YouTuber playing this Portugal run? Can I give them a name? I haven't seen this one. This is the exclusive gameplay from IGN, and it's just 2 minutes of gameplay footage that's just kind of poking around the EUI. This guy's functionally not even really playing, because a lot of these decisions don't make any sense. But it's just showing through the UI. And so that's what this is. It's not a YouTuber, it's just IGN official channel. We have it on in the background here because I think this is a good backdrop for the thing. Although it's confusing some people, so maybe we shouldn't use it. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on it now. I think enough people are coming in that are confused that maybe we shouldn't do it. Is the relationship between war score cost and population linear? I don't think it's... I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure. The tooltips showing exactly what increases the war score cost are opaque. I don't know exactly what drives war score cost. But to be fair, Charlie Kirk never talked about hate and always treated people with respect. Charlie Kirk did not always treat people with respect. He was, as far as the, to be fair to Charlie Kirk, as far as the people that are very popular on the right, I think he was more respectful than a lot of them, but he was not always respectful. Although, actually, he was probably more respectful than the vast majority of them, so there is that. Also, mass shooters are usually left and recently transgender. That's just... The majority of people... the majority of... In terms of representation, transgender people are not like an enormous proportion of mass shooters, and they are not generally on the left. This is skewed reporting. It just gets over-reported in, like, conservative, like, media. When they are on the left, it gets emphasized over and over and over again. If you just, like, look at the mass shooters, they tend to be right-leaning. And also, overwhelmingly, if you want to talk about, statistically speaking, what they tend to be male. And this is consistent with, like, all violent crime is, like 95% of the violent crime is, like, men. And so, like, if you want to get upset at a demographic for violence, the most reasonable one, or like, if you want to look at the statistics, but, like, you're welcome to look at the statistics of, like, mass shooter. I don't know if anyone's tracking this, actually. Different information is kind of a little bit hard to parse. one based on victims. See, the problem is almost all of this is like politically slanted, like all the sources, and so finding something that's not like having an agenda. And then how are you going to count? Are you going to count by incident or by killings or this type of thing? I see one of these things where it just says almost all of them are reporting non-affiliated, which that, as a investigative method, is a bit of a thing. I'm seeing another thing that says 70% or over 70% are right-leaning. I think this would take too long for us to parse on stream, given what we're looking at. Yeah. I'm not gonna try and fact-check sources and, like, look at citations and this type of stuff on stream. You might win a war, but become irrelevant compared to the rest of the players. Irrelevant wars from Civ multiplayer, yeah. The bailiff maintenance cost is actual money, or you mean goods? The goods have a price, and you pay a proportion of the price of the goods. I prefer to watch Generalist from his house. Yep. YouTube it is. CK is more about family events, Victoria's economy. What's this game about? I mean, this game, like, the overall vibes are more similar to EU4 than they are to, like, Vic 3 or something like this. It's quite confusing. Yeah, maybe we'll stop this then. We'll take a look at something like this and we'll play the music from elsewhere. Can you loop the EU5 official channel Netherlands video? I could, but there's talking over it, so that makes talking over it confusing. If something's playing music, it's not confusing, but it will if there's talking. It sounds like to me you think the AI will not provide much of a challenge on release. Is that fair? I think the player will be able to outperform the AI by a considerable margin on release. I also think that you're hard-pressed to show me a strategy game where this is not the case that's released within, like, the past 5 years. That doesn't involve just the AI being able to perform some tedious level of micromanagement that the player can conceptually understand, but is incapable of doing that many clicks. Like, those are the spots in which, in strategy games, the AI, like, outperforms, but that's not a marker of being more intelligent than the player as much as it is being able to handle, like, something, like, in terms of clicks and volume and this type of thing. Any change to how colonization works and when you're able to colonize? Not that we really saw. Charlie Kirk spoke generally in a respectful manner, but the actual points were always repulsive. I haven't watched enough Charlie Kirk to, like, really try and do broad speaking generalizations. I think that he's generally, like, probably less antagonistic than a lot of the right-winger, like, influencer types. So I think the person's point about him being respectful is, like, just generally correct, but I think that a lot of his views are intolerant, but expressing views respectfully that are intolerant is, like, it's difficult to say whether or not that is, like, rude or offensive. Or it's complicated. Whereas, like, someone just, like, being outright insulting is, like, not as complicated. I can confirm that most of my core workers are men. Yep. I mean, 5 of the last 7 were transgender, mostly white male. I don't think that that's accurate. I could check. I think that that's just wrong. I would actually just bet, like, half my net worth that that's wrong, having not looked at the information in a really close way. And maybe I'd get super burned on it, but I'm not gonna check the veracity of that, like, right now. I think it's probably wrong. As a gay porn actor, I could confirm that most of my coworkers are men. Ayo. Although women can be gay as well, so depends. Yeah. A disproportionate number of supervillains have PhDs. This probably makes sense. It doesn't matter what you think Charlie Cook was repulsive. He always debated with respect and stood for what he believed in. Sure. I don't know that much about Charlie Kirk specifically, so I can't comment about it. I think we're getting derailed a little bit. As a guy that constantly has crimes committed against him, I can confirm perpetrators are mostly male. There we go. Have you considered growing some hair on your head? I've considered it, most certainly. I would have, if my hair still grew, I would definitely just do long hair. Like, I was super into that when I was younger. And by younger, I mean like 15 when my hair started going. I'll wait until tomorrow to determine all the facts. Yeah, I learned about it on stream, so it's really hard for me to comment on anything with any degree of, like, accuracy or, like, this type of thing. And also, the amount of Charlie Kirk content I've consumed is relatively low, so it's really hard for me to say, like, anything comprehensive or definitive about him. Do you think he oils the head? Maybe. I'm a part of American society. Not that I'm a part of American society, but treat people with respect ain't hard. It's hard. It certainly is hard for people in the public sphere that are on the right and the left, which is everyone. Like generally speaking, I think that influencers in general, political influencers, are not very respectful to the other side. And like just categorically, I don't mean that this is just a right problem or a left problem. Lieutenant S Gaming. Does the game convey a satisfying sense of progression? Does your nation feel like it's becoming stronger? Yes. I think you get to the point where you stop caring about money a little too fast, but actually this patch, it's way slower. So I do like that. Just loop pain is salvation. Just mute it. This is what happens with the EU4 to me. They beat me by making it tedious to catch armies and forts, and I can't handle all that. Yeah, so like the AI is much better at controlling the human is much better at controlling one army. As you add more and more armies, the AI gets progressively better at controlling it. But this isn't because the AI is better at thinking through the logic, it's just better at handling multiple tasks. And so I can't think of a strategy game where the AI that's released recently where the AI is better. Like chess. Chess has been out a while. The AI for chess is just absolutely curb stomps human opponents. I guess there's an AI for StarCraft that's very, very strong. That was part of like the OpenAI projects, but that's like an exceptional case. That's not just like AI in general. Sounds like some apologist bullshit, dude. Yeah, man. When you leave a comment, just generally speaking, and like the person's like a little bit behind on chat, like, and you don't make it clear what you're actually referring to, it's actually super hard for me to like know what you're saying. Just like in general, like if you're going to like it's easier if you leave a slight amount of context for your criticism or whatever, because I don't even know exactly what you're like referring to. I'm more worried about the way that people on social media are reacting. One of the things is also like the people that go viral on social media generally responding to politics aren't really like a representative sample of like the entire community with which they are associated. A lot of the people who are going viral on the right wing are not really reflective of like people on the right, and same with like the people on the left. Yeah, it's wrong. It's like 5 in total. Regarding like the transgender shooters, yeah. But when there is a transgender shooter, I watch a lot of Fox in terms of news, because I am on the left, so I choose to watch primarily stuff on the right. Every time that there's a mass shooter that is transgender, they super beat that over the head over and over and over again. And every time there's a transgender, or anytime there's a mass shooter that is like Christian, they don't mention that at all. Like, and there's enough mass shootings in the US that you can really cherry pick it. And so if you just choose to really report on the ones that are transgender a lot, and a lot more, then like you can, because there's hundreds of mass shootings in the US like per year, I think. To be fair, some of those mass shootings aren't like mass shootings as we think of them. I think the technical definition is that 4 or more people are shot, then it's a mass shooting. So like some mass shootings are gang violence, which most people would not consider them. He condoned socialized violence through systems of power. He repeatedly said that Palestinians don't exist and deserve what's happening. Yeah, I think that's reprehensible, but like whether his position versus his means of communicating are two different things. As I said like earlier in the stream, I just generally don't agree with Kirk. So, and like I don't have a strong opinion on like. I dislike political violence, but in terms of like Kirk himself, like I don't have a strong opinion other than I know I disagree with a lot of the stuff he's about. Can they make the AI more opportunistic, like take advantage of where the player or other countries are weakened? They should, but they don't. This can happen with some AI. What it does is it has to like figure in like how many more guys you're fighting. I think some versions of EU have done this. English only, please, Vanja, because I can't moderate other languages. Why is Kark even... People keep bringing it up because he just got shot. I don't know. I've kind of already said what I have to say about it, but to be fair, I do repeat myself just often on streams. People ask the other questions. You didn't care that mass shootings would occur? What? This game's called Europa Universalis. That the East tends to look really strong. I think with the change to cities, they even look stronger now. I think that what we're gonna see is I'm thinking Vijayanagar might just be like other than Delhi and Yuan, which are strange kinds of things. Because I think the optimal for Delhi might be juicing up Bahmani and then releasing and playing as Bahmani, and for Yuan it might be doing the same with Wu. But like those are two kind of strange starts because they have really oppressive mechanics, but they're also really huge. And so if the mechanics are not sufficiently oppressive, those are just the two best countries. And if they are, then like playing and releasing as one of their countries might be better, and it's unclear. Super hard to evaluate, but other than that, I think VJ might be the best. It's worth the cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every year, so we can have the Second Amendment, is a quote. As a libertarian, like, regarding, like, gun deaths, to some extent you might be... I don't think that they should, like, yeah, in regards, like, that might be something to some extent we're, like, in agreement on, but, I think that guns should be way more heavily regulated than they are. Like, they shouldn't be illegal, but they should be way more heavily regulated. And I wouldn't actually hate the banning of handguns, or the banning of, rifles with certain amount of magazines. Or not magazines, oh, I don't know the proper nomenclature. The amount of bullets per magazines, or magazine size, or this type of thing. Handguns are only ever used to kill people, and actually a majority of deaths, well, a majority of mass shootings aren't by handgun, a majority of, like, deaths by shooting are. And handguns don't have a separate utility, really, outside of killing people. Whereas, like, rifles, like, you use them for hunting, and shotguns you use for home defense, and handguns have the effect of being really easily concealable, but, yeah, I have some mixed feelings. I do absolutely think if you just banned all guns, you would have fewer people dying to shootings, though. I think that is, like, unambiguous, so... Let's get a smaller resource map. Yeah, Vijayanagar is down here. There's also, like, infinite pepper down here, too. I find it hilarious when USAians talk about the right and the left and how different they are. The Nordic perspective, the USs only have a right and an extreme far right. Yeah, no, this is also very interesting visiting Europe and talking to a lot of Europeans a lot for, like, Paradox stuff, because I went to Sweden and I've gone to Spain. It's interesting their perspective on this type of thing, but it's like you have to understand that the underlying context for this is just an extreme level of tribalism too. So it's like when thinking about it, it should, and thinking about like the other, like the US's situation, it's like even if it seems like right and further right, like it's important to realize that like these people like deeply disagree with each other, and that's like a broader part of the context. Thoughts on Grimace from McDonald's? You, what, like pass or smash? Smash, maybe? I don't know. What kind of music do you listen to? I listen to, like, metal from, like, the early 2000s. And music that seems like it's made for, like, angsty teenage girls. And then, I don't know what the genre, like, witchy pop or something is, like, the name of the genre. I don't know what it's called. And then I like to listen to pop covers of rock songs and rock covers of pop songs. And that's kind of, like, the eclectic mix. Context earlier, you said you'd give me $1 million. Did I? When was this? Will you play at least 36 hours of EU5? Yes, at least 36. I've played at least 36. I have several hundred at this point. Where's Tarkus's money? No, not like this. Social bubbles with an enforced algorithm manipulation controls what people think, yeah. Also, only 5 transgender people cause mass shootings over the past 10 years. It's barely an effect on the amount. I believe that, but also, like, I would want to verify before, like, going around saying that. Just, like, yeah, people say a lot of stuff only saying, like, one thing online, and, like, confirmation bias. Look, when people look up information, this is the exact way they do it, and this is because of confirmation bias. When you have an argument with someone and you have a disagreement and you're looking up the information, here's what happens. If you find something you agree with, and people almost universally do this, you stop looking at information. If you find something you disagree with, you keep looking for information until you find something you agree with. So the end consequence is you always find information to support your current theory. And the problem is a lot of stuff on the internet is also just anecdotal, and so you should just generally be really dissatisfied with anecdotal information writ large, and you should also be willing to, like, read studies, or read, like, how studies are set up and stuff like this, because, like, when looking up the mass shooting statistics, there's, like, one that was, like, skewing it, enormously towards people just saying that they're not affiliated, with any political spectrum, and then one where they were populating everyone on either the right or the left, was showing that they were way further right. And both sides can be, like, manipulating the information in some sort of way, which means knowing how the statistics were reached is, like, an important and relevant thing. But people aren't doing that. They're just reading the headline, and they're not even reading all the headlines. They're just reading the headlines until they get to one that supports their theory, and they're like, okay, I'm done. And it's like, you're always going to find something to confirm your opinion, and you're never going to update your opinion. And when you don't update your opinion, this is how you get stupid-ass, like, worldviews. Like, because, look, your ability, the chances that you get information right the first time, every single time, are so minusculely low. The mark of actually being able to form a really strong worldview is your ability to rethink what you got wrong and change your perspective over and over and over and refine and reiterate. And instead, people, like, for the most part, like, believe, like, the same thing that they, like, believed when they first formed their impression, and they don't ever update it. They don't ask themselves, am I wrong? They don't ever, like, figure out what their perspective is and be like, okay, what's the opposite of that? And, like, read the opposite of this. And, like, yeah. Have we played around Persia? No, Persia looks really miserable. That's why I haven't played too much of it. But to be fair, it actually... I don't know if it's considered Persia, but, like, where Iraq is actually looks, like, decent. But, like, the really mountainous terrain and this type of stuff looks really rough. That's not what I wanted. Where's Persia? We can take a quick look at Persia. Where's Persia? Is it not? It's not with the Levant, is it? I don't think it is. No. Do we just not have eyes? Persia and the Caucasus, there we go. So in general, a lot of this is desert. Desert's pretty bad, and a lot of it's hilly or mountainy, which is also really bad. So in terms of like the way the terrain setup and like this type of stuff looks, it's rough. So we have arid and cold arid. All this is bad. The thing is, the strip of Mediterranean is quite strong. So maybe playing somewhere in here is maybe an okay experience, but we still have a ton of hills and mountains and plateaus, and so pushing control here will be super miserable. So it's really probably like playing on the coast somewhere in here or something like this, or playing like around this area. That's like kind of the only like reasonable-ish way. I know Timurids are somewhere in here. I forget who you have to start as to play Timurids, but also desert's terrible. So like if you're looking for like some of the very worst land in the game, it's this. And then you don't even get, there's also not a lot of dev. You don't even really, there's also not very good natural harbors. You don't even really get a nice payoff in terms of like in terms of the resources. Like the resources are pretty good, but they're not insane. What you have is a lot of spices and wool, and this you're happy about. But if I recall correctly, there's not a lot of like gold and silver around here, because we conquered a lot of this in our Egypt run. So yeah, how good is the macro builder? Macro builder's pretty good. There's some issues with it, like upgrading buildings feels bad. And also setting up trades takes a lot of clicks, and so like those two things in particular are a bit of pain points, but other than that it's pretty good. Is EU5 harder than EU4? It's too hard for me to say. I think that the learning curve is probably easier because there's so many different systems in EU4, but overall harder, probably. It's hard for me to say because I don't really have my finger on the pulse of EU4. How important is initiative now? Initiative seems really good, but initiative seems initiative feels less accessible because how strong levies are. And so having levies with high initiative seems a lot more valuable because now levies are a lot stronger. The East and China being strong makes sense. Europe was a backwater at the start of the game. Yeah, I just think that there's not enough catch-up for Europe, but maybe there is. You get a lot more pop growth, and there's really good location density in Europe, so Europe, in theory, does get a much higher pop growth percentage on average. Buildings can be built in cities, but not in towns? The one that comes to mind is the Panlock Canal. But the bigger thing is, like, you have a max cap of, like, 6 levels of buildings in towns or something like this. It depends. It scales a lot with your pop and your dev, so it's not always 6, but just 6 is an example. And then with a city, you increase the max level by a really big margin, and you get a lot more migration attraction, and you also get a lot more pop capacity. I think the pop capacity is what drives your migration attraction, so more pops tend to go there. And as more pops go there, you get higher and higher pop, which drives up your building max level. And the way that things work is max level gives you production efficiency from economies of scale. The way that the math works is like if your inputs cost 90 and your output is 100, your margin is 10, so it adds 10 to the tax base. If you get 10% production efficiency on top of that, suddenly you're making 110, expenses are still 90, so now your margin is 20. Well, your production efficiency went up by 10%, but you doubled your income. And so because things happen at the margin, additional production efficiency is really important, and you get a ton of additional production efficiency from building levels, and you get a lot of building levels with cities. And it can be enough that if you push down the price in your market to barely profitable by super overproducing stuff using cities, and then you export it to someone else, if they're all on towns, you can actually push the price lower to the point where their buildings aren't even profitable. Theoretically, like, because we haven't gotten to play with this too much, although the AI kind of doesn't resist that much, so you get to scoop up a lot of their consumption. But you can completely push someone out of the production of a good if you can way outproduce them, and one of the ways in which you can do this, or outproduce them at a margin, a profit margin, as a consequence of having the economies of scale bonus. And I don't know if it's enough, like a big enough margin to pay for the trade, the margin that you lose on the trade, or the fact that there is effective supply and demand, which makes prices stickier in the individual markets. But it's like a theoretical possibility. Word he's looking for is capacity. You're welcome, chat. Someone tell Playmaker to stop screaming for nerfs. I don't want to play Dark Souls Grand Strategy game. Playmaker just really hates Parliament. Parliament was super nerfed, though. I'm not happy about the Parliament nerfs. I like Parliament when it was stronger. So, I think Playmaker's gonna be happy with that one, though. People find a way to kill people no matter what. This is true. But if you can't look at me with a straight face and tell me that if they banned guns, that homicides wouldn't go down. Which isn't to say that I think that they should ban guns. I think if you banned violent stuff on TV, homicide rate would also go down. And I'm not, like, advocating for that. But, like, if you're being serious about the case studies we have in the world, and you look at the people who have banned guns, murder rate goes down. Stabbing deaths ticked up because of the banning? Absolutely, but are more or less people dying in Britain now than relative to when after they banned guns? I know in Australia it's striking. So you're like, just by virtue of the stabbing deaths going up, just like that's like not a very good way of looking at it. Oh, interesting. I don't know how good these statistics are, but this shows the homicide rate going up post-banning. It's curious. I'm more familiar with Austria, or Australia. But, I know in Australia, they definitely have the opposite effect, or this is what it was last time I checked. Or this is my recollection of the data. But I'd also have to, like, check the sources on these data and this type of stuff. So, according to this, domestic homicide rates in Australia decreased by 36% after the bannings. And so you also have to look at confounding variables, like, the homicide rate was already going up in Britain, so maybe it was just always going to go up, but it went up by a smaller amount. I'm kind of not sure that that's going to be the case, though. But, yeah. The Britain one is interesting. I'll have to take a closer look at it later, or like off stream, I think. Confounding variables is like always a factor, which is another like layer of the thing, because if you look at statistics, that's so much better than anecdotes. But when you're looking at statistics, you also have to think about confounds and like other types of stuff, and also like the validity of samples and like these types of things. And what you'll get is, so I haven't looked at the Britain stuff, so I'm not, like, speaking to it too much, but let's say, hypothetically, that, like, those statistics are accurate, which is probably reasonable. What will happen is people, in terms of the gun control, on one side of the debate will cite the UK statistics, and then people on the other side will cite the Australia statistics, rather than, like, trying to, like, get to the heart of the issue, which is like kind of what we're getting at in regards to like confirmation bias, is that people aren't actually interested in finding the truth, they're interested in making their perspective correct, generally speaking. Imagine being assassinated by a hunting rifle. It is a vibe. Yeah. Is there a workforce ratio to EU5? No. I was in Sweden with Generalist when he told all the Europeans that they could never understand American politics. Totally happened. Doing a lot of not like this thing with conversations. You're a Fallout Boy head? Bobblehead, hell yeah. To change the political discourse of the country shouldn't lead to violence, it should lead to unity, not division. Yeah, I mean, tribalism is, in my opinion, the primary enemy, rather than like the other side. Sorry for making it political earlier. Oh, you're back after 30 minutes. I'm just really mad since all the reactions of Blue Sky are sick. Just don't look at him, man. You're rage baiting yourself then. Like, it's, yeah. Lies, damn lies with statistics, yeah. Well, the thing is, you can lie with statistics. I think it's so important that people actually take statistics, because you can be super misleading with statistics. Let's go to one of my favorite websites. Is that website down now? No. What? Oh, maybe this is it. Maybe this is what we're looking for. Spurious correlations. Yogurt consumption correlated with Google searches for I can't even. I have a very serious question for chat. How many cants could a white girl nod if she literally couldn't even? Yeah. This one, I actually, so we were talking about spurious correlations. I buy this one. I can buy this one. Okay. The number of movies Will Smith has appeared in, and electrical generation in Kosovo. Very strong correlation. Is Will Smith appearing in movies causing the generation of electricity in Kosovo? Maybe. You heard it here first. UFO sightings in Utah versus patents granted in the US. The correlation here. Of course, this is a spurious correlation with the population, almost certainly. As population goes up, you'll get more patents, and also you'll get more sightings of UFOs, right? So the thing is, there's a confounding variable that like makes the thing look improper. So like, if two things are correlated, you have to like dig deeper to actually get the truth of the thing. Popularity of the first name Lane, and the numbers of merchandise displayers and window trimmers in Alaska. A near perfect correlation? Coincidence? I think not. Except, of course, it is. That's the point that I'm getting. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Generalist conflating Iraq and Persia. Shake my head. Saddam Hussein rolling in his grave. I differentiated the two. Okay, don't geography shame me. I said that they were talking about Persia as a region, and I was suggesting a more helpful alternative. Tall Iraq seems like a fun thing to try. Yeah, I think Tall Iraq would work pretty well. Are there specific modifiers for train types, like proximity, cost through force? No, there aren't. I've suggested this. This is the solution to some of the control modifiers. I've seen the flat control modifiers. I really think giving the Ottoman Empire special control modifiers through its rough terrain, which I think was the initial motivation, alongside having really trash satisfaction because of all the Greeks. They have really bad satisfaction, and they have really rough terrain, so all other things equal, they would have awful control. And so I think they just gave them a huge flat control buff to deal with that. And so one of the two ways you could do that is reducing the negative effects of bad satisfaction of the Greeks, or which to some degree they have ways of mitigating that because they have a lot of sources of religious tolerance. Or you could give them proximity through that rough terrain and ease the effect of it while still simultaneously forcing them to play around their capital. Whereas plus 10 control allows them to play completely far away from their capital. Have you noticed anything with Russia? I've noticed a lot of things with Russia. Really not trying to bring up another topic. I think you are. But with the current war situation, Paradox might not want to go too hard with the Russia flavor. I think that they'll do their Russia flavor thing and that they won't have a problem with it and it'll be fine. Maybe a certain country should move from Persia to Delhi. Did they make it easier for a noob to get into? Of course, you answered that when I typed it. Okay. Gotta tell Paradox to give European more catch-up for sure. Yeah, you know what was one of my favorites, Tarkus? Is telling the Swedes that I really liked the Danish that they gave us. Do you remember the pastry? I told them I liked the Danish. Is Suez Canal buildable transversable? Not as far as I know. Not milk? I thought milk was the thing that people at the left get and never came back. Not like this. Not like this. Popularity of the Balloon Boy meme with the wind power generated in Fiji. A near perfect correlation. After this patch, Europe will develop more of a tech as time goes on. A little bit, because they get more institutions. It'll be a little bit better, because it's more tied to institutions now. Tech in general would be slower, and the fact that tech in general is slower does benefit the East a little bit, because the East would hit a situation where they had nothing left to research, and it's going to be harder to hit that situation now. So I don't know if it's a wash, or if it makes tech better for Europe, or better for the East. I think it's probably a little bit better for Europe, but there's stuff in both directions. Does the less AI do less doo-doo shit? Yeah, the AI is a lot better economically, but inconsistent. What we notice is a lot of countries now are being really successful, and then some are just still kind of doing nothing. So it's inconsistent, but we see that the AI might not be declaring as many wars as it should, like proactive wars. Or at least this is what OPB was talking about. So he's got his finger on that pulse of that a lot more than I do, though. Playmaker wanted the Parliament CB to be the same as no CB, but without the stab hit. It's not that bad, but it's plus 25% war score cost. I think the no CB is plus 100%, but we haven't really no CB very much at all, so I'm not sure. Max building, level 6. I could say, for example, build 2 weapons. No. So you can build the weapons factory up to level 6, and then you have a total max level of like 80 or something like this. But the max level per industry, the fact that you get throttled per industry and locations is really significant. Katana's banned in Britain. Meiji area police still harm us. The truth hurts. I don't think you're correct on violence on TV causing more murders. Most of the world watches US shows and we are nowhere near the US. You don't have to be near the US, you just have to have a higher rate than you would otherwise. I think the Bandura Bobadil studies are pretty good evidence to be citing in regards to the notion that watching violence increases violence, and it increases violence in a way that's not just imitative, but also generative. So, meaning like, it doesn't just make them repeat the exact behavior they observed, but also just become more violent in general. And so, I do think that this is a pretty strong, study for showing this. I suppose there are, like we could look into this, like, a little bit more. This is something I looked into several years ago, like, trying to really kind of get to the bottom of this, specifically in regards to, like, pornography and violence towards women and imitation, like this type of thing. And I do think there's an effect. I don't think the effect is causal enough to warrant like broad censorship on everything that's violent, but I do think that it's enough to say that there is an effect. But the idea is these kids, after watching an adult beat up on the Bobo doll, were much more violent when playing with the Bobo doll afterwards, and they were violent in ways that were creative, not just imitating what the adults did to the Bobo doll, but also finding new ways to be violent to the Bobo doll. And this is like one of the classic studies in psychology. How would banning guns even work? Probably poorly in the US, considering how many of them are out there. I'm much more a fan of really heavy-handed, like, regulation regarding, like, getting guns. I'm generally against the banning of anything, and instead think stuff should be correlated and taxed, or sorry, regulated and taxed, rather than just banned writ large. But I wouldn't hate a handgun ban, for example, because handguns, their purpose is just to kill people. Like, they don't have a function like rifles do in regards to hunting and this type of thing. But the top 1% also become far poorer in that time period, so that probably had an impact too. Yeah, so this is what we're talking about with the UK statistics. You have to make sure that there's not a confounding variable, which is like, the confounding variable, like the perfect one here. The obvious confounding variable is population increases. As population goes up, you're going to get more of these two things. And so implying that one of these two is causing the other is just incorrect, but there could be a third cause of both of them. Like, for example, well, people becoming more poor doesn't cause guns to get banned, but maybe it does. I don't think it would. But, yeah, if there's a confounding variable, then there's other stuff. Deaths from knives are typically higher, but the rate is shown is actually lower than gun shootings. It's Australia-Hungary. Thank you very much. Thoughts on replacing the bailiff with a control modifier on forts? I feel like this would be historically more accurate. I kind of like bailiffs where they're at. Now, after the nerfs, I think it would be okay to give a little bit of flat control to forts, or flat proximity. I think I wouldn't have a problem with it if they were like bailiff lights, or they would give 10 plot proximity. And that I'd be fine with this as well. I think that would be an improvement, but it's super low on my priority list to the extent that I'm not going to suggest it. I think I've made over 1,000 feedback tickets at this point, and I do try and not flood the zone because the devs can't possibly implement like everything. So to some extent, there has to be some like layers of triage, right? I think I would like 10% flat control. 10% proximity on forts, so that most of the time, if it's in your core territory, they don't do anything, but if they're far away, they do give you a little bit more coverage on the area, this type of thing. How does Unified Culture Group actually work? Also, if you're not paying the maintenance on the forts wouldn't do anything, so I think that this is fine as well, and I think often you're just decreasing maintenance on it anyways, so they wouldn't do it very much. Unified Culture Group, how does it work? We haven't gotten it to work, so I don't know. The data I've seen of some of the biggest causes of violence and crime are wealth diversity and high poverty rates, plus ease of access to weapons. I would believe this, yeah. The distance between Uranus and the Sun, and global count of operating nuclear power plants. Coincidence? I think not. Popularity of the first name Stevie? Lululemon's stock price. A near perfect correlation. Every one thing that agrees with me is true, and everything else is false. It's a well-known fact. Big if true. What are your thoughts on the optimal size of countries? Like, in-game? I assume it scales pretty strongly with how much roads you have, or what your road tech is, or what you can do with maritime presence. I think that once you're starting to get to the point where you have less than 20 or 25 proximity, something like this, you're starting to be grasping at straws. And so it's just a matter of how far can you push out the proximity, I think, is going to be really how we look at it. So I think that, like, early on, Castile feels oversized and you can't really get enough proximity to your outer areas, but then eventually I think you could do okay, especially once you get railroads. Railroads are just, like, insane in terms of how much they allow you to do with control. So really at the late game it scales up quite quickly, so there's no, I think, definitive quick answer to that. It's not a difference of an opinion with him, though. If you like red and I like blue, that's a difference of opinion. If you try and make things illegal, it's no longer a difference of opinion. I understand what you're saying, but saying that he has a bad opinion that would cause suffering is, like, a bit different than saying he is expressing that opinion in a rude way. The pie chart's used in statistics to manipulate more easily, and then how it could look better or worse for X thing than it actually is. Yep. But how is tribalism the enemy if it allows me to reform them to the Horde? True. Checkmate Universalist, big if true. You can lie with statistics where they delete relevant data, for instance. Yeah, but it's harder to... Yeah, the thing I'm trying to emphasize is not that you just use statistics, because this is a statistical, like, relationship. It's that that's kind of an entry level for being intellectually grounded in stuff. And using anecdotes is, like, not very good at all. Associate's degrees awarding in engineering, and Google searches for daylight savings time. Coincidence? I think not. Someone's gonna clip every time I say coincidence, I think not, and it's gonna make me look like really stupid. This is someone who said he would force his 10-year-old daughter to carry it to term after you know what, just to win an argument. Well, I'm not sure that that's... I think that Charlie Kirk believed in the soul, and I think that I don't think that that was, like, a purely performative sellout to a base type of thing, in terms of wanting to do that. I don't believe in a soul, so I don't have the same, like, level of hangups, and also, in general, for the people who are defending, like, human life as being inherently important, as a pro-life type of argument, I never see them wanting to just throw an enormous amount of resources at, like, children's orphanages and this type of stuff, which, like, I think a lot of the arguments would support that type of thing. But that said, I do think conservatives, like, per capita, donate more money to charity, if I'm not mistaken. But that could be a spurious correlation. Maybe it's just because they have more money, like, per capita, or median or something like this. I don't know. You gotta be careful with these spurious correlations. UK has suffered around 10 per million homicides since the 70s. There was a spike in the early 200s, and that 2000 then trend back to the norm. Did the norm fall below, or is it just kind of... But yeah, if there's cutting off the graph, like right when the spike ends, is also a good way to make it look like the banning of guns increased homicide rates if you're trying to produce that narrative. So that's another way you could skew statistics. So having stuff that's a little bit more modern, like, because I think that look at these dates on these statistics. They're cutting it where the correlation ends, right? And so this is just like an absolute like case study in like silliness and like ways to make stuff look popular. The first name Camden, UFO sightings in Florida. This is another one. This is another population. Like both of these things correlate with population almost certainly. I remember seeing a US YouTuber saying that Norway was worse for gun deaths than the US. He had used statistics. Issue was he picked capita data from Norway in a 5-year period around the Breivik attack. Yeah, the US has a really high murder rate relative to the rest of the West. Switzerland has very liberal gun laws. As far as I know, military service is mandatory and everyone can keep their guns at home. It's a societal issue. Yeah, I mean, I'm a libertarian, so in general, I prefer solutions that don't ban things. I'm generally for economic tax-based solutions to relative to banning. So, like, you find out how much damage you think it's costing to society, you quantify it in dollars, and then you look to extract that amount of dollars in sin tax revenue, and then use that money to offset the negative effects of that thing. So, for example, if you think drunk driving is a huge issue, or that alcohol is causing negative externalities to society by those drinking it, you put a tax on alcohol, and then you use the money generated to help offset, in a strategic way, the negative effects of drunk driving. And you look to have it so that it balances out, so that the people can still drink, but they have to pay not the cost to purchase the alcohol, but the cost to purchase the alcohol plus the real actual cost to society as a consequence of that. So I would be more a fan of making guns more expensive, for example, by taxing them, and then using that money to engage, like, I don't know what the most cost-effective way of reducing mass shootings is, but, like, if it's having a bunch of boys and girls clubs, like, these after-school type programs for kids, and paying for these with that type of stuff, I'm completely okay with, like, that as an approach. That's, like, the kind of approach, not saying that specifically, because I don't know what's actually effective, but that is the type of way that I would like to approach these types of things. Those Danishes were delicious, yeah. If you can no longer build bailiffs overseas, wouldn't that make making Istanbul, Constantinople as the capital of the Ottomans turbo bad? I think it's a really good natural harbor. Turbo bad. God, I feel like everyone's making fun of me now. Like, some people are using turbo, they're using it ironically. Because that one stream where I just said everything was turbo. So here's the thing. Having your capital in a place that has a really good natural harbor is really useful. We're not getting it with that one. Where's the other one? So here's the initial one for... Are we going to get the natural harbors here? We did not get the natural harbors in either of them. But I think that there is a natural harbor in Constantinople that's particularly good. So you're going to have to offset the usefulness of that, I think, for it to be bad. But it will be a function of, yeah, if you have more territory, like way more territory in Anatolia, it actually is bad maybe to have your capital there. You also, the Ottomans specifically, they have a bunch of special buildings that give proximity over here. So maybe it doesn't matter. that give like 40 proximity, like a really big chunk of proximity. And these buildings would be a lot better if the legacy of Osman was changed the way I wanted it to be changed, which is that you would get proximity cost modifiers for plateaus and hills and mountains, where if you look at the terrain here, it's going to be a bunch of plateaus and hills. And maybe even just plateaus and hills. And so you have like a mint down here and like one over here that give like 40 proximity like base value. And so I think that combined with proximity bonus might just be enough to make Constantinople better anyway. So something like this. What do the arrow sea lanes have to mean exactly? Is it one direction only, or is the opposite direction slower? The opposite direction slower. Nah, bro, dudes hitting us with killer games. You and Trump actually agree on this? Wait, what? Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Does the number of markets in the game decrease over time? No, it generally increases. It's generally not very fluid, though. It tends to be fairly static, but if someone gets if the AI gets a really isolated location, they'll put a market there, generally is the way that the AI approaches it. Unless that really isolated market is their overlord. It seems that the AI is not very aggressive about creating a new market when it's their overlord market, but we had an unfortunate situation where Navarra did something that was really annoying for us when we were playing as Castile. We don't need another mega thread. Oh, we do have a code if you are interested in pre-ordering the game. Code Generalist in all caps. It doesn't make the game any cheaper for you, but it does send 12% of the sale that way. So if you're ordering anyways, it is free for you to do that if you're interested in supporting the channel. But as we kind of look for Iberia here, what had happened is we had already control of the Bourgeois market here, and we had control of the Bordeaux market here. And then we started fighting Navarra, and because we were at war with them, we auto-embargoed them, and so they had, like, no access. Their, like, market, they were connected to, like, the Barcelona market or something like this, but I think the Barcelona market had gotten seized by Castile and was down here now, and so they had, like, no market access, so they plopped down a new market. And then we subjugated them, and we had this really annoying just Navarra market. In a well-regulated militia, the U.S. Constitution. Yeah, I think if you wanted to regulate and tax guns, whatever you think the cost is is creating for society, that would be something I would be interested in. Is this the new EU5 patch? Yes. New patch for the creators. Even wealthier spheres groups are overrepresented in crime. Yeah. Yeah, even if you control for wealth, but then you also have to control for wealth disparity. Like, there's a lot of different things that can influence crime rates, but yeah. The state should not hold a monopoly on owning guns. That's how we actually get an actual fascist state. Well, I think it's not just the state being the only one controlling the weapons is how you get fascist states, so, Yep. I think we are in the United States. I think we're headed in an authoritarian direction, and people can own guns. So I think it's maybe a spurious correlation that the more guns people own, the less fascist states you get. I'm not sure how strong the correlation is between those two. Ban ammo, big brain. Yeah, especially in the age of like 3D printing, the thing you would actually have to ban is ammo because you can print guns. But situations look very React-heavy content. Is there a way to proactive goals or missions or work with players to create goals for themselves? Missions, situations, I would not say feel really reactive. I think I like the feel of situations quite a bit. Generally speaking, the other creators seem to prefer situations to even the ones that are super pro mission tree, because I think you're making a reference to mission tree, seem to like situations like a bit more than mission trees, and I think that overall the design vision is replacing the types of things you would do with mission trees with situations and DHEs, dynamic historical events, just generally speaking. But I do wish that there was something akin to the Victoria 3 journal where you could see what you could trigger and then you could kind of plan ahead around that and this type of thing. There could be an edit. I don't believe in the soul. Coincidence? I think not. Not like this. I live in the U.S. Guns are rampant, and yet we still live in a fascist government. Yeah, yeah. I think we're somewhere in that journey from democratic to, like, the level of corruption is just extraordinarily high, and I'm a little bit leery about going down the rabbit hole, because I think most of the people who are watching don't want to hear me complain about my government, so I think we're just going to gloss over this. You're familiar with your own soul. I don't think it's a soul. You know that it exists a priori. If my familiarity with my own soul is the evidence, that would actually be an a posteriori observation, not an a priori one. Rich people tend to be more conservative, yeah. So it's possible. Every nation on Earth has a population capital of 1. Population per capita of 1. That's actually false, Tarkus. I believe every single nation on Earth has a population per capita of 0.001. Get your facts straight, okay? Per capita means per 1,000. More taxes is not a libertarian stance. The libertarians might see things a little bit differently than me regarding externalities, and that is the primary, and basically that's the primary point of difference, is I think a lot of libertarians don't ignore externalities. The thing is like, when you pollute in the river, you cause negative externalities to other people. So when you pollute in the river and you use it to sell a product, yes, that is made from the pollution, the real cost of the product is not, in terms of what it is to society, is not the price that you force society to pay for your product, but it is that price that society is forced to pay for that product, in addition to, and also added to that, is the cost of the externalities caused to other people. I am, generally speaking, for taxes for the purposes of offsetting externalities and forcing people to pay the real price of goods when that good is causing a negative externality to society. So a lot of, I think that a lot of libertarians would be able to track the logic on what I say, even if they disagree with me on that. But also, in terms of value system, I'm very, very in tune, or on par with libertarians in that what informs most of what I think should be done politically is meritocracy and freedom, and generally speaking, you should try and minimize other things. But I also think, unlike most libertarians, that, like, capitalism is not as meritocratic as libertarians in general think it is. So these two things, thinking that capitalism has some meritocracy problems, and also thinking that externalities exist, these color, like, my perspectives on, like, what should be done. But for the most part, I think you would get less deaths if you banned guns, less murders, but that doesn't mean that I am, like, for banning. Considering ships in EU4 have such a vast difference in stats, is there any distinction between other stuff? Yes. Galleys are better at fighting in narrow areas, and also galleys are cheaper per frontage. So you want to make sure you saturate frontage before you go to heavies. Heavies are better in open naval areas, and then generally speaking, light ships and transports suck at combat, and you want to keep them out of combat, although light ships do have a lot of initiative. So if you have way more ships than the opponent, you can kind of wreck them with light ships if they don't have enough to cover frontage. But they're not very good from a combat perspective. I actually don't like the way that the auto rebalance puts light ships and transports on fronts. I wish they would just keep them in reserves. Taxing does not prevent drunk driving, though. I'm not talking about preventing drunk driving, my guy. I'm talking about the negative externalities caused by drunk driving being offset by it being more expensive to drunk drive, and that so here's the thing, is, when I make booze and I sell it for $10, the consumer is paying for it. Society is paying for that booze. But society is not paying the real cost of the booze, because the real cost includes the negative externalities of people who are going to drunk drive and hurt people who had nothing to do with the purchasing of the booze. There are going to be people that are harmed that did not purchase the booze at all. And so what this means is the price of the booze is actually more expensive. It's just paid by the people who are harmed by the behavior of the people buying the good. So what you could do is you could maybe say that the booze is going to cost $12. And you're not trying to prevent it. It's not trying to be... It's not a deterrent. It's an offset. It's making it cost the real amount that it should cost. The extra price is not supposed to act as a deterrent. That's not the intention behind that at all. Generalist just explained alcohol tax to me a thing in Sweden. It's clear he's off his rocker. He lacks the authority to levy such a consumption tax, not like this. UFO sightings is a funny thing. They happened since the dawn of man, but since it wasn't called a UFO, the data makes it look like a modern thing. Yeah, I mean, technically anything that you don't know what it is, yeah. Neoliberalism, min-maxing? What about anarchism? Well, I'm not a fan of anarchism, because I'm a fan of the convention of property. I think that if you don't have property, that a lot of other things in terms of society become impossible. Is overseas the same as not on the same continent as your capital? Nope, it's just not same continent. So, in regards to, like, Spain or Iberia specifically, they have very, very close overseas locations that are in North Africa. But they get access to a building that can only be built in overseas territories that gets proximity. So they're actually not negatively affected by being unable to build bailiffs overseas. I am ambiguous about the gun topic. You mean ambivalent? People today are arguing for guns for self-defense, but my dudes, there literally was nothing you could have done. If someone attacks you with a gun, it's pretty much over. Having your own gun won't do much for you. Actually, if you're defending your home, having a gun when someone invades with your home actually increases the chance of your death. I think it also decreases the chance that they steal from you, though, to be fair, but statistically speaking, you're more likely to die if you have a gun than if you don't. How's the soundtrack? It slaps. I'm kind of missing some of the EU4 classics. I think if you pre-order, which you can do with our code, Generalist, at checkout, you do get the EU4 soundtrack as well. I think you do have to pre-order to get that. So if you actually really want the EU4 soundtrack, you could go after that if you are interested. It doesn't make it any cheaper to use our code, and you don't need to use our code to get the soundtrack, but it does help support the channel. You can freely destroy markets too. It's kind of expensive. I think it's 20 stab and 20 legitimacy, so that can be expensive. We've left the Naravese market just because we don't want to pay the stab. How many total building levels do rural locations have? Like a lot less than urban. It depends. It scales really hard with your dev and I think with your pop, so I don't think it's like this generic same number. Just like ballparking it, I think that it might be like 80, 130, 180 in terms of rural. Just to give you an idea, town and then city, something like this. Just kind of give you a rough idea. Don't like take those numbers to the bank. Navarra could do no wrong. Basque is too cool for school. Is the economy stupid? Said Bill. Expressed that ultimately it's the economic trend that determines whether or not voters are satisfied with the government. Yeah, and blaming the government for the economics is like to some degree, like you have to really be able to point at what you're blaming them for. A lot of stuff that presidents aren't responsible for avian flu, so when eggs get expensive because there's an avian flu, that has nothing to do with the president. I feel it's harder to enforce authoritarianism if the enforcer is at a high risk of being shot trying to do so. I think it's complicated. I think that I think at the time of the American Revolution, it was much easier to oppose the national military than it is today, where they have tanks and can like shoot a missile up your ass from like miles away. Pretty sure armed civilians was one of the main ways fascists got into power. Think black shirts, etc. Yeah, this is well, a lot of them get elected too. I'm curious, and obviously no pressure to answer this personally. Have you considered what or if would make you seek to flee the U.S.? I already say negative things about the president, and I say negative things about Putin, and I think both of these are mildly dangerous. And if like content creators start falling out of windows, I will leave. All the dudes, but like that's, I don't think we're at that point yet, but that's something I've considered. All the dudes with the guns are on the side of the authoritarian. What are you even talking about? Well, that's not true. Some liberals like their guns. But you dismiss the value of hearing someone say it how it is. Wait, what? I don't even know what this is in reference to. You gotta apply context to your messages sometimes. Especially if I'm behind on chat, you know what I mean? Corruption's way too high right now, yeah. Per capita means per thousand, yeah. Is it per head? I'm pretty sure it's per capita. Let's double check it, because it could be per 100 and I'm just wrong. Oh, I'm getting that it's Latin per person, not like this. I think it means per thousand. What? For each head. Means per person. Brother. Not like this. It's Jover. I feel like there's like an American statistic manual that I remember in business class that we used that used per capita, but per capita was always per thousand in all the statistics that were expressed. Mods ban Generalist if he's wrong, true. But let's do a different Google search. Is per capita per thousand? Yeah, let's search in such a way that we'll get the information we want. No, we're still getting per head, not like this. Okay, well there's a USA, I think it's, I forget the, there's a USA like statistics manual that's like an annual publication that uses it only in a 1,000 type of way. Libertarians means government's role is to maximize freedom and liberty for the population. Right-wing libertarians don't believe in freedom. I mean, I'm a left-wing libertarian. I think that they believe in... I don't know if that's a fair characterization. I think a lot of them don't believe in externalities, though. Still owes us the 10,000, not like this. How can it be good to be bad? It's literally called a good, not like this. You have to point. Trade bad. Joshua, I gotta say you got a lot of fascist sympathetic chatters in your community. It's because I don't bop them instantly, I think. But, like, I don't know. I express, like, disagreement. But also, my understanding is, like, that's a lot... that's a, like, common thing in Hawaii as well. Or Paradox in general. I don't know. I'm a fan of freedom. It's very inconsistent with fascism. You shouldn't choose your opinions based on pure adherence to ideology. You should pick an ideology based on what the values close to yours. That's kind of what I've done. I consider myself a libertarian as I believe in the free market. Not perfect, but it's better than any kind of state interference. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not very meritocratic either, but it's more than... State interference is generally really inefficient, so in my opinion you need to have a really good reason for doing it, but sometimes you have a really good reason. And often the reason is, like, when you have non-excludable goods is a really good example. So lighthouses produce a lot of value to society because they prevent ships from crashing on the rocks, but you can't not give light, you can't avoid giving light to ships, which means the value of lighthouses will, if it's a private industry, will never be able to accumulate enough revenue to represent how useful they actually are to society, because ships that are benefiting from them will just choose not to pay the lighthouse, because there's nothing that the lighthouse can do to prevent those guys from having access to the light. So this is a type of good that the government should provide by virtue of it being very, very efficient, and also being a type of good that private industry can't supply because they cannot prevent people who don't pay for the good from utilizing the good. Fire Fire departments is another good example because if the house next to you is burning down, but they didn't pay for the firehouse, that increases the chance of your house burning down. So it works much better if everyone gains access to the fire department. Same with policing, this type of thing. If they had to check your card before they decide whether or not to stop you from getting mugged, this would be a thing. So there's definitely a lot of things the government is better at providing, and I think the government should provide those things, but then there's a lot of things the government's ass at providing, and it shouldn't provide those things. Pretty sure Generalist is on the wrong side of per capita being 1,000. Yeah. Per unit of pops. I am mistaken, it seems. Negative externalities of drunk driving, like the cops pulling me over and giving me a ticket for drunk driving. How dare they, basically. I think if tickets are supposed to act as a deterrent, I think they actually should scale with income. Because I think a lot of people think that they're supposed to act as a deterrent, so I actually think that tickets should be more expensive the more money you make. But if they're trying to offset externalities, I prefer that whatever it is, the thing that is causing the behavior should be taxed instead. So I'd rather see drunk driving, you tax if it's supposed to offset an externality, you tax the sale of the liquor. If it's supposed to act as a deterrent, then you tax at the side of a ticket. Sounds like a pure dystopia. You pay 100% tax on alcohol. That's kind of the US right now. There's an enormous sin tax on alcohol. I don't believe that a lot of things can be mitigated or compensated with money tax. Well, unfortunately for you, you can economically look at the value of a life, and if that is something that makes you uncomfortable or you just can't stomach doing it, then you just can't or shouldn't engage in like economic analysis of this type. But otherwise, because otherwise, should society spend every single resource it has to keep one person alive? Should someone's dying and the government could pay $30 billion to keep them alive, should they do it? And it's like, well, if we do that with everyone, that is not a sustainable thing, or even remotely. So you have to be willing to put dollars on lives if you want to actually, if you want to do any sort of analysis or arguments, you have to be willing to do that. And if you're just like saying, no, every life is too precious, then the conclusion is that the government should allocate like infinite resources towards keeping people alive, which is not sustainable, and it can't do on a wide scale basis. It's just like it's not fun to put value on a life or this type of thing, and it's also complicated because is like 8-year-old man worth as much as like a 6-year-old like child? Is like probably not. So then you can make it the number of years that they projected have left or this type of thing, but you can like absolutely do it, and this is how you calculate externalities. Like if something is increasing cancer rates and you want to sue the company that is causing the increased cancer because it was like unknown, how do you determine a price? Well, it's like based on like the value of like the person's life or like not having cancer, like this type of thing. What you do is you do a bunch of things that you wouldn't pay for someone's funeral. You would try to find the most effective means that the government can use to decrease drunk driving, and then you spend the money that way to offset the externality. Or you could pay for more schools or something, I guess, but like I would prefer it to be like the relationship to be a little bit more direct. Oh, not being able to build bailiffs overseas, is that new with the patch? Yes. Is what you're describing can more easily be solved with private insurance? Regarding the drunk driving, I don't think so. I think you're referring to something else, though. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Anarchism swiftly devolves into local warlords incredibly swiftly is the big issue with it. Yeah, this is another thing. Anarchism quickly becomes authoritarianism. I'm obtuse about the gun topic personally, maybe even hypotenuse, true. I think anarchism is a non-hierarchical form of organization. Personal property is fine. I think that we have different definitions of anarchism. I've talked with a lot of like anarchists who have like a definition of anarchist that does not comport with mine at all, and I think doesn't comport with the mainstream. So you can tell people you're an anarchist, but like if you just tell them you're an anarchist and you don't unpack it, and you think that their definition of anarchist is different than yours, then like you could probably communicate a little bit more effectively in general. But yeah, I've met people who, for them, like, an anarchist has to do with, like, an organizational structure, but, like, you guys should use a different name to refer to yourself. Like, for the people who want decentralized, like, political organization, other than anarchist. And I don't mean, like, you specifically, but I mean, like, the entire movement is just, like, pigeonholing itself by calling it, like, anarchist. To the extent that I know what this is referring to, which is not an abundant amount. Is proximity calculated per location basis, or does it use distance? It uses distance, basically. So you travel through tiles one at a time, and each time you travel through, you pay a cost to proximity, and so every link down the chain will have a lower and lower proximity score. And then with the example you gave with Portugal and Castile getting an alternative building that only be built overseas, give you control, does more countries get such a thing? Well, I think Aragon does it too. I think the entire Iberian culture group gets that building, but I think that's just them. China gets a bunch of those buildings. We talked a little bit, Ottomans gets a couple of those buildings, but they can't build them. They just have, like one here and, like, one here or something. China gets a bunch of them all over the place, so China has a bunch of flat proximity, and so it's present in a lot of countries for, like, flavor. England gets one. I don't know if the England enjoyer is still here. England gets one in the north. There's kind of an interesting bug with it, where if you don't, it gives negative control in its own location, but that is the source of proximity up here, and it's like one of the towns or cities up here. So, yeah. The U.S. has private insurance and refused to pay out in disasters and look for every technology to refuse paying out. Yeah, so I think there's one of the problems with private insurance is that there are perverse incentives on behalf of the person providing insurance. I'm not sure exactly what the solution is, because I also think government might be really inefficient if they were to do insurance. But I do think that there's a problem. And this is another example of when I think government should control the thing. Like, the government is going to operate prisons much more expensively, but I think for-profit prisons lead to perverse incentives, like lobbying for increased incarceration rate type laws, or like antagonizing prisoners so that they are violent so you can give them an increased sentence. Like, there's a lot of things. Having it be in someone's financial interest to cause more people to be incarcerated is not a good thing. So, for example, that a prison is another example of something that I think the government should provide. And you're less concerned with the efficiency of the thing and more concerned with avoiding the perverse incentives, because the increased cost and taxation borne by the citizens is less of an imposition on freedom than being incarcerated when you shouldn't be incarcerated. And so it's a trade-off. Like, yeah, you have to pay more in taxes because it's less efficient, but avoiding being incarcerated when you're not guilty or don't deserve to be is way, way better than, having to pay, not avoiding having to pay a little bit more in tax. I pre-ordered you with your code. Thank you so very much. That's code Generalist in all caps on the official website. We do get a 12% cut of the sales. Thank you for the work you put in the content. Cheers. Thank you so very much. Tariffs are incredibly stupid, though. Yeah, I agree. Tariffs are idiotic. Unless they are a strategic means of protecting a specific industry for a specific reason. Like, I don't hate tariffing like chips so that you have domestic production of chips, to like provide an example. I don't hate protecting industries that you need in times of war as a strategic decision, as long as you understand that you are slowing down the economy and causing loss to society as a result of those tariffs. A police officer attempting to infringe on my rights will get both barrels. They will send SWAT to kill me, but at least I had to stop that cop from entering my home. Are you allowed to own... Oh, Canada has guns? I guess they would, because they're, like, the northern portions are very rural. Mods prepare to ban Generalist. He's looking at per capita as we speak, not like this. Per capita is per head, per milli is, I know percent is 100, but I thought per capita was per 1,000. Mods, you know what to do, not like this. Man, I'm so far behind, I apologize to everyone. When it comes to UFO and aliens, I imagine, let's see, etc. Are you British? No. Trusting Americans with units, rookie mistake. Guns are for mostly self-defense, but mostly versus tyrannical governments. Doesn't matter that they got tanks and planes. Syria and Libya had tanks. Comparing Syria and Libya... Look, Syria and Libya would not be considered anywhere remotely close to a near-peer, like, military relative to the US, so I think you're comparing... I've always hated the expression comparing apples and oranges, because apples and oranges, when you think about it, are very similar. They're both edible, and they're both, like, fruit, and they're, like, both sweet, and this type of stuff. You're comparing, like... You're not, like, totally wrong, but you're comparing an apple to a pot roast. Where, you know, like, yeah, those places had militaries and tanks too, but it's like nowhere near the US government. Brother, you clearly don't live in the US. Capitalism always incentivizes monopolistic practices. The companies will coordinate... Oh, you're talking to the other guy. Yeah, I think that capitalism in general tends to squeeze money at the top, and you tend to get a lot of monopolistic consequences. But capitalism in theory, which is different than capitalism in practice, is really efficient for the consumer, because it tends to squeeze surplus value to the consumer rather than the people who own capital / the firms, because they tend to make zero money if capitalism is operating like on its theoretical basis, but it doesn't in practice. In practice, it squeezes money to the top. Imperial per capita equals 1k. Metric per capita equals 1 or something dumb. That wouldn't shock me. It's the, like, CIA handbook, statistical handbook. Or something like this. The CIA World Fact Book. That's what it is. The name of the publication. I'm not going to show it on... I don't like showing the Amazon storefront, because they like to show your address. Yeah. I feel like a lot of extreme libertarians, like anarcho-capitalists, just care about their own freedom. Yeah, I agree. I just disagree with those libertarians, but, like, the values are, like, somewhat similar, but, like, I'm also, like, there's a lot of, like, faux libertarians, I feel like, who, yeah, just are interested in them being able to do whatever they want to do, and they hate anyone stopping them from doing what they want to do. And, like, but there's also a lot of, like, deep, like, libertarians that are, like, informed by, like, principles and this type of stuff. One thing that I think is a really good example of something where you can kind of tell which is that libertarians will tend to be pro-freedom of movement. Because they're pro-freedom, and they think that the government preventing people from moving one place to another is an impingement on freedom. A lot of people who are faux libertarians don't like immigration. And it's not that a lot of libertarians are pro-immigration. It's that they think that the state doesn't have a right to impinge on that freedom. So they're not saying you should encourage it, but that the state is not... doesn't have a justification or to deny that type of thing. What if we fight fire with guns? Someone's thinking with a dipstick, Jimmy. Major logistics companies would have to build lighthouses, though. If others can use it, that's how it is. No, I mean, like... You could do an economic analysis of it. Like, when I took classes in college for economics, like, we did stuff like talk about lighthouses, like this type of stuff. If you have goods that are non-excludable, those goods will be undersupplied. Even if one company has to build its own lighthouse because it's so big, that company would either have to be a monopoly, in which case you could have a ton of deadweight loss to society, or... you have a problem of the commons where that company would be sinking itself by providing a good to all of its competitors, or lighthouses would just be very, very, very underprovided. You will not have an economically efficient solution to the lighthouse problem that doesn't involve the government providing it, unless there is some form of monopoly with price control, which is something I would be less interested in than the government providing it in terms of shipping. I think I remember 4 categories of goods. Club, which is excludable but free to scale. Private, public, and something else. I don't remember club. those categories don't... I don't remember those categories. Government mandated firearms. Journalists get good. Yeah. What do you think about state-funded media? I am pro freedom of speech. I don't like state-funded media when it is like a replacement for freedom of speech. I think that the state has to have a means by which it can get information to people. I don't know if you want to call that media. I think that that is a very broad question. I don't think I can answer it in like a really short period of time. I think that if you consider it an arm of like education, then it's maybe not a problem, but it shouldn't have a monopoly. Because I do think there's enough positive externalities for education that the government should provide education. Also, they should provide education just because of how we philosophically look at minors and how they are not responsible for their actions. So, all the thoughts regarding meritocracy are really geared towards people who are already adults, because we don't think that minors are entirely responsible for like their own behavior and outcomes and this type of stuff. So, with them specifically like receiving an education, I think is important on that front. A life is worth $4. This came to me in a dream. Pog. It was back in the day. And then you could give an example of an alternative proximity reducing building that only built in overseas. Which countries can build those if not everyone? It's just the Iberian ones. Can't ban me, I'm a VTuber, I control the chat. Oh no. The reason we aren't able to push for the externalities rarely is for the reason you're saying. It's not because we can't agree on the value of punishment, it's because we can't apply them efficiently. I think that there is a very, very strong lobby against actually holding holding companies towards the real cost that they bring to society as a result of procurement of their goods. I think there's a significant money and politics issue there, and that we could be doing a much better job, even with limited resources and with the government being just generally not all that efficient. I think we could still be doing a better job. Did I catch your initial question if I missed it? Oh wait, what was it? I'm a little bit behind, Baitor. Is inability to build bailiffs overseas a new stipulation? It's added this patch. It was added this patch. It's no. It's no. While I get where you're coming from, the US is going down an authoritarian road. Europe, or at least Germany, is as well. People are literally getting their houses raided for calling minister. I think that in general, people get increasingly okay with authoritarianism when circumstances squeeze them, and I think the West in particular has a decreased buying power that is particularly acute in the wake of like the after effects of COVID, like increased inflation. And I think that this is one of the big drivers of authoritarianism, rather than whether or not you have access to guns or something like this. I also do think Russia's acting as a bad actor and attempting to destabilize basically every country in the West, and that this is a significant variable as well. Even from an economic standpoint, to take an instance on pollution, you say you put a value on that, sure, but it will be extremely inaccurate. Yeah, pollution's a difficult one because you have not just like the short-term effects of pollution, but also the long-term effects of like increased CO2. So putting an exact price on pollution is difficult, because do you charge them with the effects of like increasing the global temperature and how that's going to be expensive over the course of the next several centuries? And now you have extreme loss of life, and your taxes do not offset it in any meaningful way. Money simply cannot buy new lives or clean it. Money can't buy new lives or clean environment. Obviously, it can't do those things, my guy. Like, or actually, it can clean the environment. It's just often more expensive. Well, actually, you could just tax more. The cleaning environment thing you could do. Obviously, you can't bring someone back to life. But if your suggestion is that we should just not put a sin tax on anything that causes negative externalities, or completely ban everything that causes the death of innocent people, I think both of those are worse solutions. It's not like, I'm not saying that like charging is a perfect solution, just generally you get to better outcomes when you charge people the cost of the externalities. And if you just don't want to do that at all, then you just have you will have the cost to society for goods that cause unwanted deaths to other people be significantly higher. Or you will ban everything that leads to unwanted deaths, like cars. People get hit by cars. Pedestrians get hit by cars. A non-zero amount of people die to cars. If you want to completely ban everything that leads to innocent people dying, you would have to ban cars. You would have to ban so many things. And I'm not trying to be facetious with this, but then if you're like, well, okay, if it causes enough deaths, well, then you're going to have to find a very specific point that you know not where, or it's going to be an arbitrary line where you're going to say, well, here's where we start banning things, or here's where we don't start banning the things. And so, whereas if you are making it proportional, you can just gradient increase it. The more damage it causes to society, the more expensive the tax is per unit of the thing. People will say that they are an anarchist, and then it's just renaming the state the community. Yeah, basically. They say that they're an anarchist, and then they're like, okay, so you don't believe in like any laws? It's like, no, that's not what I mean. It's like, I think there's a significant... The issue I have with a lot of the people I've met who call themselves anarchists, to be fair, some are just like prototypical anarchists, is that the word they are using to describe themselves does not mean, or to most people does not mean what they mean when they say the word, and they offer no clarification on the subject, so it is just a poor communication. Because yeah, a lot of them is just like they want like community-based policing, for example, rather than like policing that is done by some entity that's hired by like central government or this type of thing. And so they prefer like solutions that are more community-driven and this type of thing, which is like I think different, or maybe that's the real definition of the word anarchism or something like this, but that's not how the majority of, or real definition, that's not how the majority of people use the word anarchist. So you are better off explaining what you are or finding a different word. What if any terrain type influences proximity cost most? Oh, mountains do, but it was very significantly buffed. So mountains used to give like 80% proximity, and now they give like 50% proximity, I think. Something like this. So mountains are way easier to go through now than they used to be. If I recall correctly, it was something like this. I don't remember the exact numbers, but they were buffed quite a lot. Consider myself a conservative libertarian. Fair. Would an actual building reduce control at its location and then project more control in an area that's elsewhere? Why would it... I don't know. The British building, I don't... it's supposed to reflect, like, the local nobles having control or something like this. Like, I think it's up here, like one of these locations up here. The local nobles have control of the area, and so because it's controlled by the local nobles instead of the crown, it gets decreased control, but then it acts as a proximity stuff because they are keeping this stuff under their thumb. How does the rise of... it also increases the floor of... since it gives proximity, it also increases its own floor of control as well while it's doing it. It gives, like... It's something like minus 20 control, plus 30 proximity, or something like, or plus 40 proximity, minus 20 control. So if you're not getting any proximity from London, it will actually increase its own control because it'll getting 40. But if you're getting more than 40 from London, right, then it'll decrease control, and we'll pull it more in that direction. The issue with government, there's an incentive to keep institutions around even if it's not needed anymore. I agree. So one of the things is like the people who were in China who were responsible for giving information on the doing the analysis of the over the one-child policy. They kept that policy in too long because the analysts for it were promoting keeping it around because their job was predicated on that actually existing. So I agree that it causes inefficiency, but you have to like ask yourself which is less efficient, the government providing the service or the private sector providing the service. And there's absolutely instances in which the private sector can't provide the service as well as the government, and in those instances the government should provide it. But also, just generally speaking, throwing the government at everything you want to change or fix or do this type of thing is like not the way of thinking that I am a fan of, because the government's often very inefficient. Like, if the government, like, has no business, like, getting its hands in things where there's not a negative externality, or there isn't perverse incentives or something like this, is kind of the way I look at it. But there's reasons to do the thing. And I think that most people who are, like, libertarians are fans of, like, police and stuff like this. Not universally. Some don't think that police are good, but I think there's a good amount of them. That's a huge nerf to island nations if it doesn't work that way. I believe that Majapahit, it's like Indonesia is its own continent, so I believe you can build bailiffs all across it. It's not a water-based thing; it's a continent-based thing. States running prison will not cost more in tax. Prisons in the U.S. already get state funding because of lobbyism, and less people in prison means more taxpayers. States running prison will not cost more in tax. I think if the lobby was not extracting money in a way that's, like, perverse, they would cost more, but yeah, in practice they might not cost more. You asked Canada had guns? Canada has guns, but handguns are banned. Oh, yeah, there we go. You have to store your gun in a safe? Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I would not necessarily be categorically opposed to. I would just rather tax the bejesus out of handguns, though, and have them be legal. You know, you might be able to, relative to banning, if you wanted to go down that route, but, like, the thing is, like, all the justifications for guns, like, don't make sense for handguns. Other than we like it. No one uses that as a justification, though. Which I wish people did more often. Just like, yeah, we like it and we want to own it, suck on it. Like, I think that that's, like, a fine enough reason, and that's a better reason than a lot of reasons that are given, which, like, don't hold up as much to scrutiny, whereas, hey, we just want it, kind of always holds up to scrutiny. Well, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny in so much as, like, it's never an argument that's just false or wrong, right? Because it expresses a taste or a preference. Whereas some things are just, like, statistically, like, wrong. You know, you might increase the channel by making videos about these political, philosophical stuff. You might be able to increase your channel by making videos about these political... I have an ideas channel. I don't really post on it that much, but I do comment more on idea-based stuff there. I've thought about farming my own stream videos, though, for clips and posting clips on the other channel, and maybe I'll get better about that. People don't clip my stuff very often, and if they did, I might try and do that a little bit more, because it's a lot easier if people have clipped it than for me to try and remember where I said something that might make for a good clip. We also have significantly more checks and stuff for if someone should be allowed to buy a gun. Yeah, in the US it's, like, too easy to get a gun, I think. Like, I'm a fan of driver's licenses. I don't think you should be able to operate, like, a 2,000-pound vehicle, because it's, like, a dangerous thing. Unless, like, you... I'm more of a fan of increasing friction for things than just outright banning in general. Handguns are frozen, not banned right now in Canada. Oh, so you can't buy one, but you can, if you own it, they're legal. Can't help but think of Dudley Drew Right, true. So no new sales allowed? Yeah. What I've heard from most anti-immigration libertarians is that the society they want to build would not work with all kinds of culture. Well, from my perspective, the libertarians that are like that, look, there are things that could cause, like, and I don't even think this is the case with immigration, but just speaking to their perspective, because I know their perspective is that immigration causes harm to society. The point of having values is that you are willing to tolerate harm and pain on behalf of those values, because those values are important in and of themselves. And I think if libertarians are serious about being libertarians, they should be willing to tolerate pain on behalf of their value of freedom, and that they should be willing to tolerate not unlimited, but some amount of the state becoming weaker by whatever metric they think it is happening, which I don't think this is happening with immigration, but even if I did, I would still be pro freedom of movement, because I don't think the state is morally justified in denying people movement unless they have a reason to. So my perspective, when I say I'm pro freedom of movement, is that the status quo is that the state doesn't have a moral right to deny movement across borders. However, if someone's like a criminal, or you have a specific reason to deny them entry, then that's okay. And this is kind of how I look at it. I think that justification is way, way stronger if someone has a job lined up. Like, if someone wants to work and someone wants to hire them, I then in really particular think that I'm really pro their ability to cross border. But when the rubber meets the road, and like, if you're not willing to be like, yeah, well, I don't like this, but my values say that I think it should be legal, then I think you're not operating as much from your values as just like your own tastes and preferences that are packaged up in a nice little box that represents like an ideological system, but it's really you're expressing your tastes and preferences. Like, for example, I am not a fan of public nudity, but from a libertarian like perspective, if it came to a ballot on whether or not like public nudity was just fully legal, I would vote to legalize it. And I would do that, like, even though I think it would lead to situations where I'm annoyed, because it's something that I think that the government shouldn't regulate. And I think that so look, if your argument is that like immigrants cause violence, which is one of the more common ones, I think it doesn't hold up with the U.S. because immigrants in the U.S. on a per capita basis, that's per head, they commit fewer crimes than the base rate in the United States. So when someone immigrates to the U.S., like per the statistics, that actually decreases your chance of being a victim of a crime. But you could have populations, or you could have an immigrant population where it increases the chance of becoming a victim of a crime. When people are when they're looking to deny the immigration, is they're not looking to find the solution that leads to the most immigration, they're just looking for the excuse to deny it. Because if you just didn't take immigrants, if you didn't take male immigrants, ages like, let's call it 18 to 25, I think there's no population in the world where you would have a higher rate of crime among that population if you excluded all men ages 18 to 25 than the base crime rate in the U.S. Most people, when they talk about immigration, are disinterested in solutions like that, which to me indicates that it's really not about the crime rate. It's really about them wanting to exclude people because they view them as other. And I don't think if you are being freedom-oriented, that's a sufficient justification for exclusion. And so that's... With those libertarians, it is difficult for them, in my mind, to articulate very clearly the existential threat that immigration poses, such that that it's a bigger deal than, let's call it, tolerating a little bit of pain. Which again, I don't think that immigrants are a drain on like the government, generally speaking. In the same way that a lot of other anti-immigration people are. My point is that even if it were, it's like, it should still... my ability to cross state borders might interfere with the government's ability to, like, regulate stuff. I still think I should be able to cross state borders. And I mean, like, within the United States, cross borders between states. And be able to cross them, like, unmolested. When it came to economics in college, I did always better with a theory than putting into practice. All the actual formulas confusing. Yeah. Do you think political ideology should be more relevant to the late game? The revolution isn't obvious. But what about libertarian deism, like in America? I think at that point we're starting to get into like Victoria 3 territory, and the Victoria 3 is really grounded in that type of thing. So I'm uncertain about creating a system. I don't think that EU5 should be really aggressive about creating complex systems that are only going to play out in the last 100 years, because it's a 500-year game. There are other solutions to like Lighthouse problem, like joint ventures. With joint ventures where every company has to buy in, that's starting to sound a lot like just being government run. because it's still going to be the case that you're just better off being a freeloader on the lighthouses with the than paying as a firm yourself, unless all firms are obligated to do it. At which point, it's really just that at that point it's just the government doing it again. Like there isn't another solution. There is not a solution to the lighthouse problem that involves private enterprise that is as efficient. You could tolerate a less efficient solution if you wanted. It would just be less efficient. I guess the way you would do it for a lighthouse is actually just say, well, the lighthouse light turns off unless someone who has a emitter that shows what their boat is, and this is someone that's already paying for our service. Unless someone has one of those, the light is off, and then it turns on when someone like that is nearby. So that would be actually a way to do it, but before that technology was available, I guess the lighthouse example is better, but we could operate in a theoretical context where you couldn't do that one specific thing. Because the technology didn't exist when the lighthouse was picked up as the classic example that gets used in economics textbooks. It's an example that gets used in economics textbooks of something where there's a non-excludable good. And it has been since before, like, GPS and these types of trackers were possible. A libertarian society can decide what enters their area and who doesn't. A couple of, let's say, ambiguous here. Want to enter my privately run city. The owner is free to keep them out. Yeah, I'm for... Look, if you have a city entirely on private property and they want to keep some people out, then I'm fine with that. But if it's public property, I'm not. What are we talking about? A little bit less EU5. I think we should try and catch up and then wrap up the stream, because it seems like we've lost the plot regarding EU5 a little bit, and I feel bad for you, person on the forums who's watching through this so they can write down every single point I make, and then it's just a bunch of politics stuff. And so, yeah. How big is improvement to the recent patch to last? Huge improvement in terms of balance and AI. Huge. Freedom of the press is an unsolvable problem because of sensationalism is profitable in capitalism. I don't necessarily think it's unsolvable, but I think there's tension. I think the freedom's worth it, though. Did you see Trump's Epstein cut? Yeah, we're not going to talk about it. We're just going to get super derailed if we talk about it. We're looking to kind of wrap up a little bit to some extent, because I think this is degenerated to being a lot less about EU5. So, the conversations we're currently having, I'll comment on, but I'm not going to comment on the card, other than, I'm not surprised, but I'm also disgusted, let's say. Victoria 3 runs fine at me for maximum speed for the year 1920, but after the speed slows down a bit, CK3 maximum starts to drop. Do you think you should upgrade your PC, or do you think the game... I think you should upgrade your PC. I think that... Well, okay, I think the optimization is going to be better than it is right now on release. And also, it can be a little bit fiddly, but I would say that, like, if you want to... Your rig is probably a little bit better than ours now. We kind of have a high tolerance for pain when it comes to lagginess and choppiness. We start experiencing it, depending on where you play, it can be better or worse. It tends to be a lot worse if you're playing in the HRE. Just because I think that the location density per your screen is really high, and the number of armies per your screen is really high. And I tend to have issues with that, but I would lean towards upgrading. I unironically want to ban cars because I'm sick of breathing exhaust. Yeah, I'm a fan of just making them more expensive. I love your videos and your long QAs about EU5, but I also love how every EU5 stream you inevitably divert into something political for half the stream. I'm trying not to as much. This one was particularly bad because recent events of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So... but thank you, I appreciate it. You can't get rid of the microplastics, for instance. The pollutions are prohibitively expensive. And you can't, even if you devote your entire country towards it, you can, oh my god. Like, I think you're Rebob 007, I think you're idyllic and not being practical about the way you look at this, because what you're suggesting is just complete outright banning of a ton of things. Anything that doesn't comport or has any type of negative externality, like it seems like based on what you're saying, should just be hard banned. And I think that that's just too broad an overreach, just too categorically huge. You want to just ban every single plastic then? Like, or do you want to ban some plastics? Well, then how do you determine which plastic should be banned? You do, like, an economic analysis. But you're just saying that you can't do the economic analysis, you just have to hard ban. Or that seems to be what you're saying, because the thing that you disagreed with me on was the doing an economic analysis of this type of thing to like, calculate the damage to society that is brought based on the things. If you're unwilling to calculate and your solution is just to ban, then like, how do you decide what to ban? You do a cost analysis on it. Like, let's read the rest of these things. You need to have some bans in place because potential cost society too high to bear. And your view, well, what's the cost? You're talking about not wanting to calculate the cost because it's like, it's an unthinkable thing to do. And your view also assumes that people are fair and honest, and that they are open to what, the dangers are, and they try and do, and they do not try to hide stuff. Well, someone avoiding regulation is going to be a problem no matter what, whether it's like illegal or not. But like, you're, also, like, you're talking about a cost to society, but then you don't want to calculate the cost to society. First of all, like, there's, like, cap and trade, which is a common way of approaching this, where there's a certain number of credits you get for pollution that's considered to be a tolerable level, and then people could trade for those credits and be able to be legally allowed to pollute. So there's, like, creative solutions, because cap and trade, if it was done on a widespread level, that type of approach, not saying I'm, like, thrilled with cap and trade, but that type of approach would allow you to avoid, like, the 1.5 degrees Celsius, like, event horizon that is seen as, like, so overwhelmingly problematic. You also, like, I'm not avoiding, or I'm not, like, against banning something if it's considered to be, like, too categorically bad, but the thing is, you have to do an analysis of it that's driven by, like, the actual expense borne by society, which in your previous, like, 3 comments was something you were categorically disinterested in doing, because you're just being, like, idyllic about it, where you're just, like, you can't analyze this type of stuff. A life is a life, and it's like, well, if you can't analyze the cost of society, how do you know what to ban and what to allow, unless you just want to ban everything? And I mean, you can just ban everything, but that's also just like, we ban everything that's plastic. 100% of plastic's banned. And then it's like, well, okay, we can't have modern technology then. Which, okay, maybe you feel that way, but like, I think that that's just like, there's like a lot of things that require plastics to work. Yeah. First live here, so I guess it's half gameplay, half political. Yeah, it's degenerated. There was also school shooting in the US today. I think there's some most days than not. Hey Svanka, how's it going? You want to see some EU5? Fair. We can show some gameplay from the IGN thing. You're also probably gone by the time I got to your comment, but usually you don't hang out too long. But we do have that. Maybe if we have this going on in the background, also the conversation will be a little bit more EU5 heavy. I'm just getting a little heated. I'm a little heated about the externalities thing. Like, just saying you don't want to calculate it, like, at all, or, like, put prices on things is just, like, it's not a... In terms of, like, regulation, it's, like, not, like, a serious perspective. Like, if you're talking about, like, how regulators actually work, regulators tend to do economic analysis of everything to decide what's appropriate and what's not, and this type of thing. Type of government with small enclaves have control over everything with their enclave, and there's no higher power except defensively. Wait, what? I don't know what that's referred to. What's your best max bench? 345 pounds. That's in kilos, that's like, 155 kilos, roughly. Please don't get an ad. Alright, there we go. I'm seeing no other content creators giving details on the new patch. Are you sure you're good to cover this, Generalist? Pretty sure. Pretty sure. I think people will. I think they're just going to be a little bit slower about it than me. The only one who could do something in bedroom and look at the Pope's judging me, etc. A patch this big in September when the game is still 2 months out. I hope we see more improvements. We're going to see more improvements. The devs are working on it like every day. Like, yeah. England can also build bailiffs throughout Ireland. Yeah, so that's probably what you do on the far side of Ireland specifically. Like, in particular, like you pushing control over here is a little bit tough. I generally like kind of approach it by building in the really high value RGOs where I build bailiffs, but I was definitely underbuilding bailiffs and knew I was underbuilding bailiffs. I don't know why. I think it was like an RP thing. I didn't want to just completely color the map with bailiffs. And I don't know why bailiffs specifically bothered me in that way. I think it's because I just kind of hate the building. I wish it, like, I would kind of be okay if they removed it. I think it's in a much better place now. There were unusually a large amount of terrorist attacks and immigrants in Germany shortly before the election. Some people were speculating that Russia might be behind it to some degree. Yeah, I mean, this is not outside of Russia's playbook. You can look up the Ryazan apartment bombings, where, you know, the FSB, which is the KGB, but the new KGB, evidence very strongly points to that they were bombing their own people for the purposes of getting the... giving Putin a leg up in that election because of his tough on Chechnya position, by framing it as something that Chechnya had done when the FSB was doing it. I'm not convinced, but I don't think it's entirely impossible. Yeah, I would not say that that is the case. I'd just say that it's like it's not outside of like Russia's like wheelhouse, or Putin's Russia's wheelhouse. I would like to ask you about the game performance. Victoria 3 runs fine. Oh, I think I already answered this question just a little bit ago. I'm just a little bit behind in chat, I apologize. I think you should probably upgrade your PC. No way to prevent this, says the only nation where this regularly happens. Yeah, basically. I mean, good luck getting constitutional amendment right now. Yeah. I want to be able to get my 12-round ice-prone rifle without being hassled. It's basically a Lee Enfield with 2 more rounds. I don't have a strong opinion on the number of bullets in the chamber, but at a certain point, if you need more than a certain amount of bullets in order to bring down a wild animal, maybe you just shouldn't be hunting. Maybe there should be a skill, like an entry-level skill-wise. Kind of asked the same question. He said that the creator build he had at the time was slightly slower than Vic 3, whereas launch should be better optimized. Yeah, I think my position's the same. Are we gonna get the philosophy, psychology, and ethics of costly signaling? Speaking about Vicky 3, what's the new flavor pack with Austria? Like, seems like it has so much content compared to the... Yeah, it looks absolutely freaking massive compared to, in terms of the amount of flavor relative to the 1.5 thing. See, the thing was the 1.5 thing, that was primarily like, which was the Colossus of the South, that was primarily it was like a feature dense overhaul. This is literally just like a flavor patch, with like minimal mechanic overhauls. So it just looks absolutely massive. Honestly, the dev diaries are so long. Like last one I read was over an hour and a half. It was just enormous. Generalist current PC is not too strong for reference. He's the process of setting up. Yeah, I'm AMD Ryzen 5600. Currently an 8GB graphics card that's quite old. My graphics card gets pressured by using OBS as well. And then 24 gigs of RAM. And I felt that I needed to upgrade. And so that can be a little bit of context. I think getting rid of the welfare payments, as most libertarians want, would solve the immigration problem. In Germany, immigrants are just draining welfare, and I don't really think they're incentivized to change it. It depends how welfare is like executed. I don't know Germany's situation. I know in the U.S. there's this notion that the immigrants are a net drain on entitlement programs, but my understanding of the statistics, which I have not looked at since like 2015, so they might be different now, but I did look at this extensively in 2015. It just wasn't borne out in the statistics that they were like disproportionately extracting from entitlement programs, as the conservatives would like to put it. The liberals generally don't call them entitlement programs, but... Would you mind stating what state we live in? California. Southern California. It's almost, California's big enough that it's like kind of 2 states. Have you used the Moral Compass, Political Compass website before? I have. I can't remember where I am. I probably would be a little bit closer to center than I would like, and I would be a little bit upset about it. But just the categorical, just center. Because I think I'm pretty libertarian and freedom-oriented, but some of the questions those Political Compass things ask are, like, don't have, like, grounding for, like, a nuanced way of looking at it, or the fact that I care about externalities, I think, in my mind, doesn't, is not inconsistent with being freedom-oriented, but I think the Political Compass websites think it is. How are you finding the new patch? I love it. It's so much better. I do think all the state borders should be freely crossable, like Floridians in Florida. Or, I don't think all of them should be crossable. Keep the Floridians in Florida. Yeah, that's a good meme. How are your political beliefs distinct from regular liberalism? We could pin down maybe a very precise definition, but it's very similar to like old school type of like liberalism. I think that old school liberalism kind of ignored the fact that externalities exist, or they were like less economically aware of them, and I'm pretty big into doing stuff about them. But also I think that old school liberalism thinks that capitalism is meritocratic as well, and I don't think that that's the case. I think capitalism is not meritocratic. I believe in like a labor theory of value, which a classic liberal would not believe in, which is that I think value comes from labor, not from objects being valuable in themselves. So it's the labor that's used to produce the object that imbues the object in a sort of sense with value. And when you look at things like that, the people who get a lot of money by virtue of owning companies are not doing it through their own labor. And so I think they get disproportionately allocated a lot of resources. And so I view it as being less meritocratic. And so when I say I like freedom and meritocracy, part of that is colored by what I think actually is merit, is quite a bit different than like a classic liberal. But at the same time, I do think capitalism is just really, really efficient, so I'm not proposing an alternative to it, other than the fact that I think that it is less meritocratic than it ought to be, and so I'm not opposed to certain solutions that would not look very classic liberal to issues of stuff being meritocratic or not. Neo-feudalism, privately run city, we have lost the plot, basically. Loud car, write that down. I forgive you for the tangents, I'll filter through later. Yeah, the poor soul on the forum that's aggregating this, I apologize, but he'll probably aggregate it. If you look at the forums, there have been just absolute workhorses that watch through like these 5-6 hour streams and like write down every EU5 point and exclude all the political stuff. Philosophy person try and not talk about how things are connected, challenge impossible, basically. I've been trying to, it's a good thing I could talk fast, because if I couldn't talk fast, I would be so much further behind. How do they improve performance? How big was the patch? The patch is huge. A bunch of changes to meta, or balance, and bug fixes and this type of stuff. I really like it. Performance seems about the same, but I wasn't like timing run speeds. I know this is something OPB was doing, so you might want to ask OPB about it. That's One Proud Bavarian on YouTube. No such thing as public ground in my society. I don't know if I like the idea of there being no public land. And trust me, most private cities would keep out very particular types of people out for reasons that can be seen in Example in Society, a video from Subway. Yeah, I believe in public spaces, so, I think that, I think that people are not responsible for where they were born, and so they shouldn't be punished for that. And people should be punished for things that they are responsible for. and that's not, like, one of them. Regulation has enforcement costs. Enforcement costs often exceed the benefit of the regulation. They can. I think I agree with that in general. I still am pro-regulation in a lot of cases, because I think that that's not universally the case. Economic analysis, first of all, is pointless. When the effects aren't even known. Well, we do know a lot of, like, things related to global warming, which seems how you're oriented. The date has been there for, like, since the 60s, or deliberately not being diagnosed. Well, that's a different sort of issue. That has to do with corruption and, like, this type of thing. Whether or not we should do it and whether or not something's being done effectively are two different discussions. Like, for instance, cigarettes being recommended with, going to cancer-inducing, the damage at that point is already done on your untaxed metal, regardless of your economic analysis. Look, it wasn't widespread knowledge that they were, like, bad. So, like, your proposals that we're banning stuff before we know it's bad is, like, like, I agree the damage is done, but, like, you're not proposing anything that's, like, grounded in terms of, like, practical solutions. Like, I understand, like... Before there are studies that the cigarettes are bad, we're supposed to ban them. I don't know what it is you're suggesting with your example that's like a gotcha moment. Like, other than, like, yeah, we didn't tax cigarettes before then, and then we started taxing them. I actually also don't know, like, I think the super heavy tax on perfume is a little weird. Like, in terms of, like, things that should not be taxed that are currently super heavily taxed. Like, I'm not really that big a fan of, like, luxury taxes. But the first point is, like, economic analysis is first of all pointless. Like, the effects for a lot of these things are known, and if they aren't known, like, if there's one accident with one kid that hurts himself with one product, it's like what's the suggestion? Like, we just ban the thing entirely? It's just absurd. With the new patch, try and choose a nation with Playmaker and Lambert and see which other content creators so you can make the strongest army by a certain date. Maybe I'd be interested in that. I think that the way I'm playing is, like, I'm playing with, like, an assumption of some level of resistance that's probably not going to be borne out. So I don't know if the way I play is actually the most effective. I think that the way I think about the game would probably be effective for multiplayer, but, like, I'm so bad at moving around units, I would just probably get dunked in wars once they come around. I'm still here, I mostly lurk. Okay. Usually you chat, like, once and then you're gone. You just hit it and quit it. You toot it and boot it. There are more rhymes for that, but I've forgotten them. It's been a while. So we can see if conquering a building or whatever stuff is most important. What? Oh, yeah. I think that so here's the thing is, fighting someone who you run over is really effective. Fighting someone when they're a near-peer opponent is going to lose you a lot of pop. I've been playing a lot of Anbanar Vicky 3. Are you excited for the official Anbanar release? I'm probably going to stream for that. Or the Vicky Anbanar. For something more on track, what tag are you most excited for in EU5 Castile? We're going to come back and we're going to play Castile. A little bit more. And I'm actually kind of excited for that run. Currently enjoying Venice. Man, Venice seems super cracked out. Where, like, almost all their power is on their government reform. That's not visible as part of their unique flavor. Which I think it should be. Because it's just, like, so incredibly powerful. Maybe I'll leave some feedback for that. But, yeah, it's really strong. No, I don't disagree with putting numbers to it. You said you can't do that before. But the way you propose it, I don't agree with life is X, so if we tax more than X, we are winning as a society. I don't understand what the point of putting numbers to something unless those numbers would be to create some sort of proportional response or some sort of So what, you're just not for tax. You're just, if it passes a certain monetary threshold, you just ban the thing, and other than that, you don't do anything? Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, I guess that's somewhat consistent with what you're saying, but I don't like that as a solution relative. That's not an inconsistent position, though. I mean, I guess that's your position. I think that my solution's a lot more granular. I also, for the record, think some things should just be outright banned. It's just, I have a strong preference towards taxing something, as opposed to banning. I think that with stuff that causes global warming specifically, I'm much more ban approaching, but that's because the costs are not being born in a generational way, but across like centuries, it's going to cost loss to society, and so you like in a sense, in order to like, you would have to calculate multiple like horizons of like laws that are just like insurmountable. So it's like we should just avoid that. But with something like drunk driving, I think that you can have a much more immediate solution that is grounded in numbers, and so that are like calculatable. I would much rather see Imperator development pick back up from here. It would take so long for people to like get reoriented on that. I have to imagine they would rather just make a new Imperator. And then they would not, because the first one was a flop, it'd be crazy to make Imperator 2. Peran AU has a video on direct and indirect costs of literal human life. It's really solid but economic analysis. Bjorn Lomberg also has a, like, how to make the world a better place for $3 billion or $8 billion or something like this, which is a pretty good read, which looks at the cost of intervention versus lives saved with regards to charity. I think it's interesting. How strong is Genoa? Well, being a merchant republic's really strong, so it's actually pretty good. The AI just completely flops with Genoa and Venice, though. But from a player can do it pretty effectively. Yeah, Trump has some statement about Kirk. Bailiffs are generalist parliament. I guess that's kind of reasonable. I think the most interesting thing about the game is like control, and I think bailiffs kind of invalidate control as like a design arm. What's the one issue that hasn't been made partisan about and you feel strongly about? I feel somewhat strongly. I mean, Ukraine is not tremendously partisan. I'm very much pro supporting Ukraine, and that is generally people on the left support it, but like a good chunk of people on the right supporting Ukraine as well. I'm also pro freedom of movement in the U.S. Nobody's pro freedom of movement, just generally speaking. The left is not pro freedom of movement to the extent that I am. How do you feel about trade and production? Seems more complex than Vic 3. I would say there's more moving parts, but Vic 3 is like has more depth because a lot more stuff is just grounded down or tied down, and the systems everything with Vic 3 like moves together, and with EU5 it feels like there's more systems, but sometimes the systems operate more in isolation. Hey Renee, long time to see. How you doing? I live in Southern California as well, fellow Californian. Yep, represent. There's a lot of people down here, so. Have you tried playing the Aztecs? Not yet. I'm planning on trying the Inca, though. As a libertarian socialist in Florida, can y'all stop sending the retired theocrats into conspiracy drunken grandmas across state borders? Salute to the guy filtering it out on the forums. Yeah, the real hero. Shout out to him. Regulation is good, but it must be analyzed. Rick Scott, for example, decided to drug test every single person on food stamps and caught no one and lost... Yeah, that's insane. But, like, I'm generally not a fan of the state telling people how to spend their money. I'm not really a fan of food stamps. And not saying that I don't like programs that give people who are struggling money. I don't like that you have to spend it on food. I think that they should just give cash. To be honest, and that would be much more efficient and much cheaper to regulate. And I'm less concerned with... Because sometimes you have a bag of rice and a bag of beans, but you can't afford the rent, and then you get kicked out of your house because the government said you can only spend the money on food. And so people are much better at allocating resources themselves, and I'm much more concerned with creating issues like someone getting evicted because they already had food but they couldn't afford the rent, than I am with someone spending the money on like something nefarious, just as like a general like rule of thumb. Yeah, like not being able to pay food stamps on rent. Maybe I'd be more okay with it if you could use food stamps towards rent, but you can't, and it's like it's stupid. I made zero mention of global warming, so I don't know why you're referring to that. I'd have to think back to exactly what I responded to what you said. Usually people talk about microplastics and global warming at the same time. You did mention microplastics. I'm trying to think back exactly. I don't want to go back and read through all of it. I suppose I could... No, wait. There's like less log. You're on Twitch. So I can take a quick look at the logs. You can lie with statistics. There could be an edit. I don't believe it's so. Coincidence, I think not. Taxing does not prevent duck diving, though. I completely disagree with you on that. Again, I wasn't trying to prevent it. I was just trying to make the alcohol have the proper cost to society. Oh, the chat's not even loading properly. What the hell? Oh, I think I might have confused you with someone else. Economics analysis is first of all pointless when the effects aren't even known. The entire point you just trying to know for it. And then the message before that, you were talking about you can't get rid of microplastics. So the microplastics comment is probably why I was thinking about global warming, but other pollutions are prohibitively expensive. Other pollutions. Okay, CO2 is like, I consider CO2 a pollution. So in my mind, this is in reference to global warming. You're right, and other pollutions are prohibitively expensive, that even if you devote your entire country towards it, you couldn't do it. You need to have some bans in place because the potential cost to society is too high to bear. And your view also assumes that people are fair and honest. Well, like, the fair and honest thing is an implementation problem, but I consider CO2 a pollutant. So, like, in my mind, like, based on that, I think that is... I think that like does refer to global warming. I don't whether or not that's like intentional. 90% of drug testers stop before they catch someone. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, gonna stream it. Yep. Is there unique music for different parts of the world? There is. They haven't showcased it, so we can't show it off either. But yeah, different areas of the world will have different soundtracks. I think there's 5 different themes, or 5 different boxes that your country will be put in one of these boxes and get that one of those 5 countries' music. Global warming cost proportionality is just broken scale compared to cost of mitigating or avoiding. Yeah, and it also depends on like what time horizon you want to calculate this type of stuff, and like that has some difficulties with the calculation. Perun is fantastic military and economics YouTuber. You know anything about trade companies? We haven't done enough stuff. Other than the buildings look really good, we haven't taken a close enough look at them. I feel like they are building-based countries, but I'm not sure if they are. Migration is a human right. freedom of movement. I wouldn't call it migration, but freedom of movement. Love to see a paradox game that has something other than global warming or other hyper-object goal. Wait, what? Has something like global warming or another hyper-object goal. There's the Millennium Dawn. Does that have global warming as a mechanic? I wouldn't be surprised. Any speculation on how you think Spiffing Bird is going to break the game first? I do, but I'm not going to spoil any. Or I know some stuff about... I'm not going to spoil any of Spiff's stuff. I'll let you see it when you see it. Giving directly is the most economically efficient according to research. Yeah, that is my general perspective as well. And a lot of people who are anti-entitlement program, which to some extent I am as well, really don't like that, like, as a perspective that you should just give people money. But it is the most efficient way of having an intervention. And anytime you are giving an intervention to help people out, there are two issues, right? There's the issue of you giving money to people that don't deserve it, which this can happen. There's also the issue of you not giving money to people who do deserve it. And in my mind, the latter issue is a way bigger one. And I think for a lot of like libertarians, the former is the bigger one. But yeah, Putin is anti-libertarian? Absolutely. Your cameras have come out of focus? Yeah. But, we'll do one of these. Kinda? Yeah, there we go. But we're almost all caught up, so... yep. What most people don't get is the most sensible political axis. Both in Germany and the Soviet Union are very close together. Okay. I think Kim Jong-un is bad. I think this is fair. We're gonna quickly read through our metagame update paper that we have here, and then I think we're going to wrap it up, because I think we're not talking about EU5 anymore. We're talking about politics. So, there's extra maritime proximity cost, but another modifier for maritime proximity that seems unclear that's related to harbors. I don't know exactly how it works yet. Bailiff has been nerfed from 30 proximity to 10, or sorry, from 30 to 20, and no longer can be built in overseas provinces, so that's not on the same continent. You now have -10 control on conquered provinces, making the stacking of a bailiff on a conquered province that's not integrated now give a total of -20 relative to before. So functionally, there's going to be a drain on your society until you can, even if you build a bailiff, until you can incorporate it. Buildings now have upkeeps. In particular, armories are very expensive, and this makes it so you want armories specifically in high control areas, because that does throttle your manpower, and also is going to make having an army much more expensive. Levies are also a lot stronger than they were before. They're stronger than regulars in the early game, and then they fall off. There is now a mechanic tied to the ages that makes the levies weaker as time goes on. I have this building/harbor capacity note, which I have no idea what it refers to. Diplo capacity is now actually a significantly pressured resource. We have been slotting in on a couple of our runs of the government reform that gives Diplo capacity. So expanding with subjects now comes at a cost, or it pressures your resource. You can have fewer alliances, this type of stuff. And it does feel a little bit more dynamic and like there's more play to it. Flat control in general has been nerfed/removed from a lot of sources, and this seems to be the overall design principle. This is something we left feedback on quite a bit, where we just kind of hate anything that's flat control, and it does seem that the bailiff is part of this, but also modifiers like universal serfdom, the government reform, no longer gives flat control. Instead, it gives a 33%. Oh man. Cool. Yeah, I had a suspicion that guy was the dear person we have banned several times. Alright. But, continuing on, AI well, I don't know if the AI actually seems more aggressive. that might just be us playing as Venice. Diplo annexation hits relations with neighbors. The price collapse floor is now 50% price instead of minus 66%. It's minus 50%. Colonies get income bonuses in the 5th and 6th year. The AI is better at eco, just in general. But is a little bit polarized, where some AI is now much better at eco, and other AI kind of just still flounder a bit. Forts, you can have your Slidos go to 0 maintenance. This includes stuff like prestige and this type of stuff, which is nice. It applies to forts as well. The AI doesn't spend any money on forts or doesn't do any maintenance while not at war, so this makes it kind of... It's supposed to build fewer forts because it's supposed to think about the expense, but if maintenance is 0, I guess it doesn't. So the forts aren't significantly diminished, except in the early game where they are. It looks like they don't like to spend money on forts unless they have a lot more money to spend, but they don't worry about the maintenance cost. But also, the forts having 0 maintenance means you can just assault, run in and assault, and the first few months and just take all the forts. So I assume this is going to get addressed. We're going to leave feedback on it, or we already have. Cities now require 50,000 troops to upgrade. Negative liberty desire is now possible, so this is positive to have negative liberty desire, and it makes some things that reduce liberty desire valuable even if you're at 0 liberty desire. Antagonism now decreases when you're fighting someone's enemies, which is a little bit interesting. Food seems higher impact, but this has a confound in that we are on our Venice run, so it might be our Venice run. And then tech in general is a little bit slower. Yeah. Is Lubex still free at the start date? I think so. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. But we did ban that guy. Yeah, I mean, he opened with Charlie Kirk. We have been pretty aggressive. The thing is maybe we shouldn't explain how we are filtering people out, just generally speaking, choosing to ban people, because what this guy's been doing is he's been making, or maybe we shouldn't even talk about it because he probably finds that amusing, but what we have been doing is we have been looking at people with relatively young accounts, and if they open up with just a political discussion looking to get us kind of off track and not really operate in good faith, we've just been banning. Generally, we don't really ban for anything, and so we are on that front. Will levies be able to have policies to make them stronger? Specifically, we don't mind people disagreeing with us, but we, if someone's trolling just to troll and to cause arguments and this type of stuff, we have a problem with it. Will levies be able to have policies to make them stronger from specific things? Muskets and rifling would be them to increase. Yeah, so there's actually tech that give you new levies and give you higher tier levies, and so those are going to be much more researchable now. We really have to rethink the way we research stuff too, because research is a little bit more pressured as a resource. And so, yeah, that's a pretty substantive one. And by extension, levies become less effective as the game goes on. Yeah, the levies fall off pretty hard. Also, as the standing armies units get bigger and bigger and eventually bypass the size of the levy units, because levies are always 1k, whereas standing army starts with 100, and then it's 200, then it's 400, 800, 1600, and I think the final age is 3200. Like, levies, by the time you're hitting 1600 or 800 even, levies are, like, awful. Do you know anything about trade companies? Not as much. We haven't gotten to engage with it as much as we wanted. Big Hansa fan? Hell yeah, brother. Do the Knights get an event from Malta if they get annexed from Anatolia? I have no idea because I haven't played as them. Is there an event situation for Peasants' War in the HRE? Not that I saw. Don't free the troll. Yeah, no, we have like a little bit of a system for this. But, yeah. In general, if it's the first time chatting, and they're looking to start an argument, we are a little bit aggressive about banning them, but he was a little bit more intentionally did not get super out of line for a couple streams, but might have to change our approach a little bit. I had suspected, but What are you gonna do? I'm not that interested in banning people like super aggressively just because they disagree with me. I think that's a super bad faith thing that a lot of people do. So, it's kind of similar to the aid thing when you're giving out like aid to people, where you're either committing the mistake of giving out too much aid or giving out not enough. I'm either committing the mistake of banning too many people or under banning people. So I think we'll just field a last couple questions and then we'll be out. How come the names of the countries are lame as hell? Wait, what? I have no idea what you're referring to. I remember hearing that Hindu, Chinese better research than Christian before. Yeah, I think the fastest research, the country that might be the absolute best at getting the most amount of text possible is probably actually Vijayanagar. Because there is a lot of stuff on Hindu, there's stuff on Vijayanagar that increases research speed. Sanskrit is relatively easy to get to the top of the liturgical language power levels. And you're close enough to the institutions at Vijayanagar that you're not going to get them super slow, because you can establish trade with the Mecca market, and the Mecca market actually tends to get institutions. So just kind of taking a quick look, or actually it would be in Arabia, not those two. So there's a market like right here, and from Vijayanagar you can touch that market in the Second Age, and so you actually get institutions reasonably quickly. I think the Tinto talk specified that these numbers you listed for professional regiment sizes is how it scales for infantry, but that cavalry already... Yeah, those all scale at half. It's a half scale down. Exact same idea, though. It's just half as much. But do they multiply by the same multiples as infantry still? Yeah, they just scale up. Like, cavalry is really strong early on because it does, like, 4 times the damage per soldier, but there's also only... there's half the soldiers, so it's twice as much damage, but they also die twice as fast. As far as my understanding goes. I could be misunderstanding it. Same Tinto talks from early on in the military did point out that the levies in Yuan Dynasty, for example, are 1.5x instead of 1k to make it a little easier. That makes sense. Last couple of questions, I just got back. Yep. I need to catch up with the VOD. Some of it is a little bit rough. Okay, thanks, Generalist. Yeah, so I think we're all caught up. So, thank you everyone for coming out. Sorry we got derailed a little bit more than we had intended. Probably just need to be a little bit more aggressive about the banning. I really don't like banning someone just because I disagree with them or this type of stuff, or feeling like I'm doing that, but it's banning because of derailing, not because of disagreeing. It's just, I may be thinking a little bit out loud here, just in terms of I probably need to do a little bit different, or maybe it's okay, because I don't mind having, like, some of the discussion, but I think it was probably fine. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll have to think through that a little bit more. I'm not sure if you saw my quiz question. Is AI still biggest concern about game before launch? Yes. AI first, performance second. Would probably be... which is good, because that means, like, none of the systems feel so freaking broken that, like, it's like something's... I mean, like, there's some things that are... I mean, the forts, they just have to have more than 0 guys in them, because that's, like, silly, but, like, other than that... Could you advocate for deeper politics interactions to the devs? That's not something that is going to happen within this time frame, I don't think. I think the devs are looking to... this is, like, a polish phase, not an add a new system phase, I don't think. You're putting out these Q&As, and for the rest of the content, you're releasing such a rapid pace. You're very welcome. I appreciate it. Oh, we should also plug our thing. Thanks for all the work. Maybe to chat mods. I do have mods. He waited till the mods were stopped chatting before going off the rails. Maybe I need more mods, though. I have, like, 4 or 5 or something like this. But, like, mods are, like, just volunteer only, so, like, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I suspected. I prefer to make the mistake of not banning enough than banning too much, just in general. But also, if you have been enjoying and you know you want to pre-order the game, you can pre-order through the website using our code Generalist. It doesn't make it any cheaper, but it does send 12% of the sale our way, so no extra cost to you, although a little bit of inconvenience because you will have to enter your code when they email it to you, so there is that. Also, other creators are going to have codes, so if you prefer another content creator you want to support, you should check and see if they have a code, this type of thing, and then we'll just answer the last couple questions, and then we'll be out. Bro, hell yeah, brother. Well, not for the reasons, but politics for future releases. Yeah, I definitely want politics to be more interesting. So the nerfs to the estates mean you don't get to click as much buttons with Parliament, which is kind of the only, like, one of the ways in which it felt like you were dynamically engaging in politics, and so, I'm kind of, I preferred Parliament when it felt a little bit stronger. I don't, like, hate the changes. I would just prefer, like, more buttons to click, I guess, or more things to do, or have the Parliament feel more dynamic than necessarily wanting to unnerf the various elements of Parliament that were nerfed, but, yeah. Why did I not see this person? Interesting. Any idea what when they would send you the code if you pre-ordered? I am not. I do not know exactly. What sort of changes do you think would make sense to help the West keep up with the East more? Is it just institutions or just pops? I mean, pops are a really big one. Pops are really important. They would need to have more framework on top of institutions for giving early institution access more advantages. And simultaneously, like, the problem is that they maybe need to change the way institutions spread, because Vijayanagar, specifically India, like, can get really early access to institutions because it's primarily driven through, your, trade. And so having access to trade is going to be, like, one of the things that does it. Man. It just has so many accounts. It's a shame we can't IP ban, but the Russian troll is out in force. Something like that. Anyways, I think we're gonna wrap up. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please feel free to like, comment, subscribe, you know, do the YouTube algorithm stuff. Other than that, have a good one. Bye-bye now.